Hello, hello. Let me see here. I'm gonna start sharing this in my group here. Let's see. Give me a chance. Set it up. Rosa! All right, you made it. Here. Share it to my group, my timeline now. Let me see. Very well. Sharing it everywhere now. Okay. Oh, man. All right. Okay, now let me go back here to the beginning. All right. All right, Rosa, you're remaining in. You made it. The first one to make it today. Good. Congratulations. All right, you're here with us. Okay, let me close all this stuff here. Everything going right. And we're going to be talking about the so-called abracadabra word that all magicians use. Abracadabra, shazam, boom, there it is. And they make things appear out of nowhere. But actually, abracadabra, it just means create. I create as I speak. I create as I speak. That's the method of Elohim, the method of God, the method of powers. I create as I speak. And we're going to see how that happens in the abracadabrian economy or kingdom of the RUACH. That is the norm. That which to us appears to be magic here in the world of the afar, in the world of the dust, that's common everyday occurrence in the kingdom of the RUACH. And that's what we're going to see. And that's what the people's mind has been blinded, so they're not able to enjoy that. But that's what we're going to understand. The word God means power, my friends. Empowering energies, faculties, abilities, skills. All of that pertains to the word Elohim. You have the ability to have Hagma Birida, that's wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. You have the ability to be a creative one, to be able to create things, to be able to renovate them, to be able to improve on them. So that's what we become in Hagma Birida, in the world of thought, because everything is brought to existence by intellectual powers, by the powers of your intellect or your mind. So everything is energies. Powers is energies. So the magical world is all a whole world full of powers, intellectual powers of the Hagma Binida currents, because we are a current in the mind of God. We are a flow of energy, bringing all kinds of His goodies here in this world. All right, so that's what we're understanding. But let me see. I want to share a song today. All right, let's see. There's a couple more viewers adding up. I want to start with. First of all, let me start with the commercial. All right. Today the message is, which has to do with the title of my FD Peeps That's my way I'm going to be referring to you. Because I call you my fellow Davarians, that's like FD, but I'm going to be calling you my Functionaries Davarian, because Functionaries means you are a function, you function in the way for which God created. That means you're tub, you're good, you're useful, you're utilitarian, you're useful for God because you understand His economy, and therefore you're a functionary. Everybody functions for the economy of the RUACH, but they don't even know that that's what they were created for, so they're blind to it. But that's why my functionary Davarian, that's what I'll be calling you, because I call you my fellow Davarians, which is FD, but I added the word Peeps, my FD Peeps, all right, because you're my friends and you've always been with me, you always accompany me on my ventures here to understand the heart of God and the mind of God. That's the greatest adventure you can engage yourself in, and you have accompanied for many years now. It's going on more than 3 years after this year, so it's beautiful. The journey is wonderful. I've learned a lot, I've grown a lot, and I really appreciate you guys joining me to learn Torah with me. It's been a very great pleasure for me to do this. But let me sing a song before we start here. Let me have a song from, let me see here. All right, let's see here, song. All right, let me put the skies up. Then let me put the Psalm 100. All right. Let's see here. So sorry. I'm so burping. All right. Give me a second here. Correct this one. All right. Put that over here like that. Yes, you will. Okay, make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before His presence with singing. O Lord, we come before you, dedicating our breath to who you are, and dedicating every breath that we take to the exaltation of your holy name, which means the respiration of processes of the fusing and enlivening powers. That's Yud-Heh-Vav Elohim. To you we dedicate our existence and every breath that we take. Empower us to sing, to honor your name. In Yud-Heh-Vav's name, amen. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Oh, the land. Serve the Lord, Lord with gladness. Come before His presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord is God. It is He that hath made us, and not we ourselves. We are the people and the sheep of His pasture. Enter into His gates with thanksgiving, and into His doors with praise. Be thankful unto Him, and bless His name. For the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and His truth endureth through all generations. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah, glory, hallelujah. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Oh, ye land. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before His presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord The Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and His truth endureth to all generation. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, praise God. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, praise God. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, praise God. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, amen. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, Hashem. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, praise God. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, amen. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah. Hallelujah, glory, hallelujah, amen. Glory to the name of Hashem. Glory to Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. All right, so we're rejoicing today because I was sharing 8 verses this week from Psalm 82. That's the psalm in which God addresses you. You know, the whole thing is addressing you for what He made you to be in the RUACH. The number one activity that you do in the RUACH 24/7, even in the here and now, because the RUACH is present here. The Spirit is enveloping all around us. The air that we breathe, that's the RUACH. Air means RUACH, wind, which also translated as spirit, okay? But all of that has to do with spirit, breath, air. All of that signifies the RUACH, which is the Hebrew word for air or spirit, okay? So don't let it make it think of something that is outside of this realm, because we're very much familiar with what's happening in this realm with the RUACH. And if we're not for the air that we breathe 24/7, we will all drop dead. All right? So when you read the word Yud, Hey, Vav, Hey, those are 4 letters. Hey repeats itself twice, but Yud means the hand for work or operations. Hey, it means the breath for vivifying, for bringing up activations, you know, for bringing things to life, for resuscitating, all of that, because that's what the breath does, keeps you alive, resuscitates you, and resurrects you every second of the day. All right, and then Vav is for the hook that connects us and that joins us and fuses us with Him, and then the Hey again. So it is the operations of the breath, you know, and the respiration is also the breath. The processes of the respiration, fusion, activations. Okay, that's the meaning of His name. So He take upon Himself that name because that's the process that He does the most in the here and now. And that's how in this world of the ruins of the afar, we are known by the process that we do the most. If you take care of cars all day, that's the process that you do the most. You're deemed to be a mechanic. If you take care of selling homes all day long, you're deemed to be a realtor, you know, into the real estate business and so forth. So whatever you do the most process that you do the most, that's how you earn a living in this so-called world of the ruins. And that's how you are known, by what you process the most. So God is the same. What He processes the most to keep everything going from the organic world, that means all His insects, all His plants, is the process of respiration, in which all of us, including all the fishes of the sea, no matter what sea, whether hydrogen sea or whether the oxygen sea in which we live, the respiration process is taking place, and all of His organic world is kept alive 24/7. So that's the number one process that is being done to keep us alive, and that's how God named Himself after the number one process that goes around in all of existence. So let's get that clear, okay? So therefore, the RUACH is nothing. The air, the oxygen bubble in which we live, this is the universe in which we get our constant life. This is our universe of the life-giving universe. And there's a process that is taking place. So everything that is made by oxygen or requires oxygen, that's the number one requirement to give us the ATP. That's the fuel for each one of our cells. Each one of our cells is nothing but a powerhouse, a power plant supplying powers all over the place. Okay, so each cell is capable of producing, I believe, 0.04 volts. You know, when you add up all the 73 trillion cells, you can have about 70 trillion volts of electricity going inside your body. So what are you at the end of the day? Not a human being. You know, you're a power plant. You are being a power plant. You're a power plant being. You're a powerhouse being. Because what you produce most on a 24/7 basis non-stop is electricity through each one of the cells in your body. Okay, 73 trillion or 37.2 trillion, whatever people say out there, that's a whole living stars. Imagine you're like a whole living constellation. You know, with all, each cell is its own living star. It's not like a dead cells made out of a far, made out of the dust that we encounter in all the trips of NASA and everything. Each one of you is a constellation full of living stars. And all the processes that are taking place in there, all of that is inwardly because of the great marvel economy of the RUACH. So it's a marvel a wonder taking place within us. All the biopolises, the living cities, as each one of ourselves are calling a biopolises. In comparison to all the economies of the world, all the cities of the world, no matter how wonderful they are, no matter how wonderful architecture they have, none of them can duplicate themselves on their own. They need us to be the manpower to keep them going. Therefore, they are necropolis. They are dead cities. And in comparison to each one of ourselves, they are brought into they are insignificant. They pale in significance in comparison to each one, you know, of our cells that we have inside of us. That's why I call the 8 wonders of the world, not the 8 dead places in the world that are made out of the dust, but the 8 wonders of the world. I mean, are the 8 organelles in each one of my cells that keep the cell in my body alive and energized in this whole body, so it will take care of the DNA that it has to propagate within me. That is the great 8 wonder of the world, participating within me 24/7, and is pivotal and is essential for my existence. You understand? So that's how I look at life. And if you don't looking at life that way, then you're missing out, my friends. You've been taken out on the wrong tangent, you're looking at the wrong things, and then you're suffering the consequences, because that means you're living in a different narrative. The narrative of how to take care of the necropolis, of these dead worlds that cannot know how to procreate themselves. Let me clear my throat here. And so, something here? Okay, here we go, thank you. And so that's the situation in which we're in. So that's what we're looking at today. You know, we're looking at our heritage in the RUACH, because that's the place where we get to work the most. We carry 22,000 pounds of materials for HENCEFORTH every day. You and I, we carry around, no matter where we go, we are processing 22,000 pounds of materials for HENCEFORTH, including the insects. They're a little less, you know, but they nonetheless, even an insect, you know, gets to process a few pounds, you know, more pounds than what he's weighed. But every organic world, every organic creature is processing quite a number of pounds of materials for HENCEFORTH every day. That's more pounds than you will process in any company you go to work. I don't care if you work for a concrete company or cement company. I heard of nobody processing 22,000 pounds of cement every day for a cement company. You will be completely exhausted in a few days and die of exhaustion. But for God, you are processing 22,000 pounds of material. Okay, the material that you are processing is called air, oxygen. On the air that you breathe, 22,000 pounds of air is being processed. It's being coming in and out through your nose on a daily basis. But because it's going in and out, you don't feel the weight. But nonetheless, 22,000 pounds of air go in and out in a 24-hour period. You understand? So for HENCEFORTH, you are doing the most work. But his birth, the way he made it, so it will be a breeze. That's I'm going to make you work for me, and you're going to be carrying 22,000 pounds for me every day. Man, when I heard that at the beginning, I was like, God, that's going to be too much. I'm going to have time to have fun. Believe me, I know how to make you carry 22,000 pounds for me. And it just be it will be like a breath of fresh air. You won't even feel it. And that's exactly how God does it. With a breath of fresh air, because every breath is a breath of fresh air. In a breath of fresh air, he keeps us alive, and we are working for him in the RUACH. So that's the greatest company to work for. You get to process 22,000 pounds of material for you to have, for the processor of the respiration, fusion, and enlivening powers, because that's how he keeps all the energy recharged, and all the energies are recharged in the air, because everything that we produce with the combination of the chemicals in the body from the foods that we eat and the electrolytes that we drink, all of that are voltaic energy. Like a battery acid is acid from chemical interaction. You create energies as well. So this body is this magnificent power plant creating all kinds of energies. You understand what I'm saying? It receives energy from the oxygen, it spreads one breath, and all the whole body feeds himself with it, creates ATP, and everybody's participating in creating energies. And so that we do. So we become the batteries, the energies to run the world and to run all the economies that cannot procreate themselves. You understand? So when you forget that, my friends, you lost a great deal of yourself. Because you understand, if you're processing 22,000 pounds of air, that means you're spiritual, you're an aerial being. Because when it comes to processing the solid foods, like the things that you eat from the plants, the seeds, the vegetables, and the things that you drink, like the juices and the waters, that's only 14 pounds that you're processing through your body every day. 14 pounds in comparison to 22,000 pounds, you're processing far more air. So you're, by way of processes, you're more aerial, you're more spiritual. People say, I wish I could be more spiritual. Shazam, boom, you are. I've proven to you that you are. That's why I love the abracadabrian world of the RUACH, because abracadabra means I create as I speak. And the word is to create is I filled up or I fatten as I speak. All right, so people in the world are here, I wish I could be spiritual, but they don't know that they are, because they have no access to the knowledge of what they're doing the most. These things are not taught in any school or in any university. You got to go dig and search up in some YouTubes to find out. Some people tell you the truth. Some people are enthusiastic about teaching science, and they'll tell you what happens every time you breathe, how many pounds you breathe every. You can go on Google and find that out, but you got to do your own search. But it's not part of the main curriculum to make you aware that you're working, doing the most work for you to have every day. But that's what it is. The whole world works for the processing of respirations, fusions, activations. And that's the meaning of Yud-He-Vav-He. So you're giving honor to his name just by breathing. Okay, so you call on his name and you breathe. Every time that you breathe, you're calling on his name and you're pronouncing his name even in your sleep without even thinking. That's how majestic God is, and that's how he made himself to be. All right, so let me see how we're doing here with you guys. All right, let me bring you down here. All right, let me see. So how you see how we do it. Whew. So happy Rosa made it. Good to have you, Rosa. All right, and Brian made it too. Brian is back in Maywood. Oh, good to see you back in Maywood, Brian. All right, vacation in Austin is over. You're back in Maywood. All right, back to business. And Andy is here too. Good. Andy made it as well. All right. Well, a few people around. Very well. Very well. Okay. Fine. Every time I get to shouting, it dislodges the mucus, so I have to take them out. Sorry about that. But it's good. All right. Now, let me see here. Let me take a little. All right. All right. Let me see here now. The Three Musketeers. Yeah, Rosa. The Three Musketeers are on the scene there. All right. So I can see your comments here. All right. Let me open up from the 82nd Psalm. We're gonna look at it. We're gonna read it from the sword, the E sword, from the King James translation. I have a Tanakh translation, but it's very similar. So I'm just going to read this one. Let me open it here. That's Psalms. And let me take this up. All right. Here we go. me see, Psalm 82. There's a Psalm of Asaph. And let me see here. Let me close this. Okay, Psalm of Asaph. God, which means Elohim, which means powers or energies. Okay, God, which means Elohim or powers or energies, standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Okay, he judgeth among the Elohim, because that's what you and I, we are divine spark. We are partakers of his nature. When he breathed his RUACH into us, he made us partaker of his essence. So we are his divine sparks. So he's addressing us who are made in the image of the energies. You know, when God says, let's make man in our image, and God said, that means an Elohim, an energies, and powers say, let's make man in our own image. He says, let's make him as powers and as energies as we are. Let's make them suitable to be a conduit for all the powers and energies that we are. Okay, so that man becomes, it's just like, for example, a wire, you know, is a mighty conductor of electricity. So it shares in the fact that it's a conduit, it's the carrier of electricity. So it's made to carry electricity in all kinds of energies and all kinds of powers. So we were made like a perfect conductor, you know, to be able to carry the energies of God, to be able to carry creative energies, intellectual power, you know, intelligence prowesses. All of that has to do with the powers and abilities. We were made able to have all this, to carry his Hagma Bineda, okay, what I call the CBDC current. That is the creative power of this world. And so when it says here, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the Elohim, the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly? We're telling all the people in this world that are supposed to be the leaders, are supposed to be the ones that are conducting his energies of creativeness, of Hagma Binida. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? How long are you going to go ahead and say that what the wicked is doing is okay? You know, what they're condoning, they're expressing that has nothing to do with the character of the, you know, the giver of all energies and provider of all goods in this world. And they want to prove the people of the wicked. Says, well, how come are you doing that? Think about this. He says, tell us to just think upon this. And then he says here, defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. In other words, you see a people that have been left in ignorance as who they are and what they were made to be. And therefore another narrative has captured them. Another stream media narrative has taken them aboard. And there they've been made to think and live in fear of their existence every day. Because all the things that they have been told to hold dear, like their constitutions, their nations, their buildings of sanctity, all the stuff that is in the necropolis, all the buildings in the world that they like, all the national state, the part and everything that represents the comfort of the flesh. If those things are put in danger, then you are left like, when, you know, this world is going under, everything is caving on. And so these people are not aware that they were made in the image of the Elohim, and that we can portray him as the powers that be of all the RUACH. And that's what we're made to be, to portray the Yud Hevave as the powers that be of all the RUACH that is running everything and energizing everything in the here and now. Well, but you forget that heritage, then another narrative may come along from Christianity to all the other religions, from all the other constitutions will come along and will help you to emphasize the importance of holding up onto the values of the things that are found here upon the world of the afar, upon the world of the dust, the things that you have built and erected from the world of the dust, and to give a great value and great reverence to these things. And therefore an external economy is created out of the necropolis, and you begin to revere and pay homage and honor all the dead things that not doing one iota of good to keeping you alive 24/7. But you don't see that because you have not been trained in the RUACH. And so that's what happens. So if you are enlightened, my friend, if you see what kind of a powerhouse you were made, then you have the authority to speak and begin to open up a channel like I have to enlighten people as to remember, like my name is Zechariah, means to remember, that you are the processor of the energies. Remember, Zechariah means to remember the processors of the activations. Remember the first part of you, Hevave. That's why I got to bring you back as part of having that name, is to bring you back to your original process, to your original economy. And so that's why I speak thus, and that's why I have this channel, the highest definition Torah vision, what I call the hyperdynamics Torah visuals, because that's why I present you the hyperdynamics that are taking place in the RUACH, and I speak to you of these things. It says, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. You see, they're having a narrative that doesn't explain the RUACH. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. They do not follow the Torah, so they have no idea, who they are in the here and now, in the economy of the RUACH. But once you are awakened to that reality, once you realize what you are, that you are the energies of God upon earth, my friends, nobody can make you afraid, because you no longer have to be susceptible to the shallow narratives that don't bring any understanding to you. So that's the whole idea. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said ye are gods. God says, I have said that you are made in my image. You are Elohim. You are energies. And you are energizing the world. And all of you are children of the Most High, of the highest economy there is, of the abracadabrian economy that you create as you speak. That's the part, that's where you belong. That's what I made you for. Okay? But ye shall die like Adam. Ye shall die like people that call themselves human beings, and that's all they see. 0.0635% of their processes. And they're blind to the rest of the aerial employment that they do. It says, but ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. All right? So arise, O God, arise, O Elohim, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Now, one thing I'm going to share with you today is that a lot of you are not aware that when you read the Bible in the Hebrew, not the translation of the Hebrew in the Tanakh, but they have in the original Hebrew, the tenses of what is happening, they speak it to you. The things that are happening, they are explained to you as if they're happening right in front of you. And God is doing this, and God is doing that. So it's all talking about the present. Like when you go to work, and you read a manual, the manual is telling you how to insert this piece here, and place this thing, screw this thing over there, and tighten this here. It's telling you everything that you can do in the here and now. So that's how the language in a manual speaks. It's not telling you, and in the future you're going to get to do that car, or in the future. It's not talking about, it's all about what you're doing in the here and now to take care and attend to the business that you're presenting to the public. That's how all the manuals read. In the present tense, what you have to do now, and how you're doing things, and what you have now, and how you implemented what you're doing with what you have now. That's how a manual reads in all the companies. And that's really how the Hebrew Bible reads, the original. The thing is that the people talk about shalt, and for example in the words, arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. That makes you think that in the future, Elohim or powers or energies are going to be inheriting, the earth. But that's not what it says. That's not what it says. The tense is not like in the future. It tells you that in the now, he has that power, and he has that inheritance. And that's why I'm going to share with you. I'm going to read this same thing, but I'm going to read it with Young's literal literal Bible. Now let me put that in here because I'm going to share this with you now. Okay, let me put it here. All right, let me see here. Okay, this is called a Young's literal translation. You see here? Young's literal translation. So I'm going to share this with you. All right. Okay, so let me see here. So here we go. Psalm 82. We're going to go. Yeah, Psalm 82. Okay. Young's literal translation. It says, a psalm of Asaph. God hath stood in the company of, God has stood in the company of God. That means Elohim in the company of gods, because it's translating like that. In the midst, God doth judge. So that means God is judging in the midst. So the way it's written is, in the midst, God is doing judging. God is doing judge. That's what it's saying. Till when do ye judge perversely, and the face of the wicked lift up? Till when do ye judge perversely, and the face of the wicked lift up? Now, until when are you going to be judging perversely, not judging righteously, and let the face of the wicked rise up? It says, judge ye the weak and fatherless, the afflicted and the poor declare righteous. It says, the afflicted and the poor declare righteous. Let the weak and needy escape from the hand of the wicked, deliver them. So he's telling them instructions. Make sure that the weak and the needy get to escape, and from the hand of the wicked, you get to deliver them. But he's telling them, like, do that. Be doing this. That's what you have to be doing. It's like a manual telling you what to be doing. Say, they know not, nor do they understand. In darkness they walk habitually. So it's telling you all in the present tense. They do not know, nor do they understand. In darkness they walk daily. Habitually means moved are all the foundations of the earth. And he's telling you that the foundations of the earth, as it is right now, they have already been moved. They already have not been established because people are not following Torah. The foundations of the earth is what you rest upon to understand your existence. You understand? To where the solid foundations of your thought world that keep you happy with Yud Hevave inside of your thought world, and you're still and just enjoying him, all the show that he's doing. Those things are destroyed, so the whole world is all over the place. It says, I have said, gods ye are, and sons of the Most High, all of you. And then it says, but as men ye die. So that means you keep dying, and men you die. And as one of the head of ye fall, and as one of the princes of the earth, as one of every politic, you fall. So it's telling you what happens every day. It says, and then look at the verse 8. Rise, O Elohim, rise, O God, judge the earth, for thou hast inheritance among the nations. So he's telling you that he already has inheritance. His energy, his inheritance, he has inheritance in all the nations. And all the nations have to use him, have to use the air to be able to energize themselves, to keep themselves alive, and to be able to have breath enough so that they can keep the necropolis alive. So that is all in the present tense. That's how the real Jewish Bible speaks. But in the Tanakh, it's not translated that way. They put all the tenses, and so you can see all the things. But God is the God of the here and now. So this is one of the little things I want to share with you. That a lot of people don't want to see it to you that way because they want to keep you believing that you live in time and space. That's why the Bible is translated in the beginning. Okay? God created. In the beginning. But you understand, if you read the Hebrew in the Rashid, that means the head of a woman. In the Rashid, in the head of a woman, it says God barar, means God created, God fattened, or God filled powers. So in the head of a woman, which represents Hagma Bineda, that's Bereshit, and the whole book of the book of Michelle, with the book of the Proverbs, it's all dedicated to the Rashid, which means represents wisdom. Hagma Bineda, in the Hagma Bineda, and the Rashid is the head of a woman, they fatten or they prepare and they filled up the powers and the energies from A to C for the care of the heavens to activate the heavens and for the care of the earth to activate the earth. So when you read it that way, then you understand that you and I were made to be in the mindset and to be in the mindset of God that explains how everything works. So we are here to be partakers of his intellectual powers, to be able to keep creation brand new, restore, and refresh, because that's what a creator does. So a manual is made so that you will stay in the mindset of the maker of the product of that corporation. So you will stay in the mindset of serving that product so that you will bring great reputation to the company. So the whole idea, the Bible could be read, Bereshit, that means in the head of a woman, from A to C, in the head of a woman, filled out the powers and faculties and energies from A to C to activate the care of the heavens and to activate the care of the earth. So that puts you in a position in which you're not lost in time and space. You are in the workplace, you are in the mindset of God, and you are using your Hakma currents, your wisdom, understanding, and knowledge currents, because that's what you are. You're a flow of energy for Yud-Heh-Vav, creating all things around you and keeping everything restored. So that's how the world loses you. When you say in the beginning, they send you out into time and space, and you're only looking at everything outside of all the physical things that have been projected. You forgot that you are part of the energy that has the thoughts and abilities to do something to the things that you're looking in front of you to keep it new, refreshed, restored, and renewed. Because you can be in the mindset. So the Bible can be thought so that you can be in the mindset of God 24/7, or you can be admiring the things that he has created, and therefore you're lost in time and space. So just the Torah itself, without any other translation, if you don't love it with the whole heart, that means if you cannot set your heart to learn all the lessons so you can identify with the heart of God, you will not get to know God. You will not get to know that you are energies, that you are empowering energies. You will not see yourself that way. And therefore you will fall prey to everything else that you are told that you are. You will not see yourself as an empowering energy source. Then you're going to be seeing yourself as an entombing employee. Entombing means that you take and you take all the things that are alive, constantly alive in the RUACH, all the activities and all the things that are constantly alive in the RUACH, and you're going to take the names of all the things that are alive in the RUACH, and you're going to take it to the afar, the world of the dust, and you're going to create those products in the dust. You're going to name them with the living things that are found in the RUACH, but these things in the dust are not going to be able to procreate. Like an example, in the world of the RUACH, we have the original Mustang, which is a real nice horse that God created. And the Mustang and the mare, they are able to procreate on their own without bothering any other species. So therefore, that is the living economy of the RUACH. Okay, because each thing that is alive can procreate itself. Procreation is the main activity. Procreation is the functionality for life. That's how life is defined in the RUACH. You can procreate, you are alive. If you are not able to procreate, you are dead. No matter how active you are, no matter how much activity you can do, no matter if you can run faster than my horse, but if you cannot procreate, you are dead. You are a necropolis, according to God. So that's how it goes. If you cannot procreate, you are dead. That's the definition of God for life, is being able to procreate. Not procreating is dead. Okay? That's the way God defines it. And so, therefore, when you come to this world, or the afar people come and build a Mustang that runs faster than the horse that God created, but you leave it alone, it will not be able to procreate. It's always going to be burdening mankind to be able to make another one, or to be able to take care of it, because it can do nothing on its own. So therefore, it's only a tomb that drains your energy, that eats away all of your powers and energy, because you have to dedicate your whole existence to be a mechanic, to manufacture and make it, and to keep it fixed and to keep it shining and all of that, just draining your energy, because it's never going to be able to procreate itself. And so what you did is you took the name of a living name that was in the RUACH and you entombed it. You buried it alive in shiny metal, okay? And you entombed that name. So that name becomes nothing but a tombstone. So you make a tombstone. And it's an activated tombstone because it moves and does all these things, but it's the tombstone of the real Mustang that can procreate itself and it's really alive in the Ruach. You understand? So that's what we do. And the thing is, when you take something from everything, you copy everything that is in the Ruach. In the Ruach, we have all these things, like they have the Tundra, and they make a Toyota Tundra, but the Toyota Tundra is dead. They have Sequoias, and they make a Toyota Sequoia, but the Toyota Sequoia is dead. They have all kinds of things that are alive and are reproducing themselves in the Ruach, and people copy all these things, They call the Air Force, and the Air Force is the air that we're breathing that's bringing us life 24/7. That's the Air Force of God. Okay, that's the Ruach. But what is the Air Force for the Navy? It's the stealth bombers of these planes, that don't bring life to people, but they can carry hidden bombs under the radar, and they can go, just bomb whole people out of existence. So they're completely opposite to what the Air Force of God is doing in the Ruach. The Air Force of the world is deadly. But they take the name and they bury it in a metal. They bury it in something in this world of the dust, in the world of the ruins, and that's the entombing. You are an entombing employer. You're taking the names that are found in the Ruach, and you're living to make things that cannot procreate themselves. They only have the name of the living, but they are dead because they're not able to procreate themselves. So that's why you live in this world, to just be an entombing employer, because you forgot all of that. So that's why it says, "Rise, O Elohim, judge the earth, for thou hast inheritance among all the nations." So these things are happening now, in the here and now. It's not like in some future, coming future. It's all happening in the here and now. All right, so let me share a little commercial about this that I made. Let me just put it in here for you. Here we go. All right, so here we are. So, today we're talking about, I'm giving you, yes, I'm usually call all of you guys my fellow Davarians, when I refer to all of you, my fellow Davarians. So that would be like the initials FD, fellow Davarians. But I thought of another name to call you so that you will always remember that in Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, you are an empowering energizer. Okay? That's what you are, an empowering energizer. You are an empower energizing, because that's what you do 24/7. 22,000 pounds of materials you carry for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh every day. You work for him and carry more materials than any other boss you will ever gonna have to have in this world. So he is your Lord, first of all. You understand? The processor of respirations, because that's what you do. That's how you establish a factual base for the here and now in how it is that you're working for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Because we're dealing with facts. That's the science. And so with Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is the science of the place in which we are submerged. We are submerged in the sea of oxygen. And if we're not for it, we will drop dead. And so this is the RUACH, the spirit, okay, that we depend upon. And that is RUACH, like I explained before. I will explain it here. Let me see if I can get closer here so I can read this to you. So my peeps, my FD peeps, and that means my functionaries, Davarian. That is my functionary, Davarian. Okay, and then I'll take it from one side here. Okay, and then the Peeps stands for P-E-E-P-S, and that is for procreation, which means procreationeering. That means you do the engineering of procreating. Not only that you can procreate in the flesh, but you can procreate every spark of energy that rotates in and out of your nose. When something comes into your nose, a breath of air comes into your nose, it deposits oxygen, okay? And there are other gases that are traveling in there, nitrogen, helium, hydrogen, and other things like carbon dioxide, even krypton. Krypton is traveling there. All kinds of gases, it's minuscule. And then what you do, you recharge it because it goes inside of your system, and your system is like a vortex. It kind of circulates, and when it comes out, it's recharged again. So you're able to keep the charge, the electric charge that came into you, you keep it recharged, you keep it restored, you keep it renewed. So the air, the oxygen is coming you, resuscitates you, brings you life, but in turn, you get to do a turbine thing, and you do a turnaround on vortex, and then you recharge the air again. So basically, we are working to recharge the power. That's the energy. That's the number one job. That's what we're called, to identify with energies, because the energies, the whole world is made to energize the energies, to recharge them. They're coming in and out of us, but in the process, they recharge us, and there we recharge them. So it's a back and forth situation that's happening there. So that's why it says, so this, what we procreate is the charging. We procreate energies that are recharged. We receive them, and we recharge them, and we send them back to do good into the world. Okay, and we identify with them because we are made in that, with the spark of the divine. We're made in the image to conduct them the here and now. We don't take that name with the pride of calling it, because that's the thing that people don't understand. When God says not to call yourself a God and stuff like that, is to mean to yourself to think that I am who God is outside of Him. That's the most absurd thing there will ever. You will never be anything without God, because He is the one that is circulating in you. So at the end of the day, your body belongs to Him. Your name belongs to Him. Every piece of every piece of thing, every material in the world belongs to Him. Everything belongs to Him. Every formation of thought is a brand new creation, and all the material for thought belongs to Him. So what in the world is yours for you to think that you have any power of your own? You understand what I'm saying? We're only here to brag about Him. He has all this power circulating in us, and because we are perfect conduits, He made us in His image, we're able to do that. But at no time are we going to take any credit for being who God is. God is who He is, and He's able to flow in all of His creature. And nothing can hold Him back. It's the current of energy flowing through all of His creation. Just like the energy, like of the ether energy, can flow through all kinds of things. Like the airwaves can conduct the energy to bring all kinds of broadcast and simulcast all over the place, so people can hear these messages and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's just a carrier. It's just a conduit. So everything is a conduit to the majesty on high. All right, so that's what we need to remember. But we are able to participate. So we are procreation. We do the procreationeering, the engineering of procreation. That says, so functionaries, Davarian, procreationeering, empowering, energizing, and then it's here, powerhouse scientist. Okay? Because the word scientist comes from the word das, which means knowledge. Okay? And that's the word for intimacy. Okay? And only in the RUACH, there's always intimacy. That means for a second, the air doesn't stop. There's no interruption. Unless you develop a sickness, or unless you are choking on something that you eat, and then the air is not coming in, and then you're going to die pretty soon. Somebody, doesn't do the Heimlich on you, and they have you spit out whatever is stuck in your throat, whatever, but there cannot be an interruption. So air has to be constantly united with you. There has to be oneness. So the air, the RUACH, is the economy of oneness. Because in the constancy of oneness, that means the definition of intimacy, and the definition of DAS. That's the science that God wanted to teach us. The science of intimacy. That there is no interruption of life in the RUACH. Not for a second. If you try to interrupt it for a second, you'll drop dead. So that's why when you own a power plant, what you want to offer is the guarantee of uninterrupted services. When you offer a power plant that has never had any blackouts, if you get to know a company that never has any blackout, you're going to really get to trust that company. You say, oh, I'm going to be safe. I'm never going to be out of electricity in my house ever. But that's never been the case. Every power plant in the world at one point or another has suffered a blackout. And therefore the people in their houses have been without electricity, and all their electrodomestics have been dead for a while. That has happened to everybody across the world in the world. Okay, because they cannot guarantee they're never going to have a blackout. That's bound to happen one time or another. But in the powerhouse of the RUACH, the one that keeps us in the yards 24/7, zero blackouts. Zero blackouts. Because it's always been operating from the very first time that creation has ever been put in place. Zero blackouts. That the RUACH, that's the company, the respirations universe, auspiciously, creating. That means filling you up with air. Homo sapiens. That's the business that has a blackout in the world, and therefore, that's what all companies that are power companies want to offer you. Perpetual services, everlasting services, non-interrupted services. That means always constancy. So everything has to do with life. General Electric want to keep things to life. They want to keep you alive 24/7, but they're not able to. Even though they want to take that logo, we bring good things to life. No. The RUACH makes General Electric, and then therefore the RUACH makes things come to life. Okay, they just want to take the credit. Okay, but that's how the world is. Shut up. And so that's the thing to understand. So in the RUACH, in the respirations universe, auspiciously creating humanity, auspiciously creating Homo sapiens, there's no blackouts. It's always everlasting life, because life is not interrupted. That's the logo that belongs to the RUACH. We offer perpetual, everlasting. The RUACH is the perpetual, everlasting, life-giving economy, or life-giving business that has always lived and always existed without ever having a blackout. And he can boast about that. And that's who we represent, you understand? That's who we are, the empowering energizers of. We were made for that capacity. And people forget that. See, I know that. So that's why the Bible says in Psalm 44, verse 8, in God we boast, in Elohim, in powers, in energies. In that we boast and we brag all the day long. And we praise his name forever. And we praise the powerhouse forever. That's what we have, because that's what we have going uninterrupted. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what is deemed to be everlasting life, is the ability to be able to provide service, to keep all the organic world and everything else going uninterrupted without any blackouts ever. So that's where life, everlasting life belongs to. Okay? But when you want to take it into this world and you want to bury it in something that is made out of the dust, that everlasting life is not working continually 24/7. It's something that you may get, they say, when you die and you behave and you believe that in somebody else works, that you may have a perpetual life. But realizing that the reason why you have everlasting life, you kept alive, because the powerhouse of the RUACH, of the Spirit, never has a blackout. That's why you keep on having life in the here and now. Unless you do something to choke on something that you're eating, you know what I'm saying? But here you have the everlasting life going. But they don't define anything that is happening, in the RUACH as the real definition of what life is. The thing, something that you have never seen, you have never experienced, you only know when you die that you say you're going to have everlasting life, and you ignore the everlasting life that's going on here, the non-interrupted service of the RUACH. The non-interrupted service of the Ruach, that is everlasting life. Okay? Because that's what keeps all of the flesh alive. So that's the everlasting life of the Ruach, on the here and now. Just wake up, my friends, of the air. Okay? The service of the air is everlasting, is perpetual, non-stop, never has a blackout. The Lord, Yud-Heh-Vah-Veh, does not slumber. God, Elohim, does not grow tired, does not grow weary. And I said, man, I've been working for all these thousands of years now. It's time for me to take a vacation now. You know, even in the sabbatical, even the Sabbath, the Ruach is working, it's giving, it's filling us up, you know. And even in there, when they tell you to rest, you are working for Jehovah. Even on the day of rest, you work for Him because you cannot stop breathing, or you drop dead. All right, so to rest in Him is to understand that He has made an economy that is so magnificent, okay, so amazing. But that's also, that's why I'm going to be referring to you. I'm going to make it more clear in the next presentation, because it's hard to read here, but the FD Peeps, I'm going to be calling you out my FD Peeps, because in that, you're a functionary. Functionary is like an official from a country. So you're from official from the realm of the kingdom of the Ruach. You are one of the officials here. And you're Davarian, that means you hold on to the administration of that economy. Davarian means you hold on to the word. And therefore, you automatically there, you do all these things you do without even thinking. You are a procreationeer, you do the procreationeering, empowering, energizing, powerhouse scientist. Because you are intimately aware of all the processes that are taking place. And when you're a scientist, means you know the processes that were going on. And so you are a real scientist that, okay, now let me see this part here. Let me just explain it here. Energizing power scientist. Now let me see this part here. Okay, of the RUACs. And the RUAC stands for two things here. Respirations, universe, auspiciously creating Homo sapiens. That means wise people, wise men and women. Okay, the respirations universe auspiciously, successfully creating, that's filling up and fattening up Homo sapiens, people that have wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. With the respirations universal, then I put this word here, universal abracadabra, completing Highlanders. That's why I have this guy here. Highlanders is a person that, like a ruler, you know, that has everything already, you know, has everything under control. Completing is for the word for salvation. Now you can complete the world because you make them, you give them access to all the processes that they're engaged in. So they're not lost in just the 14 pounds of food and liquids that they're processing, but they are aware of all that they're processing. And then you take them into having peace in the Mahashava world. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, he whose mind is stayed on thee. So you're able to do all of that. So, but the reason why I say, because the word I'm going to focus on is abracadabra. Abracadabra is a word that means I create as I speak. I create as I speak. So when you kind of do those things in this world of the afar, that's, you say, oh, magic. Oh, man, that's magic. That's a magician. When he says hocus pocus, you know, Shazam, boom, and then something happens. Something appears out of thin air. They say, whoa, you know. But the thing is, in the Ruach, you know, everything that we're saying, when we're talking about, if I'm talking to you, like I've been talking to you all this time, I'm talking to you right now about how things operate in the Ruach, in the economy of the air. So when I'm telling you that there's 22,000 pounds of airs that are circulating, that is happening. So as I'm speaking, I'm telling you the truth, and I'm making it happen because I'm working for you, Tevavi. As I'm speaking that fact, I am making it happen. Making it happen. So the speech and the action are united. They're not separated. So as I speak, the action is taking place, and so the act, the activation, the act itself, all of that is one, all in circulation. So that's the process of the Ruach. Now we get to speak in that manner. As I speak, as I create as I speak. And the words I create means I fill and I fatten as I speak. And to fill and fatness means as I speak, what do I do? I'm sending out air. And that air is filling up life for the plants. It's filling up is to fatten or to create. It's creating life in the plants. It's creating life in other species as I share around with all the other species. So every time I speak, I'm creating because I'm sending the energies, I'm sending it to all the other species that are going to breathe in. So you understand? So it's the majestic thing about the Ruach that as I create as I speak, I filled up as I speak, I fatten the world as I speak. That is happening 24/7 as a common occurrence in the Ruach. It's not like a miracle, it's just a common occurrence. So in the Ruach, the abracadabra is a common occurrence. But in the world of the Afar, the word and its actions, or the thing made by the word, are always separated. So that's why you create this world of, you have the idea that you're isolated and you're separation. You have the idea of divisions and all that, because the whole world of the Afar is to be able to see the words separated from their actions, or separated from the things that they have made. So you get to experience for the first time, if you leave the Ruach, that there's an economy where actual, you make a house, but then you're going to just keep the word of the house, but the house is going to be someplace else. It's not going to be coming out of you, as you speak. It's not going to be coming. But everything in the Ruach is about sending out the air. And this air does things in this body, in the living city inside of our body. It keeps the activity of the cities, of the living biopolis of each one of our cells, or all the work that the proteins do there. So everything that I speak of what is happening, all the traffic that is taking place in the Ruach, I'm referring to all the things that are happening in the living biopolises, and as I speak, they are taking place. They are not being something that is going to happen later on. They're happening in the here and now. So speaking for Yud-Heh-Vav is the greatest thing, because you create and you fill up the world as you speak. And as you speak, what you're saying is already taking place in what you're saying, and it's taking place inside of you. So everything, your whole existence is a witness that everything is alive in you. Okay, that you're nothing but this ball of constant energy, and you're speaking. So that's the beautiful thing of talking about the thing. So abracadabra, which means I create as I speak, is constantly happening in the Ruach. It's nothing magical there, but in the world of the ruins, or the world of the Afar, this idea of the abracadabra becomes something abnormal. Okay? Because in this world, you are treated as an entombing, like an entombing employee. All right, so that means that you are taking the things in this world, in the world of the Afar, you're taking all the names of the things that are found in the Ruach, and you're naming them in things found that are made out of the dust, and these things are not going to be able to procreate themselves. So you are burying the names of all the living things that are found in the living economy of the Ruach, and you're burying in the dead economy of the necropolises, and that's what you do in this world. And you are an entombing employee, or an employer. And the word employee has to do with you are being used. So you're treated the best. People in the world, they think if I have an employment or if I'm an employer, I'm being blessed. But that's the word user. But with God, God in Psalm 82 is addressing you as Elohims, as empowering energizers. When they address you, when God addresses you as an empowering energizers, you don't feel like you're being used. You don't feel like, the word used, you feel like you're being used, and eventually you end up feeling like you're being abused. That's all happens in the power. But when God addresses you as powers and energizers, all of that, you feel like, man, I'm empowering the world. I'm giving life to the world. In the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, just because I'm made in His image, I'm capable to see Him deliver this on me. I'm able to see His witness and be His witness in the here and now, as He does all this constantly lavishing of energies. That's why I'm a cell. I'm a constant, colossal energy lavishing lover. In the here and now, but I am enjoying the whole Ruach, and everything that I do is just to empower the world. Everything I do is just to keep things alive, to keep every person encouraged, to bring them back to the awareness of who they are. So the whole idea is when you open your eyes and you stop seeing that you are not an that you were not made to be an entombing employer, but actually an empowering energizer, then the whole scenario changes. Because then your whole eyes are open to a new horizon, to a new way of looking life, and to enjoying your Hevave in the here and now. And that's the whole idea. So remember, abracadabra, which means I create as I speak, is constantly happening in the Ruach. Okay? But it's a very seldom, rare thing that happens in the ruins, in the world of the Afar. Because in the world of the Afar, we're taking all the names. Where is the resurrections taking place in the world of the Ruach? The resurrections is the main key functionality of the world of the Ruach. Resurrection means to resuscitate, to keep life, to keep something alive that cannot give life to itself, to bring life to something that cannot bring life to itself if it's not aware for something outside of itself. So whenever the oxygen comes, whenever the air comes with oxygen, it brings life to the body of flesh, because the body of flesh cannot create the oxygen, only the plant world does. And with that entrance of the oxygen, the whole body comes to life, and then the body is able to share other gases, carbon and other gases, and able to mix with them and send them out, and is kept alive to do that process, and able to charge the air again with electricity. But so the number one process of resurrection is happening every time I breathe. I'm being resuscitated. I'm being brought to life. So when I speak for the Ruach and I say resurrection, that is happening the moment I had to breathe in to stay with that word. That's resurrection took place. Every time I'm breathing in, that's resurrection is taking place. So that's the relevant resurrection. In the world of the Ruach, everything is constant. Everything is everlasting. Everything is perpetual. But in the world of the Afar, what you do is you take the word resurrection and you bury it in something that is not delivering resurrection daily. It delivers it every now and then. Like, for example, in the narrative of the Christian narrative of the Greco-Roman world, the word resurrection that is used in the Greco narrative of the Christianity, that word resurrection only worked for the author. Okay, he resurrected from the dead, and he says that he's going to resurrect you in the last day when he comes back again. So that resurrection doesn't work 24/7 like the one that works in the Ruach. But the one that works in the Ruach is the relevant resurrection, because that's the one that's keeping us alive 24/7. So you see, because you go to the Afar, what you do is to take the words of the living of resurrection, which means to keep something alive 24/7, because that's the meaning of resurrection in the Ruach, to keep something alive and animated 24/7 that cannot have any ability to do that on its own. So that's resurrection. That's the real meaning there. But you take that word that means the number one activity for life in the Ruach, and you make it do nothing. You make it only work for somebody that says he got it, that says, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me shall never die. He said that he rose for himself. He took all the thing, leave you here to die on your own. Because if I'm going to rise, I'm going to have everlasting life, I will never leave this world. I will just go and confess to everybody, you thought you killed me? Well, ha, 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 I am here. Try to kill me now. I am immortal. Because that's what you do. If you really have what they call resurrection, you prove it that way. Because that's the idea of the resurrection. You become immortal. You don't die. So now you die. That's what you do. That's what I would do. If I had the real resurrection that Christianity claims to offer, why would you go someplace else? It doesn't make any sense. You love your friends and love everybody that believes. You let them die for you, and you are alive. You suffer 3 days here. I don't care. That's no suffering to me. You come 3 days and you suffer 3 days. What kind of a deal? I'm going to suffer 3 days, and then I'm going to go for thousands of years in heaven and enjoy status of being king. Everybody's worshiping me. I'm suffering there at all. I'm not doing anything. I'm just enjoying a life of perpetuity. And all my followers are dying left or right, believing in my name. What a way to go. But that's what happens because you are not listening to Yud Hevave in Psalm 82. That is dressing you as empowering energizers in the here and now, to be perfect conduits of his presence in the here and now. Everything in the Torah is for the here and now, for the economy of the Ruach. But that's what happens. You take the word resurrection and you become the tomb, you become the graveyard for it yourself. Because all people that confess Christianity and they talk about the resurrection, you are the tomb, you are the graveyard of that word. Because you say the word resurrection, but you cannot make it function. You cannot make something come to life. You cannot, even when you die, you cannot make yourself come to life. So you carry the word resurrection, and in you have entombed it. You have buried it. Because God says the wicked those that do not function for the Ruach, they shall be converted into graves, into Sheol, which is translated to hell, or into graves, the entombing business, the business of entombing, of burying things. And that's what happens. So where do we have the work of transfiguration that is taking place in the Ruach? 24/7 transfiguration in the Ruach. Where does the body lights up? Just light. It's pure light. And it's pure of energy and pure light. And it communicates with Moses and Elijah, because Moses is the giver of the Torah, the giver of the manual, of the solutions, right? The Red Sea, the book solutions, the papyrus solutions. Okay, so he is the author of the papyrus solutions, the Red Sea. And so when Jesus is supposed to have been transfigured, he was able to transfigure himself so he can communicate with the manual of the Torah, because the writer Moses is the man, and with Elijah, which Elijah means, El means power, and Jah means Yud He Vav. So Yud He Vav is power. That's what his name means. So to be able to communicate with the process of respiration's power, and to be able to communicate with the manual of the Ruach, Jesus converted himself into transfiguration, into a body of light. It's full of light, of energy. So where are we having the body of light and full of energy that's taking place in the here and now in the realm of the Ruach? That is happening in the 86 billion neurons that are inside of our nerves, inside of our brains, and the 86 billion neurons inside of us, they're lighting up. Every time we speak, every time we have to use a word, every time we have to think, every time we desire something, everything that has to do with every breath, and each one of those neurons has 2,000 mitochondria. That's 2,000 power plants. That means it's a body of only energy, and they're working 24/7 non-stop. That's your transfiguration body that communicates that in order to understand solutions and in order to understand the power that comes from respirations, it's always working 24/7. And that is the real transfiguration that matters and that is relevant and is keeping us alive for the here and now. So what happened with Christianity? They take that word transfiguration, which is essential for all of us to stay alive in the here and now, and they bury it in one simple story that happened to Jesus. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen again to any one of us. But the transfiguration is very essential to have body of light that communicates, with manuals and communicates with the powers of the respiration, because that's the meaning of Elijah and the meaning of Moses. Okay? So that's why Christianity, to me, is nothing but a billboard. It tells you the things that are happening inside of us 24/7. But a billboard cannot deliver the activity. It cannot deliver the functionality. A billboard can only tell you what a transfiguration is supposed to look like. It's supposed to be a body of light that communicates with the manuals of the Ruach and communicate and understands the power of the respirations. Okay? So that's what a body of light is supposed to do. So it announces that. So voila, where do you find it? Inside of you. Your neuron is alive 24/7 to do that. So your neuron says, thank you for announcing me. Thanks, Christianity, for being a good billboard. Because it's a good billboard. Very expensive. Took a lot of souls, to keep it going. In the back of a lot of souls, there's a billboard has been going on. Just announces all these things that are happening 24/7 inside of us. So that's how I look at Christianity. It's the most fancy billboard ever created. It has taken 2.4 billion believers right now to announce all the things that are happening inside of us 24/7. And they don't even know. It's happening inside of them too. But they believe that is the functional transfiguration that counts. That's just a billboard. We need transfigurations to communicate with manuals and communicate with the processes of respiration. So that is done by the body of neurons, cells that we have. 86 billion. And think about that. The number 86, you know what's the numerical value for 86? 86 is the numerical value of Elohim. 86 is the numerical value of Elohim, which means God or powers or energies. So there's no coincidence that is the transfiguration body. 86 billion neurons And 86 is the numerical value of Elohim or God or energies or powers. You understand? So you see, you see where the real transfiguration is taking place? All right, so the RUACH, the economy of the Torah of the RUACH, will tell you these things. So as I'm speaking this, I am creating as I speak, because I'm showing you what is happening. Even in saying all these things to you, all my neurons are lit up. All this transfiguration is happening right now inside of me. If you can only see that the fiber optics of my brain is all these neurons, all this light flashing to make sure that all these thoughts are conveyed to you. You understand? If you're not aware for the real transfiguration body of the neuron, body that could not communicate, none of us could talk to each other. You could understand or put thoughts and concepts together. So that's the real transfiguration. Okay, so we have all these things. So the resurrection is the number one activity of keeping the flesh alive, which is happening 24/7 in the RUACH. But in Christianity, it's only a billboard, only announcing what we have 24/7. Because so everything in the billboard is dysfunctional. So do not expect a billboard to deliver, because a billboard cannot deliver. It can only announce where you can see the main feature, where it's played. Like I see a lot of billboards for Black Adam, the movie Black Adam, but the billboard is not going to show you the movie. It's just going to announce where it's played. And so that's how it is. But all the other religions that point you to some miracle, all these things are taking place in all your biopolises. 24/7, you just got to go and study how you're put together, my friends. And you'll see that all these things are happening in the here and now. And therefore, nobody will fool you or take away from you who you are in the here and now and how magnificent God has made you. You understand what I'm saying? So that's my whole idea. So the abracadabrian world in which all this so-called magic is happening, which is a normal everyday occurrence, as in the RUACH. Okay? And that's what we need to understand. So at the end of the day, that's going to be my way I'm going to refer to you. My FD Peeps, or my Functionary Davarian. I'm not going to, from time to time I will spell the whole thing, but Peeps will stand for that. Procreationeries, empowering, energizing, powerhouse, scientists. Because you have the knowledge and you have intimacy. The intimacy that is not disrupted. You're able to provide for Yud Hebabe his everlasting service that never suffers any disruption, that has never suffered a blackout. Okay, so you can march high and tall for him, because that's whom we brag all the day long. That's who I'm bragging all the day long. Nobody's going to stop me from bragging about him now. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's what we come. So we have this, we are the completers. So we're going to be going on more as we go during the week. But thank you for your time and spending time with me right now. Let me see who we have here. All right, let me get you guys on board here. All right, so okay, Brian Wanta made it today. It's so good to have you, man. All right, let me see. So I saw that. Okay, Rosa is here. All right, let's report. I'm here. Rosa is here, and Brianna is here. I see that you guys got it here, but let me see. I'm at the end here now. Okay, Brian reporting I'm here. Rosa reporting I'm here. All right. Is Andy here? Andy here. All right. And I think that we'll hope that I know that she's working, so she might have a hard time to join us, But yeah, Brianna is there too. Okay. Four of you. All right. Now, because of Black Friday and all these things, I had to buy a lot of things, and so I don't have that much extra money. So it's gonna have to be only 3 prices of $50, okay? Because you have to prepare all these gifts that you have to give. So I had to buy some things during Black Friday to get them on a cheap price. But I have enough to give 3 $50 prices for today, so no problem. All right, so we're gonna work on that. Okay, now. My fellow Davarians, okay, that's for FD, all right, which I now call you Functionaries Davarian, because you're officially, the ambassadors of the RUACH. You're understanding the abracadabrian economy, that, of what happens, okay? All right, now, let me ask you a few questions here now. The first question is, So, what is the title that I'm going to be calling you? You know, for $50. It's two words, okay? The first word has 2 letters. The second word, yeah, okay, somebody said, okay. Okay, I think Andy. Okay, let me see here. Okay. Peeps. Okay, got Peeps there. Okay, all right. Let me see where it's starting here because a lot of people are saying something. Okay, Rosa says power. Okay, Rosa says power. Well, that wasn't. Peeps is better. So Andy after that, Andy said, after Rosa said power, Andy said Peeps. Okay, that's close enough. And then after Andy, Peeps. Anybody else? Power energizers. Okay. FD. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, so Andy, okay, Andy, you spread it into 2, but FD Peeps. Okay, so he said Peeps first, and then he said FD afterwards. So yeah, FD Peeps, my fellow Davarian Peeps, or my functionary Davarian Peeps. And I will explain more as we go what Peeps will stand for, okay? I'm not going to ask any question on that. So Andy, you got $50. We got Andy $50 for FD Peeps. Even though he said them separate, but he said them nonetheless first. So $50 for Andy. All right. Andy, okay. Okay. Now, for the next question. All right. Okay. So yeah, the Brian said at the end, but yeah. But Andy said between the 2 of them, but he said it first, both words. So, okay. So, Andy, you're out for now. Let everybody else participate. Now, my question now is, what does abracadabra mean? What does abracadabra mean? Abracadabra. What does it mean? If somebody was paying attention. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Okay. Hey! I create as I speak. Very good. Brianna, she got it. Okay, Brianna got that one. All right. Abracadabra. I create as I speak. Very good. Very good. So Brianna, you got 50. Now Brianna, don't get too excited and start getting in again. So Brianna and Andy are out. You guys want some money. $50 each. And now for the last one, okay, doing as I speak, okay? All right. Doing as I speak, that's also this activity of intimacy, which is good, but I create as I speak is the closest the definition that I provided. But you're doing it as you speak, which is the intimacy of the RUACH, okay? In the RUACH we have that. We have everlasting life, no blackouts in the RUACH. Service is always available. All right, now, for my next question, in which of these economies are we always, okay, I'm going to give you the 2 economies first. There's the economy of the RUACH, and there's the economy of the ruins, okay? Now, these are the 2 things. The question has to do with this. The economy of the ruins and the economy of the RUACH. In which of these 2 economies, I mean, in the economy of the RUACH or the economy of the ruins, in which of these 2 economies you are always and constantly being an empowering energizer? In which of those 2 economies are you always an empowering energizer? Okay. Oh, RUACH. Okay. All right. That's correct. Brian, yeah, you said it. Okay, let's see. Yeah. So Brian said RUACH. That's correct. Yeah, so in the RUACH, you're always an empowering energizer because you're 24/7, you're breathing in and out, and you're recharging the air, and the air takes powers. Okay, so that one you're 24/7, and because you have always the energy that comes from the Ruach, you're able to work in the ruins, and the ruins get to benefit, out of you. You're the side effect. Yeah, they live out of the side effect, out of the fact that you can produce air. Then they get to live and they get to exist. The Ruach only depends on all of us that are the empowering energizers in the Ruach. The ruins cannot exist at all. All right, so congratulations, Brian. All right, you got that. All right, and and for trying hard, Rosa, I'm gonna give you $20. Okay, so Rosa's gonna get $20 for trying hard. All right, so everybody wins something. So Brian got $50. So Andy, $50, congratulations. Brianna, $50, congratulations. Brian, $50, congratulations. And $20 to Rosa, congratulations. So all of you are winners. All of you are empowering energizers. My FD peeps, hang tight, my friends. Don't let any narrative or any stream media crap bring you down, man. We're on top of the world, you know what I'm saying? We're running things down, because we are the best conduits, the perfect conduits for the Elohim, for the God of all creation. And so let nobody tell you otherwise. We can stand tall in his name. So let's brag about him right now. Let me finish with a song here. In God we boast all the day long, and we praise his name forever. Right? In God we boast all the day long. Let's do that for a change here. Let me see. All right. Let me take this down. All right. Let me take this down. Let's see here. All right. I'll take this down. All right. And now let me see if I can remove this as well. Let me just take out all the different things that we have here. Take this out, and let me take the other one out. Breath, and take this one out, and I'm going to take this one out. And here we go. Psalms 44 verse 8. Okay, remember that? So that's what you need to understand. We have plenty to brag about. We're in the Ruach. We are creating as we speak. We're speaking of the things that are keeping the world alive, and we ain't lying. And we are pronouncing the name of Yud-Heh-Vav with every breath that we take. So at the end of the day, in Psalms 44:8, it says, in Elohim, in powers, in energies, we boast, and we brag all the day long, and praise thy name, the Aleph Bet, the powerhouse of Yud-Heh-Vav. That means the process of respiration activation, fusion activations, all right? Let me see if I can have any voice left for this one, because it's kind of high pitch. I have love when I am around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have love. Make sure I'm playing. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I want to make sure here. I have love when I'm around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have love 'cause I have found you, and in you all may praise. I'm in love, so in love. let's go ride that donkey, that hamor. Okay, let's go ride it. Let's go down here. Let me see. Let me put it on. All right.
Amor, amor, nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos. Nació del alma.
¡Ay, la donkey!
Sentir que tus besos saltaron en mí, igual que palomas mensajeras de luz. Saber que mis besos se quedaron en ti, haciendo en tus labios la señal de la cruz. Amor, 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 nació de ti, nació de mí, de la esperanza. Amor, 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 nació de Dios para los dos, nació del alma. ¡Oh!
I come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, cause that's what Word Tech Trick, Davarian is the only bed we're connected. Word Tech Trick, Davarian in the powerhouse, we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. Cause in the truth, there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the powerhouse, which is waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up. Cause that's what Word Tech Trick, Davarian in the other bed, we're connected. Word Tech Trick, Davarian to no one else, I'm genuflecting. Word Tech Trick, Davarian to the powerhouse, I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, cause you will find in there the powerhouse, not scared, you won't be silenced. Nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, cause the COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. Red Sea Party, Red Sea Party. You make of all leaders that guide the nations, making stores that lead us in our imaginations and our confessions. Your hidden mystery I see. In plain sight you have done it all. Within you are the best Lord. All the workings showing sway elusive. His splendid all. And your Bilvado is done at all in silence. His eye can guide us. Listen and do this. This was deadly stellar. This was deadly stellar. Now comes to vanquish all. Vanquish all. Vanquish Habakkuk 2:14. For the earth will be as full of the knowledge of Adonai's glory as water covering the sea. Here comes the name of Adonai from afar, his anger burning in vaporizing smoke. His lips are full to the brim with fury, his tongue a consuming fire. His breath is like an overflowing stream that rises high to squish up all of their necks, to sift the nations with a sieve of vanity, and put a bright hole in the people's mouths to lead them astray. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 He repays according to their deeds. Fury to his foes, reprisal to his enemies. To the coastlands he will repay their due. In the west they will fear the name of Adonai, and likewise in the east his glory. For he will come like a pent-up stream, impelled by the Spirit of Adonai. Then a Redeemer will come to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn from rebellion. So says Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 Echad Echad Echad. For then I will change the people so that they will have your lips to call on the name of Adonai, all of them, and serve him with one accord. And he shall judge many peoples, rebuking strong nations of old. The skill to destroy will be instead peaceful joy. They won't teach war anymore. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. The name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside all of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside all of us. The olive, the bed. The Father's come down from above. His name that's so strong. The powerhouse of every soul. The olive bedrooms inside all of us. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. 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 Echad, Echad, Echad Bar, Echad, Echad. It is found in Psalm 103, verse 19. It says, the Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over all. Let's see. Oh, the Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over all. For the Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over When I see the way that God brings the sun into the night, when I see turn the darkness into day, there's a thing that comes to me that can make me say, 'cause I'm on the way. When it's part of my rebellion, I see God awaits for me. When I see He turn my will to what He says, His way I come to see, down within my heart, that I'm on the way. There is more than just believing in the light today, for the Lord has made me free and set me on His way. And I pray the word of God all across this very land, so it's the truth that across this whole wide world. And beyond the personal mountains I will go someday, but for now the Lord will save the chosen of His way. And the glorious days I know, for the word of my Torah, I will bring exile ones back home. I will bring exile ones back home. I will bring exile ones back home. All right. Came out good. I did not make a mistake. Thanks, Hashem, because I just made a lot of changes today. Now let's see the second, the one in the bottom here. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. I'm working hard to bring the olive bread back home. I'm working hard to bring the olive bread back home. I'm working hard to bring the olive bread back home. I'm working hard to bring the olive bread. Oh, let's return and bring the olive bread back home. Oh, let's return and bring the olive bread back home. Oh, let's return and bring the olive bread back home. Oh, let's return and bring the olive bread to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. I'm bringing God right back down to the here and now. I'm bringing God right back down to the here and now. I'm bringing God right back down to the here and now. I'm bringing God right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Woo! All right. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me what you can do with it. me? Okay, let me see. All right, are we in business? All right, let's see here. Okay, let me see. All right, can you hear me, Brianna? You made it? Okay, good. All right, all right. All right. Let me see here. All right. I'm going to share this first to the group. All right. Okay, I'm going to share it on my timeline as well. Let me check that. All right. Okay. Now that I share it there, let me get back to the business here. All right, man. I guess you're gonna be the only one today. Everybody else is preparing the Thanksgiving turkey, something, right? For tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see as it goes. Well, I want to start with a song since it's Thanksgiving that we're celebrating tomorrow. There's a lot of things to be thankful for, you know, even though a lot of things are happening to my family. My Shami had a relapse, had to go to the hospital, as you know, and he was there was something. And so as of yesterday, he got back home. So I have good news there with him. So he's back home. Wow, you're working on Thanksgiving? My goodness. All right, I hope they're paying you double time. Rosa, it's good to see you too. All right. So that's what I was saying, you know. So we're in interesting times right now. And it gives me a great pleasure to to be here doing this program tonight after all the things that we're going through. But the Lord House is still around, and we're going to praise His name. All right, yeah, that's good news. Yeah, he's doing way better now. He's staying home, and the mother took this whole week off, so the mother's there to watch him. So like he was supposed to. So everybody's home and. Oh wow, okay, that's good. They better compensate you good if you're gonna work on holidays, That's good to see that. But let me see if I can put a song here for us to sing. See if I can remember here. Let me put this up, and then I'm gonna put the other one. All right. Psalm. Psalm 118 verses 1 and 2 says, "Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good, because His mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good, because His mercy endureth forever. better here because I've done this a couple of times in different ways. Let me see, it shows here. No, it's not done this one. So, okay. Yeah, you're just going to have to do it with the way it is there. Let me just do it here. But let me get closer. All right. All right, let's do it from the beginning. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good, because His mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good, because His mercy endureth forever. Let Israel now say that His mercy. Let Israel now say that His mercy. Let Israel now say that His mercy endureth forever. Endureth forever. Endureth forever. Endureth forever. Psalm 117. Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations. Praise Him, all ye people. For His merciful kindness is great to us, and the truth of the Lord endureth forever. Praise ye the Lord. Again, oh, praise the Lord. Oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations. Praise Him, all ye people. For His merciful kindness is great to us, and the truth of the Lord good to see you here, my people. All right, let's see. Let me put this out for a minute here, and let me put this other one out. Let's see how we're doing here. So we have Rosa, you're here, and let's see. Brianna is here. See, somebody else is watching there. Anybody else come in and say hello? Don't be shy. All right, see 3 viewers, but only 2 of you have shown up already. All right, but it's good to see you. So happy Thanksgiving for tomorrow to all of you that are coming in today. And so I'm going to have it off tomorrow, so I'm going to go spend it with my son tomorrow because he got home, just last night he got home. And so today I'm going to be talking later on to see how he's doing, so I'm going to go see him tomorrow. So I see Brian. All right, greetings from Austin. Hey, okay. You're in Austin, Texas, Brian? Oh, wow. Okay, that's great. All right. That is cool. All right, so that's very good. All right, so it's good to have you here, you guys. So today, as you can see, the title, I'm just going to go a little bit over what happens to 2006. The picture that you see here, let me put it on the screen. Yeah, he forgot to take us. Yeah, let me put the picture here on the screen for a second. All right, let me see. All right, put the heater on. Getting my back is getting cold. It's cold in this room here, so I can put the heater in the back. I put it on. All right, now let me see. Let me bring the picture up for what we're going to be talking about today. All right. So as you can see in this picture here, that it gets close by there. It looks kind of interesting because it's called, because I wanted to think of the title from Frozen Sparks, like this here, from Frozen Sparks to Firing Sparks, okay? So this city is like, I put it upside down, this city here is like a, let me see if I can turn it around here so you can see what I'm talking about. So you can see how it looks upside down. Let me see. Okay, you see like that? Like that, that's the city of Sparks, Nevada. That's Sparks, Nevada. So I was there in 2016. I went and I spent the whole year I spent there with my friend Jimmy Toledo. He wanted me to come out to his house and spend the whole year, doing a little spiritual journey and soul searching journey that he was going through. And that's the year that I started studying the Torah in the Hebrew language. So that was the year that I started studying the Torah in the Hebrew language in 2016. And I was in Sparks, Nevada, Sparks, and so if you think of the word sparks, that's the lights being sent out, the burst of light. And Nevada just means frozen in Spanish. Nevada is just a frozen place. And so it was in that year that I started learning. And I started learning the Hebrew from a guy that is not even Jewish. He's a guy that goes to a Lutheran church. It's called, I believe his name is Jeff Banner. He's a Lutheran guy, and he was teaching the ancient Paleolithic Hebrew. The one with the picture of the hand. The ones that I show you you can see in the back there. You can see there's the, like on top, the valve on top. You can see that's like a little peg, for the hay. You see the little guy with his hands. This is the ancient Hebrew. So he was teaching and he was teaching that there's a meaning behind. As a matter of fact, this thing that I have in the back, I got it from him. There's a meaning behind this thing, but in spite of that, I learned a lot from him, and I learned how to start reading each letter of the alphabet and getting to the core of the message. But in spite of that, he had been doing that for years, but still, he's insisted that that the Messiah, appointed in the scriptures, it was the one from Christianity. So he was still frozen, So I call it the alphabet. He was learning the alphabet, but he was frozen in Christianity because Christianity does not teach you the alphabet as a powerhouse. It's a house of powers. When you are teaching the alphabet as a house of powers, then you're teaching that God runs a utility company of all the energies that are in the world. You know, you have the solar energies, the wind energies, the hydraulic energies that come from the waters, and all the voltaic energy that comes from all the chemical interactions within our bodies. So God is in charge of all the energies that are taking care, that are operating the world in the here and now. But I did not learn that from him. I just learned how to connect some words here and there, and it helped me at the beginning. But then I had to go into myself, deep into the Torah, so that I got to go from frozen sparks, because he wasn't showing me the powerhouse, into the firing sparks, the living sparks that, you know, that have me where I'm at right now. So that's how he started. So that's 2016. I started with this guy named Jeff Banner, who taught me, you know, a Lutheran guy who taught me the meaning behind each letter, and that's how got me going first. So after that, I went on my own, you know, looking to the Torah myself and understanding and spending time with each letter and so forth, and coming to understanding that I have shared with you now, that the God of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, you know, is the God of the here and now, and he's ruling all the energies that are taking place in the here and now, you know, in the air, in the lights of the sun, and everything that is happening in the here and now. He is the one that has set up, you know, the system of the respiration, you know, which I explained before. And so you have to go back to all the other things that I said in the past to understand, because I cannot be explaining everything over and over again. So that's the city of sparks. As you can see, it's like being photographed there by a lake, and so you see the reflection of the lights down there. So this is what I chose today to share with you, and that's why I put it in here. But let me put it back where the words can be read. So I had to turn it upside down and make it look like the sparks. Sparks are coming out, and that's why I chose this thing. But that's the city of Sparks, Nevada. You know, so that's the year that I started. I started from a guy that was still caught up in Christianity and is still up to this hour. You know, because I know what happens with people is you have a circle of friends and you want to be approved by your circle of friends. You have people that support you, and it's hard for you to just, you know, even if you understand things, it's hard for you to just get away if you're going to lose your support. Because this guy depends on the work that he does, depends on selling the things, and depends on the people that support him. But in my case, I don't do ministry that way. I do ministry because I love it. Because I want to get to the truth of the matter. You understand? So I'm not afraid to offend anybody during my teaching time. Even though I know I'm still learning as I go, but if I see the truth, I'll say it as it goes. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, because after all, nobody is paying me but Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh alone, who provides me my secular job, who provides me everything that I do, and who provides everything that I have, so I don't need to depend on anybody. So when you're in that situation, my friend, you don't have to be, you know, walking on eggshells, because nobody's supporting you for the ministry that you do. You understand? But a lot of people that are found in Christianity, leaders, a lot of that, you have people that you have to please. You have your congregation, you have to make sure you don't offend them, because you don't want to lose them, because there goes your tithe, there goes your support. So everybody walks carefully in eggshells. I have freedom from that. You understand? So I can study the Torah to get to the nitty-gritty, and I can regularly upgrade my understanding if I see that something doesn't line up with it. You got to grow every day. That's the whole idea of Torah. You got to elevate yourself until you ascend, you know, to the understanding of your Maker in the RUACH and all that He's doing. But if you are caught up in some religion, especially as a leader that you receive support from, you know, from the people in your congregation, then you got to be careful that the things that you say. And so you compromise a message. That's what happened. Because everybody is really very, very few people that will tell you the truth. Because most people depend on the people that are watching their channel. So after you have a little channel going and you see a certain group of people are attracted to the message that you have, then you stick to that message because you want to still build your audience. You're not going to say anything to blow their minds and lose their whole audience. I don't have to worry about that, you know, because I'm not interested in building an audience. I'm interested in getting to the nitty-gritty of the truth for the here and now, and enjoying my Maker in the here and now. So I will say things as I learn and as I go. I mean, this has been a whole learning process. If you can see, I have put my whole life out there. You know, I've been uploading YouTube from the time I was in Christianity. I was uploading everything. My experience of Christianity is in the channel there. You know, Sadcast in YouTube. It's all the stuff that I did through my understanding to Christianity. And now that I have raised, but everything that my life, all the things is there as I progress. But I was being honest. In all the things that I was doing, I was never getting paid for any ministry. I had led music. I have been a choir director. I have been a preacher. I have been a teacher. I never asked for money. I never asked nobody to pay me any money, even when I was in Christianity. Now, one thing I did in Christianity, I never tithed in Christianity because I had studied the Bible, and I realized that tithing was not for the church. Tithing was something that was for the Old Testament. It was for the whole people of Israel. It was a means of, taking care of the leaders of Israel. So I understood that. So what I did in every church that I went to, I offer all of my talents. If I could do a bulletin, if I could do my graphics for them, if I could lead the choir, if I could help him with music, all my talents were at their disposal. That's what I did. I put my life at the disposal of the churches that I got, but I did not tithe. I believe in giving offerings or giving it to people that need help, because I studied that in scriptures and I wasn't tithing. But I was giving all of my talents away, to all the ministries that I went to do. So, and from time to time I would just give offerings, but tithing was not my thing. Okay. So I'd rather give it to other people that needed the money rather than, because I realized that was just something that the church hung on to. They said, the law is bad and everything, but hey, let's cling to the tithing, So I saw a big hypocrisy with that. So I wasn't playing that game. But those are the things that I had learned. But you see that my whole life is there in the internet, in YouTube. I have put all kinds of stuff that I have learned in the process. So everything is there to be scrutinized. So I have done all of that because during the process, I've been growing, as I understand. And I read the Bible every day, and now, hours on end, I'm always meditating on it. But as I have gone, every time that I saw something that I done that cleared things for me, I will share it. Because, the thing is, once you upgrade, like when you have, when you used to have an iPhone 6, and then you get an upgrade, of the iPhone 13 or something, you're not going to go back to the iPhone 6, right? Because you have the latest upgrade. That's how it is when you study the scriptures. You get more and more understanding, more Hakma Binada, more wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And once you get more understanding, once your eyes are open more, you're not going to go back to your narrow view of things, because it doesn't help you anymore. You have upgraded the Torah. The Torah has been upgrading your soul. That's what happens, But a lot of people cannot study Torah that way because, like I told you, they have to please their audience. So if they learn something new, my audience is not ready for this growth. So a lot of them, the growth is stifled and they're not allowed to grow because the leader is afraid to open up their mouth and say and talk from the growth in which God has them. But that's not something that I ever have to worry about because I don't depend on people supporting me. I always have depending on Hashem supporting me, providing everything for me. And thank goodness that has been my freedom. You understand? That has kept me from not compromising what I have to say. I say what I understand and what I see the very same day that I see it. And if that goes contrary to what I said a few months ago, I don't care. I'm looking at it from the perspective that God wants me to look at that moment, and so I go forth. That's how I look at it. And so that's why I have the freedom of growth. The whole idea is that you are able to grow. Because we don't know anything. We come here, and we're going to be taught. We're going to be ever learning students. A student never stops learning. When you're in Torah is always teaching you something every day. So something that you knew a year ago, you know it about 10 times better now. You're an honest student of the Torah. You know how to explain it 10 times better now than you did before. You had a very narrow view of it. Now you have a very wide understanding. You can explain it from different perspectives, and that's the whole idea of growing in the Torah. So, but basically, I just wanted to share to you a little bit of how this started. So I think that I'm going from sparks, from frozen sparks, to what I call, from firing sparks. And I want to share this part in the bottom here. Now it says, let me see if I can see here. Okay, here goes the arrow. From frozen sparks, and sparks stands for scientists providing auspicious respiration knowledge sources. Because the word scientist is the word for das, D-A-A-S, which in Hebrew means knowledge. Like the tree of knowledge, okay? The tree of knowledge means the tree of das, or the tree of Yada, of knowing, okay? That relates to knowledge. So the tree of getting into the intimacy of how something is made from A to C. When you know something from A to C, you can make it. when you know the word car from A to C, you can make cars. When you know the word house from A to C, that means you know all the meanings of definition, you can make houses. When you know the word building from A to C, you can build buildings. That's the whole idea in the Bible, is that when you know something from A to C, you're intimate. You have intimacy, and when you have intimacy, you're able to conceive and bring something new into this world. So that's why it says when Adam knew, when Adam das, Eve, then she conceived and she bare a son. That whole idea is we become intimate. When you have knowledge from A to C, you're intimately aware of a word, not just as a mouth sounding word, because as an echo chamber, all the customers in the world, all the consumers in the world are echo chambers because they know how to say words. But from when it comes to making those words become a reality, very few do, because very few are the experts, okay? Everybody can say the word car, but very few can make a car. So the one that can make a car has learned the heart, has put all the lessons together, because the word heart, by the way, heart means Lamed and Beth, the two letters. Lamed, which means lessons for learnings, and Beth, which means blueprints or houses. So the lesson, the house of learning, that's what the heart is, a house of learning, or the lessons compartment. So when you know something, the Bible talks about the righteous, rejoice in their heart, but the mouth of the foolish. So if you read the Proverbs, I was reading that today about the Proverbs. It talks about the righteous do everything from the heart, but the foolish do everything with their mouth. And then I understood what it means, because the word heart means the lamed, which means are the instructions or the lessons and the learning, and the beth, which is the box or the compartment or the house. So it's the house of learning, or the house of putting everything together, or the lessons box. Like a teacher goes, every teacher that I remember used to bring a little box, into the classroom, and in the class, when they had all the books and all the tests, so that's all the lesson box. So that lesson box that a teacher brought, that's the picture of a heart, because he had the curriculum that he was going to teach all the students. So a lesson box in Hebrew is the picture of a heart. That's Lamed Beth, because the word for heart in Hebrew is leb, which is the Lamed and the Beth. Okay, and the Lamed is for instructions, okay, and the Beth is for the blueprints or the books or the box or the compartment or the house. So so that's how you start connecting things. So every teacher that teaches something, they have a lesson box. Nowadays they all carry their briefcases and the little I forget the word right now, but the things that they carry in their bags. But back then, I remember they used to all carry their boxes from classroom to classroom, and they had the box lessons, and that's the picture of a heart. So when you have a heart in the Bible, that means you know everything. So when it says in the Bible, thou shalt love the Lord with all thy Lamed Beth, that means with all the lessons and all the learnings that is in the Torah. That's how you need to understand Yusef Afe. Okay, not is just a feeling that I have this feeling of great devotion. No, you have connected all the letters of the Torah. You understand how he's talking about the RUACH. You understand all of his energy systems. So when you have it, that means when you connected and you understood all the lessons in the Torah, that's when you have a heart. Because in the Bible, to have a heart is mean to understand all the connections of the lessons. It's like to get all your curriculum and know it from A to C. And that's when you know the Lord. That's when you have intimacy with the Lord. That's when you know his thoughts and you think just like him. So that's the whole idea of having a heart. So that's one of the things. So here, from frozen sparks, which means scientists providing auspicious, successful respiration knowledge sources. Okay, and this knowledge again is Das. All right. So one of the things that you need to understand is that in the Bible, one of the things that I'm going to teach today is this part here, from saboteur to savior. A saboteur is a person that commits sabotage. Sabotage is to cause damage to a system. If somebody created something and you wanted to sabotage the machine, you'll do something so that it will not work right. So you will be completely discredited. Somebody's calling me here. Let me see. My sister is calling me on the phone, but I can't answer right now, so I'm gonna have to let it go for now. I'll get back to her in a little while. Okay, so that's the whole idea. So from saboteurs to committing sabotage to the knowledge. Now, one thing I'm going to explain to you right now, my friends, is the whole thing that God made it clear to me, especially on the 18th. That was, I believe, on Friday was the 18th, right? Because today we're the 23rd. But on November 18th, it became too clear to me what was the real sin in the Bible. We think that sin in the Bible is something that we did that was wrong for ourselves, that we did something wrong to ourselves, by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. We brought death upon ourselves. We brought all this sickness upon ourselves. We brought all these things upon ourselves. But you understand that the sin that was committed in the garden, it was to not take care of knowledge. Because when God told Adam and Eve not to eat of the tree of the knowledge, not to consume it as your own thing for you to do with it whatever you want, In other words, you got to be a producer of the knowledge, not just to consume it and eat it away. Okay, the God is interested of you being a producer of something, not just a consumer. Understand that? And this is what happens. When God created the world, He created it to be a utilitarian company of power utilities. This whole world is God is in the business. Davarian is in the business of owning the power utilities. The sun is the energy of the light. That's an energy power utility. Like the gas utility, the gas that comes to your house, that's another power utility that gives fire to the stove and to the heaters, the gas heaters. So, the water that comes in also. The water is all part of the water can be part of the hydraulic system. In the Niagara Falls, it brings electricity to all kinds of cities. So there's a power that can be harnessed from the waters circulating and the vortices that is formed. So water is a utility company, power utility company. The gas is a power utility company. And the air is gas. The hydrogen is gas. All these things. So that's what God created. The spirit, the RUACH, is air. All the air has. And all the stuff that is inside of our bodies, the stuff that we eat, and the electrolytes that we drink, when they are turning inside of our bodies, they're creating voltaic acids. And that produces energy. So we are this little power plant as well. So everything that God makes creates energies. We do, all the animals, all fish do. We are electric beings. We are Elohim. We energizers. All of us are. Okay, so that's what you need to understand. So so what God wanted us to understand is that we need to identify ourselves as energizing creatures, because that's what we are. You see, when the Bible says, and God say, let us make man in our own image, remember that portion? It says, and God means an Elohim. And what does the word Elohim means? It means powers. It means energizers. Okay? It means sparks. Things that are giving light and energy. Okay? When the Bible says Elohim, is talking about powers, electricity, energizers, all of that stuff that keeps things alive. The number one source of life is the powers, is the electricity, is the energy. Okay? So when God says, and God said, let us make man in our own image, that means, and the energizers, and the energies, and the sparks say, let's make man in our own image. What does that mean? Let's make man an energizer like we are. Because that means they are energizers, so they're going to make us be energizers. And that's what we are in this world. We are energizers of the air, first of all. Okay, that's what you make understand. So, at the end of the day, what's flowing through us more, like I told you before, 22,000 pounds of air. That's what we work on every day more than anything else. That's the one thing that we circulate the most. And in so doing, in circulating, the air is in and out and coming in and out, the air gets to be recharged. Because once it comes into a side of our system, it takes all the different gases, it combines with the carbon, and it takes the carbon dioxide to the trees. So all these electric voltaic procedures are taking place. So it picks up and it gathers strength. It's like a vortices. The vortices causes things to be electrified, to get electricity. They're ionized, they're electrified. And so that's what happens. We become this vortex. So as it comes in us, the oxygen brings us to life. It sends the ATP fuel to the cells, to the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. and all intermixing within us, we send the air out of us still recharged. So all these sparks, all these energies are flowing through the air. So the number one company of energy that keeps all of the organic world alive, all flesh from the insects, the worms and everything, is the air that is carrying all this reaction as it interacts with us. So it's the whole thing, it's just a power plant. You understand? That's what God has created. It's a magnificent power plant like no other. And it is for the existence of these sparks. It is for the existence of these energies. It is for the existence of this electricity, to be continually recharged. It is that everything else has been put in place. You understand? My job as having flesh and everything is so that we may keep the electrified RUACH recharged. That's how we recharge it. That's the free source of energy. Perpetual energy comes from the air. And we are the things that keep it recharged as it circulates in us. It comes in us, deposits the air, and we interact with our voltaic, interaction that we have in us, and we send it back recharged. So it picks up. So every spark that is traveling in all of the air, through the sun and everything, all these energies that exist all around us, that's what represents an Elohim. So we are surrounded with energies all over the place, even from within us. The cell gets the oxygen and it creates ATP. The neuron cell, which has 6 billion of them, each cell has 2,000 mitochondria, which is the powerhouse. 2,000 powerhouses. And all of them are filled with energies. Okay, so everything is nothing but energy. You understand? So Elohim is surrounding us all over the place. The energizers. So that God was saying, let us make man in our own image. Let him identify as an energizer. But that's the last thing that man is identifying himself as. He identifies himself as a dustarian, as anything that has come from the dust. I identify myself with the car that I drive. That's something that's made from the dust and cannot procreate itself. Everything that cannot procreate itself is something that is made from the dust and therefore is a necropolis. It's a dead city. And God doesn't deal with that stuff. And everything that you make, you're going to have to keep on making it yourself. It drains your energy. You understand? So only what is made in the organic world is what is full of energies and is contributing to the RUACH. Okay, it's continuing to keeping the RUACH recharged. So we're going to be, let's recharge the RUACH. That's what we're doing with our existence. And if we identify myself, because what's happening with this body, like I explained before, solid foods and liquids is like 0.0635% of what we distribute, what we process every day as we eat, and we drink about 14 pounds of solids and liquids. But then, but when we get to breathe the whole day, it's 22,000 pounds of air that we're breathing, so that's the other thing that we process. But when we're processing the air, what we're doing is we are keeping the energies that are being traveling through the air, we're keeping it recharged. Okay? The ether keeps to continue in existence. Everything continues to completely be recharged. So all of us are participating in recharging all the energies of the RUACH. Okay, so we are the ones that it connects, just like when you connect something to the wall, that's what the LC goes, comes in there, and it goes, turn around here, it picks up energy. It's like a vortex. It's energized again. So all the energies are renewed, restored, refreshed, they're perpetually kept new. And when you identify as an energy source, as an energizer, as an energy itself, because God made you, not because you are thinking of yourself being proud, it was not your idea to make yourself an energizer. Remember that. It was God's idea to make you in His image. So when you're saying that I'm also an energizer, you're not committing any sin, you're just agreeing with God. You are the one that wanted to make me that, and I finally have intelligence enough to recognize that's what I do in this world. Okay, so it's not like I'm making myself, more greater than God. But that's the word Elohim, which means gods, and that's the problem with the English. It's not true to the translation, but it's gods plural, and Elohim means energy. So all these energies are the ones that are keeping everything alive, and everything gets to exist and have a being because these energies are able to activate all of us. Just like when you create a city, like in this case of, of this one here that. Let me just turn it back again. The city of Sparks, Nevada, where I lived there for a whole year in 2016. What you're going to need is you're going to have the power plants in there, right? the energy plants provide light to the cities. You're going to have the gas utilities, okay, to be able to turn on the stove and put the heater on. Okay, you need the water utility, right, to come in there, to go to the water heater and give you the hot water and all these things. But if the utility services go out, if the water is shut down, if the gas is shut down, if the electricity is shut down, there it is. Nothing gets to work in your house. The internet's not working, the computer is not working, you cannot recharge the phone, you cannot do anything. Okay, everything dies. Because that, in a city, those are the utility powers that comes first. People have to pay those bills no matter what. Okay, so that is what God created a whole utility company in the RUACH to keep us alive 24/7, to keep all flesh alive, but we are kept alive for the purpose of recharging the energies. The energies come forth. That's why it says in the book of Isaiah chapter 40, all flesh is as grass, and all the goodliness of flesh as the flower of grass. The grass wither and the flower fadeth away. But the word of who? The word of God. And the word of God is what? The word of the energizers. Okay? The word of the one that keep everything activated. The word of the energies. The word of the powers remains and stands forever. That means the administration of the economy of the energies, that will remain. So everything exists for the purpose of the energies, and the sparks, all of that refers to Elohim, for them to stay renewed, refreshed, and for them never to die, to have eternal existence. And that's what we need to identify ourselves with, because that's what we're doing. We get to partake in 22,000 pounds, brand new breath of air that we're taking in every day. Brand new breath of air, and we're sending it into the horizon there to be electricity. And that's all part of us blending with the air, becoming one with its purpose, and participating in the energies. Being part of all of that. We get to expand our consciousness. We need to rise from this little constricted Egypt way of thinking and rise up to the level to which God wants us to understand. He wants to share with us all that He is, and He made us in His image for that same purpose. For us to be energized, and we are energizers. In the companies of the mule here, the manpower of Helen economy, MULE, manpower Helen economy, because we are the energizing factor. Because all these things, I don't care if you buy an iPhone 14, whatever you buy, that thing cannot procreate itself. It needs somebody in the background that gets, his respiration from the RUACH, and he's starting to work and having this symbiotic relationship there for them to be alive and to be working someplace to make these products and services. Nothing that cannot procreate itself is going to be letting men walk away free. It's always going to be burdening mankind to work and make them and distribute them and so forth. You understand? So that's what happens. So at the end of the day, we are the number one source. We are the energizers of all the dead necropolises. All these big cities like Dubai, London, New York, all these big cities with all the beautiful lights, and everything, they will not be there if there wasn't a human being that is being animated by the RUACH to make it run. So at the end of the day, the RUACH is the number one source of energy, because the RUACH means the air of the skies keeps us alive, and therefore we keep all the other things below us alive. So that's how it branches down. But we are the number one source of energy. We are the number one source of free energy, because we hooked up to the air, which is the number one source of free energy for all of the RUACH, the Respirations University auspiciously creating humanity, and is filling it up with energies all the time, with the energies that it needs. So all of that is what we are. So when you hear the word sparks, that's referring to Elohim. Energies refer to Elohim. All of that. So at the end of the day, that's what we understood. We were going to learn from Yud-Heh-Vav the meaning of knowledge, the meaning of Das, the meaning of what real intimacy is all about, okay? So intimacy is something that you get to do that is always connected 24/7. It's not like physical intimacy that you have, when the couples get together and people cannot be having sex 24 hours a day. The body cannot withstand that, okay? So people have sex from time to time, and that's the moment they're united. But when in the air, we are connected all the time. We're never separated from the air. It's constant intimacy. And it's in the definition of the RUACH intimacy that's how DAS needs to be defined. So DAS is the science of the greatest intimacy that can ever be found, and that is the way that we connect to the air 24/7. That's the real meaning of DAS, according to God, because that's how all the energies are kept going, are kept alive uninterruptedly. And energies that are not interrupted is the meaning of eternal life. It's an uninterrupted service. That's how it is in the RUACH. It's not has to do with time. It's got to do with a service that does not get interrupted. You know, just like all these power plants in this world, all the nuclear plants, from time to time, they go down. They suffer some damage, and so the powers are interrupted. So houses, neighborhoods experience a blackout, powers go off, you know. But in the RUACH, you know, there's no such thing as the whole Africa experienced a blackout from the RUACH. So everybody had to drop dead in Africa because, you know, the oxygen started working, and that has never been reported. You understand? God never goes through a blackout situation. That's in the man-made things of this world that made out of the powder. That's when it happens. But with God, that never happens. This is the number one energy plant that is always securely working 24/7. So God does not slumber. That's why nobody perishes. He's constantly faithful. So that's what we need to understand. So at the end of the day, we are this energizing creatures, and we do not need to apologize for that because we did not make ourselves that way. God did. Okay? No need to apologize for what God did. God wanted us created that way because that's the kind of fellowship. So the definition of intimacy, the word DAS, which means knowledge, God was going to be the one teaching you what this knowledge is for. So you will understand that we need to live for the knowledge of the intimacy. So in the RUACH, the number one thing that we circulate is the powers. Okay? The electricity, the energies, you know, that are circulating through us and are being recharged through us, are charging us, and we are recharging it. So this is symbiotic relationship taking place in there, as the air. So the air comes, and we process that, and in the process, the energies are being given to us, and we are charging it as well. It's a give and take. It's like an in and out thing, right? Even now, burger thing. I have a whole thing to tell about that. I want to share that later on for another lesson. But that's the whole idea. So it's in the in and out. It's the intimacy like no other. That's the kind of intimacy that God wants us to have. That's why He made us in the image of being energies. Because as energies, we can always be connected. A spark that goes here and there, and it sparks all over the place. You know, so the electricity is always connected and it's always recharging. If you don't see it in the form of a lightning, you see it in the form of a gas that's also electrified and ionized and full of electricity. So the electricity travels through many different mediums. You know, just like you can travel in a car, you can travel in a train, you know, you can travel in a subterranean trail station, but you can travel in different vehicles, and so it is with energy. Energy goes from different mediums, you know, from light energy to gas energy to water energy, but the energy nonetheless is doing the same thing to keep all of creation alive. And it's traveling through different mediums. But at the end of the day, that's what we live for, the economy of the thing that always comes to us and always gives us life. It recharges itself by visiting us. It refreshes itself. You know, it's a refreshing, you know, it's like when you go see somebody you haven't seen for a while, you guys are good old friends. What happens? Both of you refresh each other. You know, you hug each other. Hey, how you been? You know, it's refreshing. You know, it's what's beautiful to see. You know, such sights for sore eyes to see. You know, everybody. You refresh the person, that person refreshes you. That's how it is. So when each air that comes in, you know, it deposits oxygen. It's refreshing for you. You give your voltaic energies are coming inside your body, and so you refresh each other. This is great fellowship, you know, that's happening daily, 24/7. We don't even think about it, but that's how it is. That's the kind of fellowship we have with Yuhevave, 24/7. Okay, and so from that perspective, we were going to learn what DAS, what intimacy, and what knowledge represents. But what happens is we decided to go and use that term. That means intimacy, that means DAS, that means knowledge. You know, the different DAS, different words that represent DAS or knowledge. Is one science. Science is DAS, is knowledge. Okay, gnosis is another word that represents knowledge. And the word knowledge is DAS, and the word data. You know, like data that comes directly from DAS. DAAS, just data. But data is also information. It's knowledge that's being connected. So data, gnosis, knowledge, science, all of that represents the word DAS, okay? And so the best way that we were going to teach the meaning of DAS, it was from the Torah teaching us what is happening in the RUACH, in the Respirations University, auspiciously creating Homo sapiens, the RUACH. That's what we're going to learn the meaning of. But the thing is, and God was going to teach us. That's why he says not to eat of it. He says, no, do not eat it. That means do not consume this word for your own purpose and try to use it for your own thing. So what we did is we took the word DAS and we created a caricature, if you please. We created something that does not amount much to what DAS is all about. Because then we are told that we were going to go and work on the dust. Because from the dust we were made and to the dust we returned. So we were left to identify with what we could do with the dust. And what is the dust? Nothing but dead skin. That's the last thing that your body produces. Your body produces energies when you're breathing, because that's what you're doing. You're working for Elohim 24/7. You're being charged and you're recharging the airs, okay? And that's what you're working for. You work for Yehovah, you work for energies 24/7. That's non-stop you work for energies, or Elohim, or God. Okay, that's how you're working for 24/7. All right? And so the last thing you produce, that you drop dead cells. And dead cells is what turns into dust. All the things that drop out of your skin. Every day, dead cells drop out of you. You know that all the dust that builds up in a house, 40% of the dust that's found in every home comes from the people that live there, from the skin. It's dead skin. Because that's one of the things that we also produce. So God said, what you're going to identify is just what is the last thing that you produce, dead skin. And from there, you're going to try to make something. So people go to the dust, and they build cities out of the dust. They build cities out of the silicon. All these things part of the pulverized state. They use the coal and the pulverize it so they can create electricity. 35% of the energies of the world come from pulverized coal, and then they use that to create electricity. And so everything is pulverized. The lithium is pulverized. Everything is pulverized. It's made to powder. So at the end of the day, all the world here just boast in the powders that they have pulverized to create their energies. But these things are not able to procreate themselves, so we who have the Ruach have to be working behind the scenes all the time to keep that going. So all these industries are only there but draining the life out of us because they are not able to procreate themselves and do it on their own. Okay, so that's the whole idea. So the whole idea is, so in this world, you understand? So in the Ruach that God created, He created all the air. You didn't have to work on making the air. The air was going to be coming to you. All you have to do is breathe it, send it out. How hard is that? Just breathe and send it out. The easiest job. And you work for Him anyhow, you like it or not, because you drop dead, you don't want to work for Yehovah. So you're going to have to be creating energies, because it's not just to keep you alive, it's just you're here to recharge the Ruach, to recharge the spirit, to recharge the energies, and to circulate them. And that's what you're doing 24/7. Okay, so in there, the air, you're not created, you have to take it in. You are benefited by breathing, and you get to benefit the air, you recharge it as well. Okay? You produce these energies, and these energies are constantly being recirculated and recycling all over the place, and all the creatures participate in that. So the product, the air is the material that you're using, but the product is energies. That's all you do. By breathing in and out, you're producing energies. You're taking energies in, and you're recharging the one that's going out of you. So you take some for yourself, and you send the other percentage out. So that's what you do. So you use the material of air, and you create energies, and you recharge energies. That's what you do in the Ruach. And so when that's in the air, okay? But when God told man, you are the afar means dust. So what does He do? That means you're going to use the dust. And you're going to use knowledge. You're going to learn things from A to C. So you can be intimately aware how to make a car. You will make a car with knowledge. So that means you have the knowledge in you. You can make the car. You can manufacture because you got the knowledge. You are going to make computers. So you're going to have that knowledge. You're going to be intimately aware from A to C. And you're going to be making, whatever the product is, whatever the building, whatever the technology. So everybody has a little thing that they know from A to C, and they are the ones that make that products and service. Okay, but those products and services cannot procreate themselves. You are the life of everything in the necropolises, in all the Silicon Valley industries and everything that cannot procreate itself, you are the number one source of energy, free energy for all of them. You understand what I'm saying? So, but the thing is this. So God says, you don't want to cherish the idea that I made you, and the number one benefactor is the air that I'm sending you every day. You don't want to acknowledge that that's a great idea that I came up with, that that's the best way that everybody, all of us, can coexist and have this magnificent, fellowship in the RUACH. You want to completely ignore all of that? Guess what? You're going to go ask the dust. You're going to have to go shape it into something first. Because all the industries of the necropolis, you understand? All the industries in there revolve around bringing comfort to everything that surrounds our body. There's $1 trillion industry just to please your hearing. All the music and all the stuff that you get to listen. All the movies that you get to watch. Just to please your hearing. And there's another $1 trillion industry just to please your smells, the aroma. Just to please your senses of the nose. Okay? And there's another $1 billion industry of products just to please your skin. How some texture feel, how this material of clothing feels. Just to please. So everything revolves around pleasing, your body. So your body, this body that has all these senses, is a god in the marketplace. Because you are the inspirations of so many products out there to bring you comfort. Everything that they make is to bring comfort to this body. So then you should think that this body is the king or the queen of the world. Because he has inspired so many gadgets. To bring it comfort. Here, body, have this pedicure. Here, body, have this soft cream that makes you rejuvenate. Here, body, have all these nice things that taste good for the tongue. Here, everybody's bringing their gifts to the body. But how come you feel like dirt? Your body of flesh is inspiring this $1 trillion industry to provide all these things for your comfort, but you still feel like dirt. God doesn't do that to you. So you ought to be in this world of the necropolis. You are their God. All these things are tributes that are being brought to you. All the products and services are tributes that are being brought to this body. You understand? But people do not see it. That's amazing to me. Okay, but that's what you are in this world. Okay, I'm just putting you in the right perspective of things. So at the end of the day, don't people be, because who you are in the RUACH is a technology that can never be duplicated, by anything in the necropolis. The necropolis, want to say that they have come up with the idea of biogenesis. I played a commercial earlier about that with Dr. James Stewart. He's a guy that's Jewish, by the way, but he became a Christian because, he never really grew up as a Jew. But in any case, I have hope for this guy because he's very intelligent, but you should listen to what he has to say about biogenesis. He puts to silence all the scientists that they say have come up with biogenesis. That means the making of life. Nobody has done it yet. They don't even know how to define life. But they're angry at him because he is the scientist that disproves all of them. That's why I like to quote this guy, and I put it in this commercial in my thing. But the thing is, so that's how it is, my friends. You see? So that's the whole thing that I'm trying to explain here. So we need to understand that in the world of the ruins, of the dust, we have to go work from the products of the dust to make something like a car, to make something for the comfort of the flesh. And then we have to go buy it. Okay, I call it my own. And feel like I have all these things that I pile up from the world of the dust, from the world of the necropolis technology that cannot duplicate itself. And once I feel I have a house from the dust, I have a car from the dust, I have all these things from the dust, then I feel like I have enough so that I can be a parent now. So, so you're going to have your own children now and stuff like that. But before you have your own children of the RUACH, the one that God told you to procreate and make, you have to postpone that and go make children in the ruins. All these products and services that you are manufacturing are the children of the ruins, of the afar. So you got to go and sacrifice the best years of your life. In the Bible, people from the age of the teenagers, they were having children left and right. Even in India, they do that. There's a lot of girls that still married 11, 12 and stuff like that. That's nothing to think weird about. Because they don't have anything else to focus on. They don't have any time to go pile up a whole bunch of dust products. So they're rapidly going to, multiply and replenish the earth. But in here, no. You have to go make children for the ruins. Go make products and service for the ruin, and go buy some of those children so you can take care of those children too. Take good care of the car, take good care of the computer, and then you can go have children of your own. So everything is relegated to the background. You understand? And you think you're a good deal? It's a good deal to live in an industrialized nation in such a way? The whole turning of the things upside down, is what I'm going to constitute, when you turn things upside down, you become powder. And then you honor powder like it is your God, like you cannot live without it. And that's what we find in this world, that people they don't have the latest car. They don't have the latest brand names of, jewelry or clothing or bags or whatever. Then the poor misfits in this world, they have still haven't arrived, haven't accomplished much. So it's just this completely brainwashing. You forgot your whole thing, that you are the spark that is keeping the whole universe going. You have this whole fellowship with all the sparks of all creation, that you unite in the air with all of the sparks everywhere, and you are the firing sparks constituting all the care and all the energy that's happening in the world, and you don't see it. But that's what the real intimacy is. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, what we did, my friends, we did something against science. That's what the sin was done. It was done against science. Because in any company, let's stop for a moment. When you hire to work in any company, what do they want you to take care and to be faithful to? They want you to take care and be faithful to the knowledge of how to take care of the product and service. And that knowledge means DAS, or science. So they want you to be careful of the knowledge and to take care of the knowledge of how to take care of the product and service, because that's the knowledge that knows intimately see how a product and service needs to be put together, needs to be served, and so forth. So that's why they hired you. Every owner of a company hires you to be faithful to the care of the knowledge, to be taking care of that knowledge according to the way they want you to use it. So they'll train you. They give you the training. They'll tell you how to do this, how to do that, according to their manual. It's not for you to come and say, well, I know the terminology of how to do this and that, so I'm going to go do it my own way. Because when you do that, you are promoting your own thing, and then that's a conflict of interest. And when you do something that is called a conflict of interest, you get fired. Because you're not promoting what is best for the company, you're promoting what you think is best for you. And so when you're not there to promote what is best for the company, but what you think is best for you, you are in conflict of interest. You're not promoting the greater good of the company, the greater success of the company that has proven itself, and you're bringing it down with your behavior, and therefore you get fired. And that's how it happened. I got fired once in my life, okay? And I got fired for that very same reason, called conflict of interest, okay? Now, this is one of the things, you get to share. You always want to share all the nice things that you've done in your life, but this is what I have to share, because that did happen to me. That was when I got excommunicated from the universal body of Christ, when I was kicked out from the Fundamentalist Baptist Tabernacle, when I used to go to this church with R.L. Heimers, and I think that was in 1987, right? 1986, 1987, I got, because the pastor was, at the time, he was saying something to the people when he was giving the invitation, you're not saved until I tell you that you're saved. And I was really deep into Christianity at that time, and I was the translator, I didn't feel comfortable saying that, and he said it for a couple of weeks, and then I took him aside, took the pastor aside, I said, I don't feel comfortable translating for you anymore. Why is it? Because you're telling people you're not going to be saved until you tell them you're saved. Who made you the fourth person of the Trinity? I told him, you cannot decide who's going to be saved. You don't have that capacity. And then he started yelling at me, he started saying, the Bible said, obey them that have the rule over you, started quoting the Bible to me. Well, you need to obey the Bible that has the rule over you. I just answered him back, and says, and until you change your ways and start going according to what you know your Bible to say, I'm not going to be blaspheming the name of God with you. So tell me when you're ready to change. And I walked out of there, and just me and him talking, And then he went and made a big deal in the church that I was in disobedience, that I was teaching all kinds of stuff, that God does not love everybody, that I was teaching all kinds of heresies. He made studies about me and had all the people, the elders, sign and kicked me out of the church. So when they kicked me out of the church, I went looking for a job because I was working. I was dedicated in that church. I was working in the bookstore. I was looking for a job, and I landed a job that at the time was 1987. You know, it was paying good money. That was a job in, you know, what you call the UTLA, United Teachers for Los Angeles. That's the union for all the people from LAUSD, you know, that works under, you know, the benefits and so forth. And so I landed that job there because I had gone to Control Data Institute in 1980, and I graduated there, and I knew how to use the data general system. They gave me the job, the position was membership specialist. I run everything in the computer and all the data from the people. I printed the labels of all the teachers and everything like that. And he was doing that job, making good money, you know, because it was like I was doing the work that I was doing for the church, but just in exchange for living for the rent. I wasn't even getting paid, you know. I would live in a Christian church, and I would just work in there, you know, and then there was other ways that people brought me. I lived like a barterer. I did everything in exchange for my services, you know, so I wanted to deal with money. But in their case, all of a sudden I got this paying job and I was making money. And I remember that that Maria wanted to get into some business of the Nutrition Express. At the time I was married, and we were doing some side business, Nutrition Express products or healthy products. And it was beginning to pick up. So I was doing this job. And then, so I saw one day I saw that the person that had trained me, my supervisor, it was this lady who trained me, you know. I saw that she was like using some labels and putting them on an Avon, you know, like Avon catalog. She got Avon catalog, and she was sending it to some people, some of the printed labels. And I thought, hey, I have some little flyers with products from my, you know, Nutrition Express. That's not a bad idea. So I went, since I had access to those labels, I went and I printed a little label myself, and I started sending to some of the teachers some of my flyers, not knowing that that was something bad that you don't do with a company, because I saw that my supervisor that trained me was doing it. You understand what I'm saying? So I just thought there was nothing to it, you know. So I did it on my own, and then it got back to, you know, to the one that hired me, a lady named Judith Bruno, the one that hired me, and she brought me to the office. So people here complained that, you know, you did this and that. I said, did you do? Yes. And I just went like that, like it was nothing. I said, oh man, well, you're gonna have to let you go because that's a conflict of interest, you know. And that's how I found out that was wrong, you know, by trying to do something that somebody else was doing. And that's how I found it was still, you know, you copy what somebody does wrong, still wrong. That's how it is. So I got fired. That's the only time in my life that I got fired from that job, from a job, you know. And that was a good paying job, the best paying job at that time. You know, it was 1997. To be making about $20 an hour in 1997 was pretty good money. You understand? I'm not even making $20 an hour right now. $18 an hour I'm making right now. You know, but because I do overtime, the overtime pays about $27 an hour. And I do a lot of those, so that helps a lot. But what I'm saying is, that's how I did something. But at the end of the day, that's how it has to be done. So the thing is, when Adam and Eve decided to use the idea of the terminology of Das to promote whatever they thought it was good for themselves, or to promote the idea of what the serpent was marketing. The serpent was marketing a better covering, you know. We can get better coverings, you know, because the word arum, which means that the serpent was the wisest, just means it was the most naked animal. That was the problem with the serpent. It was aware that of all the animals of the field, it was the only one that didn't have any hair. All the skin was just skin. So it was completely naked. It was the most naked animal. And so he got this complex that he needed to have a little covering. So right away, when they identified with the marketing idea of the serpent, that they need to look for a better covering, they felt like the serpent. They felt that they were inadequate, that they were naked, and they needed to work for the idea of the serpent to get some better covering. And that's how they started the business of creating all this external world. Everything in this world is a covering. You're not happy to just walk on the street. You got to be covered inside of a car, inside of a Lamborghini, inside of all these things. You're not happy just to, you know, just live in a tent. You got to be covered inside this big house, this big mansion. Everything is a covering because of their room. You are identified as great by the things, by all your coverings, everything that covers you. Everything is a covering from insurance. You have to have life insurance coverage, health insurance coverage. Everything is a coverage. It's the language of their room. That's the marketing system of the Nahash, the serpent. because we was the most arum, the most naked animal in the field. And that's how you feel in this world. If I don't have a life insurance coverage, I feel naked. If I don't have health insurance coverage, I feel naked. If I don't have all this money in the bank, I feel naked. That's how all things become your covering. That's the mindset of the Nahash, of the serpent. And that's what runs the economy. So when men decided to use DAS to identify and to market the idea of let's look for a better covering that came, from the serpent, that's when he became in conflict of interest. And God says, you're fired. He was fired from the garden. It means the garden is just the place that I have discovered. It's the place where you get the knowledge of the RUACH. Because that's what a garden to God is a place where you learn everything from A to Z. It's a place of pure intimacy. So he was excluded from never being able to understand the intimacy that is being revealed in the RUACH. Okay, but that's what has been open to me, my friends. And so at the end of the day, the sin that was committed is to bring damage to the representation of DAS. We have made a caricature of something that is really nothing like the real DAS of the oneness that is found in the air. The nature of air is to blend with everything. Is to just surround everything in and out. That's what air does. It doesn't experience separateness. It only experiences union and unification and oneness. That's all it experiences by nature, by the very nature. But when you're told that you're going to identify with afar, with dust, all the nature of dust is to stay separated, to be isolated, to experience, isolation, separateness, loneliness. All these things that you're going to experience is because you identify with the dust. And what the dust does not unite. It's not in its nature to unite. It's just to brittle and break apart. Okay, so that's how you identify. And that's why in this world, you get to feel all these things of being isolated, being on your own. But that's because you have been trained to think on behalf of the dust. And when you think on behalf of the dust, and that's the knowledge, that's how you have this sensation. Okay, but you can rise above when you realize that the things that really matter are the energies that are produced in the air, and that is part of who you are. Everything is connected that way. Okay, and that's the thing that we need for us to be aware of, all right? So that's the main thing. So that's why I say here, let me take to the middle. From saboteur to savior. The sabotage of the science for the knowledge of the oneness intimacy of the RUACH, and its salvation. So in the Torah, what you get to find is, you're going to try to find the meaning of what's the real way to represent intimacy, to represent what DAS is, to represent what scientist is. And then you become a real scientist. Because the scientists of this world are all based upon finding more and more planets that are made out of the dust. So we have this whole planetary system. We have made a god out of the Bang Theory, right? The Bang Theory is when you, in the Bang Theory, that's when we finally got to exalt the dust to the point of godhood. Because what's the Bang Theory about? It's a grain of dust exploding. A grain of dust sparking. A grain of dust becoming Elohim. Grain of dust exploding, that means grain of dust becoming Elohim. Grain of dust sending out sparks, that's G-O-D, grain of dust, sending out sparks. We made God in the image of the dust. That's what you did when you created the Bang Theory, how we came into existence. You said that from a grain of dust that exploded, grain of dust, G-O-D, Elohim, grain of D, energies. Energy. So you created a whole version according to the Nahash, according to the serpent. Okay, and that's what the serpent lives off. Okay, so we created a God out of the dust, and God told men, dust thou art. He converted men, says, you are dust, you're going to identify with dust, even though I made you a neshama, I made you a breath of life, but you're going to not learn all that you're doing as a breath of life for me. You're going to be blind to it. You're going to do it in your blindness, but you're going to identify with a break of dust, and you're going to serve the grain of dust, the gifts of dust, all that comes from the dust. What you're going to do, that's going to be your God, and you're going to make of it everything. That's what you're going to serve, and that's what has come down to. Okay, so we are in that situation right now. Okay, and so this whole thing that I'm talking about today, so it is the corruption of DAS that we need to rescue. So at the end of the day, when we come into this world, what we are rescuing, the one that we are saving, is the definition of DAS that has suffered a great deal in the dust. And we elevating it, we redeeming it, we bringing it back to the fullness of the best definition of intimacy that can be taught by the air, by the RUACH. And when we do that, then all of us are elevated because we are made in the image of the alphabet. And so when the alphabet is at its highest, then we are at the highest. But when we bring the alphabet to the lowest, we are at the lowest because we just reflect the alphabet. So we have to come here. At the end of the day, when a company is ready to make big changes, what do? They say, let's go to the drawing board. They go back to the book. They go back to the measurements. They go back to the mission statement. They go back to the writing. They go back to the alphabet. That's how it is. So you elevate the alphabet, and all those that follow the alphabet are also elevated with it. So the one that we have to save in here, we need to save the Das. We need to save the word knowledge from being so corrupted as he has been, because that's what he's suffering the most. When he says that we are in the war of Gog and Magog, you know what the word Gog in Hebrew means? The word Gog means roof. Like the ceiling of a house, the roof. Okay, so the roof determines how much of the skies you're gonna be viewing or looking at. You understand? So the lower the roof, the less you're gonna be able to look at all the skies above you. Okay, and so the roof is there to put a limit as to how much access to the skies you're gonna have. Whether it's gonna be a lot of access because it's a very elevated roof, or it's gonna be very little access because it's very shallow roof. So the roof is what determines, how much access you're gonna have to the knowledge of the knowledge of the skies, because the skies is the RUACH, is where the RUACH is found. And so if your knowledge of the skies is not open to behold through Torah all that it's trying to tell you, what has happened is a definition has been put. So what the definition serves, all definitions in the world serve to set up a limit as to how much knowledge you're gonna have, how much intimately aware you're gonna be of something. So all definitions serve to compartmentalize, to put a limit as to how much you're gonna have access to something. So when God told man, he made him a neshama, the breath of life when he breathed on him. But when he told him, "Thus thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return," he lowered the meaning of how much he can identify himself with. You can identify yourself with all the things that you get to do in the dust, and all the things you get to accomplish in the dust, and that's as far as all your identification is going to be. And that's how limited man has become. He's been left in Mizraim. Mizraim is a place of constriction, which means Egypt. He's been left in Egypt. They are the ones that venerated the death and make this big great mausoleums for the dead. They are the inventors of necropolis, the dead cities, and all of that. They created the science of the death, and openly. That's what Egypt is all about. Okay, they made a big science out of it. Okay, and now we're back on it with the meta. Meta is just dead also, the meta world, on all these things. So we're back and it's all around. We're all surrounded with it. Okay, but this is the very thing that I'm talking about, right? So the battle of the roof is right now because everything is being redefined. Okay, so that everything is being constricted. Okay, genders are being constricted. You can be anything you want in this world. Governments are setting all kinds of rules, and they don't lead to the science. They trust the science, and the science is always fluctuating and is going according to some little leaders here and there. So the battle of the war of Magog and Magog, of the ceilings, all these definitions, it's about to end. Because when you open up your understanding to the RUACH, then all these definitions that were trying to constrain you and to bring you down and to enslave you to their point of view, so you won't see anything but anything according to the point of view, it just explodes. Okay, it just blows away, because then you realize, man, the RUACH rules. The RUACH is my source of life. The energies is what is running out of me and inside of me, and I'm participating in it, and that was made for that. I'm an energizer. When you realize all of that, then what happened? We get to, let's blow the roof off of the house of science for the ruins. Okay? That we may behold the established, life-giving, fully functional science of the RUACH. The intimacy that is found in the skies. How there we are energizers. How there we are divine sparks. You understand? That really matter. That is really the main thing and main concern. So I'm going to finish reading here at the bottom part now. It says, from frozen sparks, and sparks means scientists providing auspicious respiration knowledge sources two firing sparks. And that is my life testimony as to how I went from loving this world as a dust, that means a dying, usurping skin teacher. It means I based everything on dead skin, on all the dust. And I worship the religion of, if you die, you can resurrect from the dust and all that stuff. This is all to everything to acquiesce to the knowledge of the intimacy of the dust. But that's at the end of the day, that's a very weak definition of science of intimacy, because true intimacy of being one and united all the time is taught by the air, is taught by the RUACH. Nobody else can teach it better than the air of what true intimacy is all about. So says to loving the world as a DAS, that is a dynamic, abundant, activating spark. But that spark, as I said in the beginning, is a scientist providing auspicious respiration knowledge. That's what I do now. Okay? And then it says, in the greatest loving story that is always being declared by the RUACH 24/7 in the here and now. Because in the dust, when I was in Christianity, I was teaching as a dust, as a dynamic, usurping skin teacher in the greatest love story ever told. To loving this world, and that's the idea of the Christianity. It's supposed to be the greatest love story ever told. But if he only makes you aware that you're made of the dust and that's all, it doesn't make you aware that you are an aerial being, then he has robbed you. Because 99.9365% of you is aerial being. The only part that is Dosterian that you get to process from the things that you eat and the things that you drink is 0.0635%. And that's all that Christianity is addressing. That is not the greatest love story ever told. That's the biggest lie. Because it's not addressing the most that you do. That you are an aerial being, and it's not describing you as a spiritual being, that you are. And that's because that's what you find the best version of yourself in all the processes that you do to keep the energies going. So, well, that's all I wanted to share today. So I'm glad you can have your attention. Okay, now let me see how we're doing here. All right. Let me see you here. All right. Okay. So how we doing here? Let me see. We have 3 people, right? That's correct, Mundo. We have Brianna. All right. And we have Andy. And we have Rosa. Oh, it's about... Hey, Brian, still around? Let's say I'm here. Let's see who's saying. I'm here now. I only see 3 people. Rosa, she's here. Okay. Brianna is here too. All right. All right. And Brian is here too. All right. What happened to Andy? Okay. All right. All right. I tell you what. I need to go talk. I need to call Thelma because she called me, and I need to call my family too. So I don't have time for asking questions right now. Everybody's gonna get $50, okay? Thank you for showing up today, but I need to get going, my friends. So all of us are winners today for showing up and staying around. Andy is winning $50. Brian is winning $50. Brianna is winning $50. Rosa, everybody's a winner. So congratulations for coming around to learn Torah today. All of you. May God bless each and every one of you. Let me just close with one quick commercial here, and I need to get going, my friends. So God bless each and every one of you. And let me go to a commercial quick here. Let me see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing. All right. Hey, hello, Brian. Good to see you. Come on in, brother. And to catch up here with everything. Let's see. Here to the group. Cover 19 men. Put it here. Paste. All right. Let's post. And I'm going to share it to my timeline. See here. All right. What's the word of the day? Yeah, it's a great word for today. Going back home to the real home. All right, let's see here. Share the feed. Share this one here. Paste it here, and we'll send it there as well. All right, now it's sharing everywhere. Perfect. All right. Title for today, is as it is, recognizing your most real, truest home. Okay? Because right now we're having a crisis that people do not know what a home is. All right? Like everything is programmed so that you will not stay in your home. You will be not happy to be in your home. Your home will be a boring place that you can't stand it. Even Facebook has programmed, and you notice when you go to Facebook, and your timeline should be your home because that's all about you. But you are bored to go to your timeline because that's your real home. When you go to the home, that's where everybody else is there. Everybody's, sharing stuff from all your partners, all your friends. That's your home. So it's to be away from where you really live, from all your thoughts, and you'll be busy to watch what everybody's thinking, what everybody's doing. That's what's been trained, and we've been program for you to believe that that's the definition of what a home is. So you can't stand it to stay in your own home. You find it very boring. But at the end of the day, that's what we're going to talk today. Recognizing what is your real, truest home. Recognizing your most real, truest home. Okay, because when you find your most real, truest home, then you're going to be completely at peace, completely at rest, and very happy with yourself and with the whole world, as a matter of fact. So that's what we're going to talk about today. All right, so that's the title for today, is Recognizing Your Most Real, Truest Home. Psalm 44 verse 8. In God we boast all the day long and praise thy name forever. I have loved when I am around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have loved 'cause I have found you, and in you our heart made free. I'm in love, so in love, so in love. Woo-hoo. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. You are always on my mind now. I can feel the love, and I saw your brag about you. I forget about myself. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. You are all of mine now. I can think of no one else. And I saw your brag about you. I forget about myself. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. I'm in love, so in love, so in love with you. All right, all right. Hope you can hear me there. Let me go here to where you guys are at. See, I can see you here. All right, all right, all right. Let's see. So far, only Brian has shown up. All right, good to have you, Brian. All right, so let's see who else we have in here. All right, and so like I said today, it's recognizing your most real, truest home. Okay, so these are the things I'm gonna be talking about, because everything about defining what a home is. All right, Andy, you made it. Shalom. And Rosa Crispin also, you have made it. So we have 3 of you guys already. Yeah, Shami, well, he had an operation done. He had blood clots on his lungs and did an operation, so that was successful. But he's still in an intensive care unit right now. He's being watched and he's being monitored. He's talking, and Gabriel called me to let me know, because I'm working like a lot of hours, but keeping me posted what's going on. So I appreciate your prayers, guys. Really appreciate it. But then he needs to have one more operation done in his leg. He's got more blood clots there. We have to get over this one first. So this is because most of you did not know, but he was in the hospital for almost a whole month. Because, the bag that he had in his stomach and stuff like that, they had to open up the stomach and develop all kinds of infections. He was sent home, but then he didn't want us to mention anything about being here in the hospital. But then he ended up going to the hospital again. So I said, the hell with that. I need my homies here to back me up in prayer. So I had to share it, because I do believe in the power of the collective prayer, we being in one mind to ask God to help us And that's the best things for us that we can do. Patti, buenas noches. Gusto de tenerla aquí, visitándonos. Es un placer tenerla con nosotros esta noche, Patti. Bienvenida. Así que estamos hablando de la situación con mi hijo. Se encuentra en mejores condiciones, pero todavía está en cuidado intensivo, así que hay que seguir orando por él. So I appreciate your prayers. You can keep praying for him. And it's very nice of you to have encouragement. I'm not feeling that well right now in the sense to have the strength, because since I hear that he's been in the hospital, I've been fasting since yesterday. And my fasting is the dry fast, when you don't drink any water and you don't eat any food. So it's for 24 hours now, more or less, that I have been doing a dry fast, because, I have to be keeping my mind on my son to get well. So when things get really complicated, I go to fasting, my friends. I believe very strongly in fasting. So as I'm doing this to you, as I'm delivering this message, I've been fasting for a whole 24-hour period right now, practically, without any food or drink. So let's see how much I want to be able to talk about this night. But you want to understand, if I'm not able to I'm not going to be long-winded, it's because of that. But let's keep my son in prayer, and, things will be, God willing, taken care of by him. So we'll see. All right, so it's good to have you guys. Now, let me see here. So like I say, things that are very important, for us to recognize. Let me see if I can get this thing here somehow. Give me a second. I want to put this picture out here. I hope it takes it to me. Let me see. Ta-da. Okay, it doesn't let me use it. Let me try another one. Let me see. All right, so now let me see this one. Perfect. Okay, now let's see here. It says, even if the exaggerated statement, all paths lead to Rome, at some time may have even if the exaggerated statement, all paths lead to Rome, at some time may have been true in the world in the past, this next statement remains forever the truest and most irrefutable empirical true fact, and that is that all breads lead to the Torah, because the Torah explains, that we live in the RUACH, which means the power plant or the powerhouse of the breath of God. So this is a picture of a place that is found in Rome, and the people dancing in the waters there, breathing and taking in the breath, and the kids sharing it there in the background. So we have all of that going in this picture. But one thing that I wanted to understand from the get-go, let me see if I can put the other one now. Let me see the other one. Oh yeah, now let me see the other one. Perfect. So on this one, what I'm trying to get you to understand on this one is that, this portion here. All right, see here, let me see, get as close as possible. Okay, here we go. That the Aleph Bet is the house of and for all words, because all words need the Aleph Bet. The Aleph Bet is the building block of every word, on every thought, every idea, every concept, every measurement. Everything is done with the Aleph Bet. So the Aleph Bet is the house of or for all words. Okay, that's the first statement. Okay, that's something that you cannot deny. If you can deny that, you can prove me that I'm wrong, then I'll give you $1,000. That's how it works in this. Everything I'm saying has to be proven, and that's why I speak it. So the alphabet is the house of all words, and a house of all words. And all words are everything, because everything has a name, and you name it with a word. And when you know every word with the fullness of definitions and meanings, then you can make a thing that the word is naming. Then you are the one that becomes the parent, and you can generate that product and service. Okay, so the alphabet is the house of all words, and all words are everything, and therefore all things have a home, because all things at the end of the day are coming from the alphabet and are being projected into this world by the alphabet, and we work in it because of the alphabet. So the alphabet is the one that is the home, because the home at the end of the day, this is what I need you to think. I'm going to share right now, and this is what we're going to do, because today I have discovered that, what the Torah does, the Torah bridges everything that is out there in the world and makes it all into one cohesive, meaningful, industry that God is doing with the alphabet. Everything is backed up by the alphabet, because people are used to seeing things. Like, for example, you look at a car, and if you admire the car, it looks pretty good, that's fine. You were inspired by the beauty of the car. But if that's all where your mind stops, you have robbed the credit of the person that worked, in the background to make that car, in the factory where it was made. So you have not extended your mind farther enough to where the true car comes from. So you got to go to the persons of the people that work on making the car. So if you develop an appreciation, I'm glad there are people that are knowledgeable that they can make these beauties out in the road. All right. But when you go to the people that made it and you stop there, you haven't gone deep enough. Because behind these people that made it, they had words that they read from the manual. You understand? They have words. And then, so you appreciate that there are manuals. So you're going backwards to the source. That there are manuals. But the manuals or the words in the manual could not be written if there wasn't an alphabet. So at the end of the day, the alphabet is the root source of everything, because it's the one that puts the words together, and it becomes the house of all words, because the alphabet becomes the father and founder of all words. And therefore, father in the Hebrew is Aleph Bet, which means a strong home, and that's exactly what it means. So the meaning is that the father, the one that supplies the care for you, the strong home, which means Aleph Bet, and means the meaning of father, that is the alphabet. So that's the way I'm trying to train you. That you got to go back to the real root of everything, and that's what God wants us to understand. In Jeremiah 3:19, it says, I thought of giving you a heritage among the people of the world, the children of the world, and I thought, I know what, I'm going to give you a pleasant land. I'm going to give you a beautiful land. And then he says, from now on, and then you're going to call me my father, and you will never stop following me. So it says that at the end of the day, you're going to understand that everything comes from the alphabet. So if you're admiring everything, that the end product of the alphabet, like the cars, the buildings, the suits, the things that you wear, the guitars, all the things that you can see and perceive with your senses, when your admiration ends, you have not gone deep enough to see the alphabet at the end of it, and at the end of it, and that's the one that is inside of your mind, and making you identify words and working all the way through. It is the alphabet. So that's the thing. So at the end of the day, that's what you're going to understand. So that all of us will be in that same mindset, in that same frequency. Okay, so that's what the Bible is trying to teach you. That's the desire of God, for you to understand that at the end of the day, everything is from the alphabet. All words come from the alphabet. All words are all things, and therefore all things have a home, a strong home, which is the Aleph Bet, which means the Father. So that's the focus upon today. What is a home? Now, one thing that I've learned to share with you guys, let me see if I can put it here. Yes, here. From Isaiah, this is from the Hebrew translation of the Bible, and then I'm going to show you the King's translation in the sword. But here it says, how beautiful. It says chapter 52, verse 7. Can I put it here? Chapter 52, verse 7 of Isaiah, it says, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger of good tidings. Good means functional. Because at the end of the day, this is why I'm probably the only translator for functionality. Because with God, is not what you look like, it's not your appearance, who you are, it's what you function as. Anything that you're able to function as this, you function as an engineer, that's what you are. You function as a mechanic, that's what you are, you're a mechanic. Whatever you're functional, whatever you're able to function, that's what you are. So that's how you got to translate everything by functionality. So something may not look like your way that you have accustomed yourself to call something, by some name, but if it has the function of it, that's what it is. Okay? So a person may not look like a car, you understand? You might see a car in the street, and you might see a person. Okay? And you think that's a car and that's a person. Okay? But if this person is a mechanic that can fix that car and can make that car, then the car is in me. I am more real than that car because I can make that car and I can fix it. You understand what I'm saying? So I may not look like a car, like you're accustomed to look in your mind. You say, this car runs, that's a car. But if I know the functionality of a car, if I know how to put it together with a car, I am a car that is more real than the car that you're looking at. That's how God looks at things. He interprets everything by functionality. And where the roots of functionality comes, that's the real functional one. So that's why I say, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger of functionality. That teaches you to think the way that the Creator thinks. The Creator is concerned that everything that He makes get to function. So He commits Himself for everything that has been made. He commits to make sure that it's going to function accordingly to what it's supposed to deliver. And so that's the job of a Creator. So when we begin to think like that, then we have become the habitation of God. Then it is God in us making the right judgments. You understand? So that's the whole idea. So God says, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet. Now the feet is for the word gimel. It's for the letter for career. The career of the messenger of good tidings. So my career, I have HDTV 28. That's the highest definition Torah Vision 28. My channel that I deliver all these messages. And so my career is very beautiful to God because I'm able to deliver what I'm able to translate. Because at the end of the day, functionality, it's one language that nobody's translating. Everybody gets stuck just in the picture of the thing and they don't get to see the functionality. So God is not interested in the sound of words or in the picture of words, but in the functionality. Are you able to make something function? Then you are the real thing. You see? So how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger of good tidings, of functionality, that announces peace, the harbinger of good tidings. Again, functionality. Good tidings means good news. That means useful news. Utilitarian news. Okay, utilitarian dabar. Like dabar means word or news, and dabar means dalet beth resh, the administration of the building of rules. Okay, dalet beth resh. The administration of the building of rules, the door to the building of rules. So think of BBR, Dalet Beth Resh. So that's what the whole idea. So when the word of God came, the administration of the business of the kingdom of God was coming to each one of the prophets when the word of God was coming to them. And the word of God came to Isaiah, and the word of God to Ezekiel. That's the bar of God. That's the administration of the business of the ruler was coming to each one of them. So God was telling them how they needed to run the nation of Israel according to what He was correcting them with. So that's the whole idea. So how beautiful upon the mountains is the career of the messenger of utilities or good tidings and functionalities. And that announce peace, the harbinger of good tidings. That announces salvation. That means completeness. Okay, that you're complete. Like I'm teaching you the 5 access to glory to understand all the processes that you're involved in this physical body, so you know how complete you are. Not just of the earth, not just human, but you're aerial, you're Aquarian, you're Thotharian, all of that, You're an alphabetarian because you get to process all of that. So I've been teaching you your completeness. That's part of the good news that I'm bringing. So that announces salvation, completeness, that said unto Zion, thy God reigneth. Your God is in control. From day one, every person that is breathing is working for you, Hevave. That has always been the case, even though they have been ignorant of it. So let me share this now from the perspective of what is in the King James. In the East Sword here. Okay, so here we go to this one. All right, and this is, see I can put this on. Okay. So here we go. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, and that bringeth good tidings of good. Okay, and the word good is tub. Like tub is functional. Okay, and that's the number 17, the numerical value 17. It says that publisheth salvation, completeness, that saith unto Zion that God reigneth. So we have the 2 versions in here. And that's usually the one I'm going to be doing it, because when I started this journey, I started, through the narrative of Christianity, and I'm just in the Torah now, but as I was reminiscing on all of this, there's a lot of good sounding teaching in the New Testament, but it's just sounding. It doesn't reveal to you the functionality. So therefore, to you it seems with the word spirit, to you you do not connect the word spirit to the air that you're breathing. You're connected to some other dimension or something else other than the air. But the word spirit in the Torah is the air. It's the air that we breathe. That's the ruach and that's the air. So it's connected to that. But then again, you have not thought enough to understand whether when you're breathing air, it's not just something that is keeping you alive 24/7, but what is this air doing? What is the functionality of this air? What are all the processes that are involved? And that comes when you study the name of Yud He Vav He, because Yud He Vav He, Yud He Vav He, Yud means the processes of the work, and He means respirations, or breath or animations or activations, and Vav means connections or hooking up or fusions or intimacy, and then He again for breathing, for respiration, for for animating, for activating. All of that has to do with the breath. So when you put all of those words together, Yud He Vav He, the tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God, there's a functionality. He's identifying himself as the processes that he's doing the most to keep the whole world of the organic world alive 24/7. And he is the only one doing it. And nobody else can compete with him because he is the one setting it up. He set it up that way. And what is that? The processes of respiration, fusions, activations. That's Yud He Vav He. The processes of the respiration, that's for the breath. Fusion is connections for the Vav. And activations is for the breath activating. So that's what God does. He does the processes of respiration, fusions, activations. And when you add the word Elohim at the end of that, because it's the Lord thy God, it means the Lord Elohim. Elohim means powers or authorities, or principalities, powers, authorities, faculties, expertise. The professionals, the ones that have the skills. All of that is part of what an Elohim is. It's a title for one that has an authority because he knows what he's doing. Who has created these powers and so forth. So when you add the Lord thy God, Yud He Vav He Elohim, or when you add that together, what it's saying, you're saying is the processes of respiration, fusions, enlivening powers or activating powers. That's what all happens. And so what is happening? So then you begin to go further and begin to understand what is found in the air. You begin to study, and then you get to find that the air has all kinds of gases that is transporting, okay? Like nitrogen, like 78 point something percent is nitrogen that is transporting, and the air is transporting, through our nostrils, so it comes inside of us, transporting like 20% or so of oxygen. And the rest, minuscule gases are like there's some helium in there, there's some hydrogen in there, there's some carbon dioxide, very minute, so there's other gases, but I don't have time to go show you all of that. But you begin to study that, and then you begin to see that what is happening in you, these gases interact inside of you with the chemicals that are inside of your body, because your body, with the foods that it's eating, it creates, especially if you eat the fruits from the electrolytes from the juices of the good plants, or the juices of the fruits, and you eat that creates chemical interactions, the food that you're eating, and that chemical interaction produces energy. So you're this little power plant of free energy by the things that you eat, that the things that you drink, interacting with the gases that are inside of you. You are kept activated. You share carbon dioxide with the plants as it comes out of you. So life is brought to you through oxygen, and you give life, and you only take 1/4 of that oxygen to you. So you understand there's a magnificent process that is taking place in the real air, in the real spirit, in the here and now. So when we study further, then we understand that we live surrounded, like in a dome, like in a bubble. This bubble of air is our home. We live in a bubble of air all around us that is constantly embracing us, that's constantly going inside, in and out of us, that knows us better than we know ourselves, because this air is always circulating and giving us the energy for each cell, gets the ATP, that each cell is the biopolis that says that we have. So you understand, when you get to see and to study the detail, you understand that there's a whole industry that has been running the whole world. We live in this bubble. This is the real home for the flesh, where he gets to move and freely move, and gets all these things, get to do whatever he pleases, because he feels at home in the bubble of the air. He doesn't feel uncomfortable there. He feels at home. That's where he feels really at home. This real air. I'm not talking about that La La Land spirit. This air. Okay, so then we have to connect this air to something higher than that, which is the most processes that we do, which is the words of the alphabet. We got to use the alphabet for every time we have to think, every time we have to recognize something that we're seeing. All of that is the alphabet working in you, that is allowing you to recognize the things that you get to see, the things that you get to smell, the things that you get to touch. Is the alphabet interpreting all of that in all of you with all the words. So the processes that you do in the most 24/7, more than breathing, is thinking. It's using the alphabet. So the processing of the alphabet, you're an alphabet processor. Like they have a program called Word Processor, like Word is a word processing program. Even WordPerfect is another word processing program. But you also are a word processor. You're processing words all the time. But you're an alphabetarian, alphabet processing. You're processing the alphabet, how many zillion times per second. That is just because the alphabet does magnificent work inside of you. So whatever you want to think, whatever you want to use, whether you want to think bad thoughts or think good thoughts, it's the same alphabet that is helping you to do it. You understand? It's the same. It's not like you get an alphabet just for bad thoughts and another alphabet. The same alphabet that makes you think good thoughts you can use to think bad thoughts. Okay? So at the end of the day, that alphabet is the most embracing, most encapsulating, is eager to anticipate every word that you want to pronounce, and is to form the thought and to make it hash, and just one after another. All you have in you is desire to say this, desire to think of that, desire to look in this direction. And the alphabet is just mobilizing and doing all the processes that are happening. So there is no greater home than the alphabet that pays so particular interest to what you want to think or what you want to wish to think. And it's anticipating to be able to form the thought. So you think that everything is synchronized as one. So the processes of the alphabet inside of you, my friend, they are unrivaled by anything. So you understand? So what's the whole idea is for God to allow you to see what is found in the economy of the RUACH, and understand that in the air, that's the best home. Because in the air, our whole body is accepted. Our whole body gets to breathe in and out, and is free to roam the whole face of the earth and feel free to go anywhere. All right, so that's the most equipped and most real home for our bodies of flesh. You understand? And then everything is in there provided too, in this realm of the bubble of the air in which we all live. And this air is with us 24/7. Even when the sunshine goes down, or the moon, we're not able to see it, there's the air surrounding us, caressing us, going in and out of us, having intimacy with us 24/7, and allow us to participate in the breath economy of giving life to all creatures and all species around us. So this is a magnificent economy, in which in that economy we are all philanthropists. We give energies galore, because every breath that we give out, we're sending energies to the plant. We're sending life to our fellow human beings and to other species in the planet. So in that place, in that area, the whole science of this world is ignorant, because they don't pay attention to that. They just think that it's for granted, that air is just for breathing and that's it. They don't allow you to see the whole scenario, my friend. There's a whole industry that is physical. And of all that industry, that's what we process the most. In this physical body, we may process 14 pounds. Okay, 14 pounds of solids and liquids, solid foods and liquids. And we might eat 14 pounds of solid foods and liquids in a day. But the whole day, 24/7, we breathe about 22,000 pounds of air. So if you're known by the processes that you do the most, then what are you then? You are processing more air, okay, than more pounds of air than pounds of food and pounds of liquids. So if you process more pounds of air, you are an aerial being. An aerial being means you're spiritual. People want to, I got to be more spiritual, man. Everybody likes the word spiritual. But you are spiritual already. Okay? That's why you process the most. So at the end of the day, you are alphabetarian. Because you use the alphabet for everything, to identify what you're looking at, to create words, to understand your fellow man. The alphabet is non-stop. It's even in your dreams giving you ideas of what you're looking at in your dreams. It's non-stop. Number one thing you and I are, that how the alphabet, that's what we are. Alphabetarian, because we have to use the alphabet all the time, 24/7, more than the air. Then after that, in our physical body, this physical body is a spiritual body, because it's processing 22,000 pounds of air, 24/7. And we process that the most. We are spiritual physically, so we belong to Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh in our functionality. So that's the whole idea of understanding functionality. So if by your functionality, that's how you know, then you are spiritual, my friend. But you need to understand this whole process of this RUACH industry that you and I were created for. So then we cannot cling onto the air, because that's the beauty about the air. We cannot cling. Even if we want to beat the air up, we cannot beat it. The air just embraces us all around and keeps on giving us life. It's undefeatable, because it keeps on hugging you and keeping you activated. That's the nature of air. It connects with you, it stays united with you. It does not separate from you. That's the beauty of the air, and that's the best lover that this flesh will ever have. And the most intimacy that the flesh will ever have is going to be with air in the physical realm, because it's constantly fusing you with life. It's constantly filling you with a life. And to fill you up is the word bara, which means create. To fill you up with life is to create you. So it's constantly creating you. It's constantly filling you with life. So that's the whole idea, you understand? So this is all happening. So when you begin to understand that, and you begin to see that economy, we have it all here, my friends, in the here and now. It's just that for some reason we have gone to other narratives that have taken us from this awareness, so that you are all concerned with the dead skin, with everything that falls off your skin. I mean dead skin because dead skin is what is the powder, is the dust, okay? And so we are very afar means dust, concerned, with the skin, and that's what we measured on, but let me take this out of here so I can bring to what we're going to be talking today. Okay, let me bring it down. Okay, here we go. So, let me see here. Let me see if I can share. Okay, I want to say this part here. All right, here we go. So I'm here to go from the greatest love, quote unquote, or lying story ever told, to the greatest awareness or mindfulness or loving that has ever been revealed. Because when you get to know Torah, you get to be aware of all the processes that your body, your mind, and everything is involved in. And then you recognize how magnificent and how marvelous God made you to be. And you recognize all of your processes, So that says, go from the greatest love story, because I grew up with that idea. I went to Christianity, and they think that they have the greatest love story ever told, But I want to tell you, to the greatest awareness, mindfulness of loving that has ever been revealed. So I am making you understand that everything in the Bible is translated by functionality. So the one that does the most to keep you alive, the place where you can stay alive 24/7, and it's always providing you the food to stay alive 24/7, and so that will be the place that, because I'm gonna share with you right now a lesson. First of all, you're gonna listen from a Buddhist monk. I think it's a Buddhist monk. And by the way, to tell you right now, because you're gonna hear it in the middle of the thing, but the word for spirit for the Buddhist monk, the Buddhists use the word for spirit called. The word for spirit is isness. So when we have the home business, it's the home big isness. It's the home big isness is the big spirit. It's a play on words, but you'll understand when you get to hear it. So you're going to see this monk is explaining the idea of people have loneliness, and he says that it tries to define what a home is. And he says that home is a place when there's no loneliness. You will never find any loneliness. Okay? So I added two more things to what people consider a home, on top of what he says of the loneliness. But he's going to talk about that. But I'm sharing you from a Buddhist point of view what he's trying to say. But he doesn't leave you with a tangible thing that you can grasp on, and you know for sure this is what a home is. And it's undeniably so. And you don't have to struggle in your mind to keep reminding you that you need. So he talks about the breath, that you need to breathe, because the breath is what the spirit is, and therefore you need to go into yourself and to find the peace that is in you. You're gonna hear it from him, but he tries to define home as a place where loneliness is nowhere to be found. When you find a place where loneliness is nowhere to be found, that's a home. But on top of that, I add two more things to that. To have a home, these are the three main ingredients I consider to have a home. A home is wherever you can be yourself, like in your house, inside your house, you can walk, in your chones if you want, you can walk in your short, or you can walk naked. You can be yourself in your home, right? Because, nobody's there to mess you up. You feel at home there, And, but the thing is, where you can be yourself, a place where you can be yourself. You don't have to be so pretentious or pretend to be something else, where you can relax and be yourself. That's what we call a home. And also a place where there's plenty of love, plenty of acceptance, plenty of embrace. People are happy that you're around. People are proud to have you. So there's a lot of hugs and kisses, a lot of breathtaking inspirations. And so you're always surrounded by the people that love you the most. And therefore, loneliness is nowhere to be found. So there's basically a place to call a home. Is a place where you can be yourself, where you have unconditional love, and therefore loneliness is nowhere to be found. That will be called a home. Any place that can be like that, that will be a home. Okay? So, but most people do not have a place like that is constantly happening to them. So they're trying to figure out where to call it home. In Facebook, when you click on home, you go to wherever everybody else is sharing their ideas and thoughts, and that's what is called home. So you will never be happy to be at home, or to condition you not to be in your home. But understand that that was the difference between Esau, okay, and between Jacob. He says in Genesis 25, I believe that's where it talks about the differences, that Jacob, was a dweller of the tent. He dwelled in his house. He was happy to be in his house. He dwelled in his home. But you understand that that's a code for saying he was happy to be in the Aleph Beth of God. The Aleph Beth is a strong home. So he was happy to be there. And that, he was a dweller. And that word means he was complete in the home. And he was happy to be. And Esau was a cunning hunter of the field. He will be out there on the field. Was a cunning hunter. So he will be hunting down the field. So there's one that is bored at home. He has to be out in the field to be entertaining himself, and he feels at home in the field, in being out there. And that's what Facebook has trained us. Not to be at home in our own timeline, because it's so boring to be just in my timeline, sharing thoughts and ideas that I could come up with, And to me, I don't do anything in my timeline. I do everything in my computer, putting all my thoughts and ideas to prepare these messages. That is my real home. And I spend a lot of time in there more than I do here with you guys. That's where my meditations, all that is happening. And my meditations, like singing, all these things, all things that I prepare, and all these illustrations I had to put up here for you guys to enjoy. All of that is my real home. So it's all in my computer. What's happening in my mind in there, that's my home for me. But the whole idea of this social media, when you click the button home and it sends you out on the field, what everybody's doing is to keep you in the mindset of Esau. You're hunting down for experiences in this world, and just defining your reality by the experiences that everybody else is having. And therefore you're not happy to dwell in the Aleph Beth as your home. And so everything has been conditioned to take you away from your home. But so you understand that you're going to hear the perspective of a Buddhist monk, and then the other one comes from a Christian perspective that is trying to identify what Jesus said for the word Father. He's trying to say that that's the word Spirit. The word where Jesus says, me and my Father are one. He says, me and the Spirit are one. So he tries to even change the meaning to that. But I'm showing all of that so that I will show you that they tell you may not understand this because the mind cannot understand it. No, but that's a mistake. The mind can understand this. And that's why Torah was given, so that you are able to grasp these concepts in the here and now, and be able to see that it's not hard for you to understand it, because the Torah breaks it down. The alphabet is so that a kid can learn and put the cookies where the people can get them, It's not to leave you thinking that it's something that the mind, but let this mind, when it says in I think it's in Philippians 2:5, let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. That sounds wonderful, right? To have this mindfulness, which is also in Christ Jesus. But what does that mean? Christ means anointed. Christ means Messiah. And Jesus means salvation. The word of Jesus means salvation. So when you understand the meaning of words, so let this mind be in you, which is in the anointed completeness, on the anointed completer. So who is the anointed completer? The one that God has assigned, above all, to be the one to complete you, to make you complete and make you know that there's nothing lacking in you. The one book that has been assigned to do that is the Torah. That's the first book from which the first alphabet was used. The alphabet was used in the Torah, and then after the publication of the Bible, then all the other publications came along. But the Torah and all these things, I think the Gutenberg, that was a publishing company, that was the first thing that they published was the Bible. And then after that, all these other books follow the format with index and all the stuff that they follow, But it's the alphabet starts there, and then everybody else gets to imitate. So everybody else is an emulation of it. So that's why I play that commercial, the alphabet and its mutations, because the original alphabet, the one that God wants us to understand, the economy of the RUACH, in which all His name is operating 24/7, which the more we get away from the original Hebrew, we forget about that, and we walk in the middle of it, ignorant of all these processes, When we get back to Torah, then the Torah is the assigned, a real manual for the RUACH. And there's the Messiah, the anointed completer. Okay? So when you read the New Testament, let this mind, let this way of thinking be in you, which is also in the anointed Torah. And then Jesus was supposed to take you back to the Torah, because in the book of Matthew, he introduces himself, that he is the fulfillment of the law. He has done all the law. So he's the embodiment of all the law. So if he's the embodiment of all the law, then he will be easily pointing you back to the Torah and finding you ways for you to just stay in the Torah and not to wander anywhere else, and to discover all that the Torah wants you to discover on all the completeness you can have in the here and now. So what at the end of the day, what Christianity has is it has the right words in it, but since you do not know the meaning, and it's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek, and it's translating into other languages, English, Spanish, and what have you, and also it's missing the Aleph Tab, the letter of the Aleph Tab, which appears 7,302 times in the Tanakh, that means in the Hebrew Bible. It does not appear at all in none of the other ones. It doesn't appear in the Greek, it doesn't appear in anything else. So that is the field of power. The Aleph Tab means A to Z. So if you remove that importance out of the Bible, then you have hunted down the field of energy. So these are all these religions that do not take you to the meaning of each letter. They just serve as billboards. They just announce. It's just like a billboard announces the movie Black Adam, but the billboard is not going to show you the whole movie, just pointing you to where you need to go see it to a theater near you, and that theater is going to show you everything. So that's how you got to look at all these religions, Muslim, Buddhist, all these, they're like titles, they're like billboards that tell you things that, kind of make sense, yeah. But they're pointing you to Torah. That's the theater you got to go to get the whole meaning, understanding of what is happening in the here and now, and how it's happening in the here and now. So it's not some place in La La Land where you cannot make sense of it. And you have to remind yourself over and over because you cannot connect with it. See, so that's what I'm going to show you. So I am admiring all the other religions because everything is made by the alphabet. So God, in the Torah, He describes the RUACH, the respirations, RUACH, the respirations universe. That's where we are live 24/7. The respiration universe auspiciously, that means successfully, creating Homo sapiens. Because creating means it fills us up with life constantly 24/7. It gives us resurrection powers 24/7. So that's the RUACH. That's what we'll understand how God created that, so that He will be the one taking the lead to always be in the number one processes of keeping us alive. So there's nobody else that take that, that glory away from Him. So that is the first thing that we need to understand, okay? But when we get away from it, then we go to these other people that try to describe everything, and it takes us to La La Land. It says nice words, You know, we somehow resonate. Sounds like it's good, but at the end of the day, it does not know how to take us. Like, for example, I have memorized the book of John in the New Testament because the book of John is very deep in the sense that you have to be one with the Father. I like all those passages, you know. But the word Father, it was never said that it was alphabet. You'll never find the word Father means alphabet. You know, when you just read the Greek or read the English or read the Spanish, you know, it's just when I went, you know, to the Torah and I started to study the Hebrew, you know, and I read the word Father means alphabet. Like, oh my goodness! I had it in my eyes all the time. I had it in me, and I couldn't see it. I could not see the connection. But right away, when I understood that, the first day that I understood that the word Father means alphabet, everything connected to me. You understand what I'm saying? What all the memorization of the book of John was trying to teach me, to be connected to the Father, that desire of God, because I used to teach the book of John in such a way that everything was for the here and now, because he said in John 3:16, remember that says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life, you know. And then a lot of people memorize that and they think that everlasting life means going to heaven and living there in heaven forever, you know. But then in the same book of John, when you go to chapter 7, that's in John 3:16. When you go to the book of the chapter 17 in the book of John, you know, it says, you know, Jesus is the prayer of Jesus that he was praying to the Father for all his believers to be one. And it says, I pray that they will know thy Son. The Son is then you understand in Hebrew that the Son means ben. The house is continuation. That there will be the Son and in the Father who sent him. Because to believe in the Father is everlasting life. To believe in the Father is eternal life. So then he defines what eternal life is to believe in the Father is eternal life. So then you take that definition from John and you put it in John 3:16. So when it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have the Father. That's what it's saying. Should have the Father. Okay? And who's the Father? A strong home, a strong house. But I know all of this because I'm connected to everything. But at the time, I just read the Father. So I would say, I was being true to the book of John. And he says, you know, and also in the book of John, it says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one coming unto heaven, not talking about heaven, coming unto the Father. He came here to take us to the Father. Okay? So I will argue with people, you know, you want to go to heaven through the book of John, but it's not going to teach you that. So I was very loyal because I follow the definitions. But when I came to Torah, my friends, and I found out that the Father means alphabet, wow! It's been here all along. Everything is made from an alphabet. Every word comes from the alphabet. The alphabet is the home and the palace and the place where every word can receive its care, can receive its definition, can receive its shape, can receive everything. So then everything just lined up. I didn't have to go anywhere. I understood, you know, that the alphabet is in us. So the Father dwells in us, in the alphabet, because that's a strong home. Each letter has a functionality. That's when you get to the core and to the heart. Because that's what God said. You will seek for me, but you will find me when you seek with me to the heart. To the heart. Because with all your heart, that means to the heart. That means you go to each letter and the functionality of each letter, and then you understand where God is found. Okay? It's not just phonetics. It's not just the sound. It's functionality. And each letter of the Hebrew letter has a functionality. Each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has a functionality. And when you understand that functionality, you see God operating in the here and now, my friends. You're having constant fellowship with him. Okay, so this is the thing. So this is what all these other religions lack. They are not getting to each letter. Each letter and the meaning of the functionality of each letter is getting to the core of a word. So that's God said, you're gonna look for me, you're gonna search for me, but you're gonna find me when you get to the core of the word. When you understand the meanings of the functionalities of each letter, how they connect, and what they're saying. And then you're gonna be walking with me in Chokmah Binah, you know, in the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that it takes to create the whole world and to keep it going. You're going to be in fellowship with me 24/7 with that. You're going to be my Chokmah Binah currency, CBDC, you know, like the central bank, you know, digital currency, CBDC, that means Chokmah Binah currencies. because you're the creatingness currencies by which God makes everything in the world and keeps it and does the maintenance for everything. So then you understand you're on a different level of the world. You understand? So everything, because you're in the core, you're in the heart of the word, and that's where God is found. Then you know that the alphabet rules. That's how God said you're going to find me, and that's where I found him. You know, when I saw that, when I understood the breakout, everything lined up. It's like then I understood both things, the New Testament and the Old Testament. I understand what people say certain things, but they don't know how to connect it because they don't know, the functionality of the letters. But that's what we're going to be looking at. So I'm going to share this with you right now. So remember, also I'm going to be going to this scene right now. Let me see, take you here to the next thing here. And we'll talk about this right now as we go. Okay, but let me just finish with this. So go from the greatest love or lying story ever told to the greatest awareness, mindfulness of loving that has ever been revealed. And the reason why I'm doing that is because when you go here, let me show you here. This is the title that I have prepared for today. Okay, here's the Alphabet Urkels. Now I know the character is spelled with a U, but it's pronounced Urkel. But I use Urkel because of what it stands for. Right? These are the exemplary, revitalizing, knowledgeable energizers, loving, systematically. Because the loving of the RUACH is systematically. It's breath 24/7. It's not like it takes a break and it stops. It's breath 24/7. So systematically, it's done constantly. Okay? And so loving here stands for the meaning here. Let me see if I can put it closer here. All right. This is loving equals lavishing of vital, indispensable, nurturing goods. And the word goods means functionality, it means stuff. So good means functionalities or tub, because that's what you're called to do here in this world. It's not just to say, I love you, I feel good about loving you, but at the end of the day, you got to show it. You got to provide. You got to lavish. You got to give. Lavishing of vital, indispensable, nurturing goods or nurturing functionality, things that bring life to people, that keep things comfortable for the world. And that's what you're asked to do in a job, is to produce goods and functional things that make life comfortable for your fellow men. So that's what you have to do at the end of the day. It's not just saying, I feel like I love you, I love you, and you're saying that, but actually functioning and showing it. So that's what loving is, okay? So, therefore, you need to be showing all of your processes, okay? So that's the whole thing. So here is the alphabet, Urkels, home businesses, and this is what I call big businesses, big spirit. Home businesses of the Torah, and this Torah stands for the total omnipotent RUACH, augmenting humanity, all right? And the highest billboards, because at the end of the day, we have home business, where we have the alphabet in us. Like, for example, I've been working from my home since 2008. It's been 14 years now, working from my home. And so far as I'm concerned, the alphabet got me this job, and trained me for this job. And it's the one that gives me the load of work that I need for this job every day, because I do not get to see none of the people. I have not seen my boss, my supervisors, my trainers, each person that I translate for. I do not get to see it, except the ones that I get the video calls. But I started doing video calls this year, but that's not most of my calls. Most of my calls are just on the phone. So I only hear the voice and the sound of words. The voice and the sound of words. So it's just the alphabet that hire me here to some boss that I don't know who he looked like. They hire me to some supervisor, the trainees to somebody that I don't know who they look like. All I know is the words were coming. So for 14 years, the alphabet has keeping me busy working, hiring me, doing everything, and paying me and everything. I don't get to see. So it's my home business, and I'm fully aware that the alphabet is the ruler of all things at the end of the day. That's because I have 14 years of practice, but you haven't. But the whole idea is to get you used to that. To understand that everything that is happening, all the understanding that you're getting, the way that you describe the world, the way that you perceive the world, all of that is the work of the alphabet, turning and running around in you, helping you to form thoughts and helping you to understand everything. You are not away from the alphabet. The alphabet is the one that is more closely ready to do everything for you. You understand? So that's the whole idea. So the whole idea is to take you from the awareness. He says, okay, let me show you here. So this whole idea here, let me show you. So I put these graphs in here, for example. If you are only taught to focus upon what you eat or what you drink, which that's what most people share, and the places where they went and had a good meal there. So what they eat or what they drink and how they entertain themselves, everything with a concern of skin deep knowledge, everything from the external out. If you're concerned with that, that's all your life revolves around, from everything that is deep skin knowledge. So you have dusty stick-to-itiveness. You stick to the things of the dust and made out of dust and all the things that have come out of the dust. If you're only concerned with your body and the things you eat and you drink, you're only aware of 0.0635% of all your processes. Okay? And then when you're only concerned with only the things that you can buy out of the dust, the houses that you can buy out of the dust, all the things that are made from the Silicon Valley and all the things that are made from the dust, when you're only concerned with that, your mind is set up that way. So when you think of going to heaven, you're thinking of having a mansion in the sky. Like a nice building with all the amenities, everything automatic. Alexa will be your servant there, and she will be all artificial or whatever. You think of you make an image of a heaven in the image of all the comfort that you have in this world. When you understand that that's not the way God thinks. Heaven is, to God, heaven is this place out here on top of the sky, And what are the things found in heaven in here? So you have to think the way God thinks, okay? God created the heavens. It's the place above us. So up here in the skies, what are the things? Because that's really what it means, skies. In the sky, we find the elements that are keeping us alive 24/7. Like the air is found in the sky, and that element keeps us alive 24/7. Water is found in the clouds, and that one is also needed to refresh us and to cleanse us. So all the items that are prepared just to refresh us, restore us, and renew are in the air. The light of the sun is found from the skies. It comes from the skies. Okay, all of that is found up there. So all the elements that are work on keeping us alive 24/7, that's what qualifies to be called a heaven. So if you're a person that is always prepared, to keep everything, not just to consume it, but to learn how to define the definitions and meanings so you can always be fixing everything, then you are a heaven on earth. You are always ready and eager to bring life, to refresh, restore, renew, and do maintenance of everything. Because that's why you rejoice in showing the alphabet, all that the alphabet is, all that the alphabet does, and all the alphabet has. You take pride in doing that. Then you're a heaven on earth. So that's the whole idea of going to heaven, means going to the functionality of what is found in heaven. So you become a person that has all these things. That's when you become a heaven on earth. So that's how it's done. It's through functionality that you translate everything. But the only reason why you translate it as a place, we were not made for a place, my friends. We were made in the image of God to exercise His functionalities in the here and now. And when you're an alphabetarian, you can be anything. You can be an engineer, you can be a doctor, you can be a scientist. Everything is done because the Word prepares you to be that. Okay, so you can be everything. So everything that you see out there, at the end of the day, is done by a person. But that person could not have done it if it wasn't for the alphabet. So everything goes down to the root of everything. So you understand? So this is the whole thing idea. So if a person in this world just shows you that about your physical body and be concerned about that, you become this kind of an Urkel. Urkel here is an entropy record keeper, externally loving. And loving it means you do all the work of lavishing indispensable, nurturing goods, in the here and now. You do it, for the things in the dust. You go to work from 9 to 5 to create nice, comfortable things for your fellow man and so forth. Okay, so that's the thing that you do. So this is my soul cleaved unto the dust. It wants to be identified with the dust and the products I have in the dust. Like a brother Andy shares somebody that is trying to identify with all the expensive things like he's wearing, nice tennis shoes, nice novelty hat, all these expensive things. And the rich man that really knows he's got riches in his bank, he only wears a simple shirt and stuff like that. So that's how the world is. They want to cleave onto the dust. They want to be attached to it. So by the things that they're attached to, they derive some value from it. So they're a cleaver. They cleave onto the dust. But that's what, because God told them, dust thou art, and to dust shalt thou return. So you became a dust cleaver. Well, you're supposed to be a Lord cleaver. You're supposed to cleave unto the Lord. Cleave unto the alphabet. Cleave unto the Spirit. And understand that that's the things, that's the real, that's the one that we're processing the most. So God leaves it to cleavers, okay? That's why I have it, leave it to cleavers. You're either a cleaver of the dust, you identify with everything that you can get in this world, and that's your grade or small for that, or you are, Deuteronomy 11:12 says, love the Lord your God, walk in all his ways, and cleave unto him. Be attached, be joined, be fused with him. Be so close to him, you never let him go. So God said, like the show leave it to beavers, like leave it to cleavers. So if you're gonna love this world and all its manuals, you are in the Torahs of the dust. Okay? And you are a cleaver of the dust. You have dusty, stick to itiveness. Stick to itiveness. You stick to the dust. And so you stick to everything that tells you how to take care of your body and work for the resurrection of your body and everything like that. And in so doing, you forget the whole processes of the respirations. The fact that we process 22,000 pounds. Because, for this one, like I explained, it's only 14 pounds that you're processing of foods and liquids, and that takes care of your body here. But the thing that's keeping you alive and sharing all the energies in this world is the air, is the RUACH. And that is 99.9365%. And each word 9 is for the word numerical value of truth. So this is truth. And 365, that's 365. Truth for each days of the year. 300. So that's truth. That's the numerical value. Okay, in the gematria. 999. So true. 365 days of the year. That's a fact. The fact that we breathe, and that is 99.9365% of who we are. You don't get this knowledge out of the blue. You gotta go study and figure it out, but that is there. You can try me out, but that's the 22,000 pounds. So our total, we're processing 22,014 pounds of air, water, and solids every day. And that's what God is concerned. What are you processing to stay alive, and to keep the whole planet alive? That's what God is concerned, because He's the God of the living, the God of the RUACH. But He also manages He's also the one that's managing the ruins, the rusting universe, incarcerating nurtureless souls. The souls that are not taking care of the alphabet of Torah, they are nurtureless souls. They're not nurturing the alphabet, therefore, they are in the ruins. They cleave to the dust. Okay, so you understand this. So those that are here, they are this kind of Erkol, enthusiastically revitalizing, knowledgeable, erudite, means wise person, or educator, loving. And what is loving? Lavishing of vital, indispensable, nurturing goods, or lavishing ongoing, vital, indispensable, nurturing goods. Because when you work for the Lord, the part of that God uses for you to work with Him 24/7, there's only one part of your body that God is using 24/7 more than anything else for you to work with Him, and that's your nose. So follow your nose, my friend. That commercial, follow your nose, because it's in the processes of what air coming in and out that God is spelling out the functionality of His name, the respiration, the processes of respirations, enlivening, fusion, activations. So all God uses it. So He grabs you by the nose and He takes you wherever He wants to go and to keep you alive. So all the part of your body that He's using 24/7 is just your nose. And with that, He's processing 22,000 pounds. And therefore, you're free to use your hands to go work for somebody else. You're free to use your head to think on behalf of somebody else. You're free to do all kinds of stuff, because God is just using your nose. Wherever you go, He's feeding you. Here, baby, have a little bit. So who loves you, baby? Like Kojak. Who loves you really? God, you have Ave, who's feeding you 24/7. Like it says here. Who loves you, baby? And the word Kojak got that for Koach, means strength. Okay? So that's the whole idea. Go from HDTV, that's the highly deprived tunnel vision. That's all the news and all the pixels and the narratives and all the things in this world that do not allow to see all the processes that you're participating. That's the highly deprived tunnel vision, because they just focus you on one thing and they just keep you cleaving to the dust and to the products of the dust, and that's all. But come to the highest HDTV 28. That's my channel. Highest definition Torah vision 28. And 28 is the numerical value of Koach. And Koach means might or strength, because those are the 28 letters of the Bereshit 1:1. There's 28 letters of Bereshit 1:1. You understand? That is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In Hebrew, these are 28 letters that spell that. You know, but it's talking like Hagma Binada is being spelled there. If you get to the core of each letter, you know, but I have to give you another lesson for that. Or you got to go back and see my other ones that I explained that further. But all of that is found. So God gives you the 28 letters are the key, you know, to the whole house of the Aleph Bet of Torah. Because once you get the 28, you have might and strength because you understand how everything connects in the here and now. And then when you have the key to the house, my friend, then the whole world becomes your oyster. You know, not in the sense that you're going to feed yourself from it, because I don't like that expression in the sense that you're going to feed from the oyster, but the oyster, you want to create an oyster farm and feed them yourself. You are able to feed the whole world with understanding. You're able to give them the understanding that they need. Now you're going to take advantage of anybody. And do not be afraid of anybody that want to be first in the world of the Spirit. If anybody wants to be first in the world of the Spirit, that means he wants to be a father and mother to all creation. And the more people want to be a father and mother to all creation, the better off all of creation will be. So there's no such thing in the RUACH. There's no such thing as absolute power is corrupt. No, in the RUACH is the more power you have, the more you become the father and mother of all things. And you know what a father and mother want. They want their kids to do better than them. They don't want it to stop over the children. They want to. That's the heart that we get. So we don't destroy the world. We want them to get understanding so they will do better than I have done. That's the whole purpose of doing this. I've arrived here first, you know, because I don't understand, but it was thanks to the whole thing that I was memorizing. I wanted to try to know. I arrived here first in the sense that I have gotten all this understanding by just getting to the core, getting to the heart of the words, and that's why I'm able to deliver these things to you. You understand what I'm saying? So, but I want to give you all this knowledge. That's why I have a channel. I live in my dream. My dream was to be a teacher of all teachers. And I think I've arrived at that because I'm teaching the Torah from the core value, from the heart of the Torah, which means the functionality of each letters. So you can see Yuhevavi in the here and now. That's what it is. I bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. Let's bring Hashem right back down to the here and now. And I'm able to do that. So who loves you, baby? The one that gives you knowledge and access to all the 99%, so you know all the 100% of who you are, because you know that you process in air, you know that you process in the alphabet, then you know all your 5 access to glory. You have to go check that lesson from before. You know the 5 access to glory, to ascend from your being, and afar, which means dust, and afar, sentient sapient. That means you feel for all the products of the dust, and you identify with all the products of the dust, to rising, to becoming, you know, an Adama, or the one that knows the solid foods, but they come from the fruits, you know, sentient sapient, to becoming an aquarium, because of the water, you identify with everything that the water does, and then you rise up to being aerial, because you do 22,000 pounds of the processing of the air, and you're in touch with all the things that are happening in the aerial world, and then finally you go to the Aleph Betharian, which is you're happy to be in the mindset of God 24/7, and it's be still and know that I am powers, I am Elohim. And then you're happy to dwell with powers constantly 24/7. So that's the whole idea, you know. So who is loving you? The one that's giving you access to all your processes, or just giving you with a myopic view, a tunnel vision, to just focus upon this body, and you have to look forward for the resurrection of this body, and this body going someplace in heaven. And all of that thing, this is myopic. So if you think that was the greatest love story ever told, that's the greatest lie ever told, because he was not able to give you access to all your completeness, to all the processes that you're doing. You understand? So now let's play, without further ado, let me play this video right now. And I'll be here, I'll stop it from time to time if I need to explain something. But you understand? So here I'm going to hear a monk try to define what a home is. But like I told you, a home is a place where you can be yourself, where you have a conditional love, you know, and where loneliness is nowhere to be found. Because all that that love you the most are there, accepting you and loving you, you know, and hugging you and kissing you and all this stuff. But let me play that right now. Let me go here. Ta-da-da-da. All right, let me see. Okay, here we go.
I wonder if the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause the world will come again. Of course the things won't right as they are right now. 'Cause
you ever...
Use Cerebro? No. It takes a degree of control, and for someone like me, it's
dangerous?
Last time we spoke about home, and we know that once we are home, we no longer feel lonely. We feel at home, warm, comfortable, safe. Fulfilled. So home is a place where loneliness disappears. But where is home? And the Buddha said it very clearly that home is in us, and there is an island that you have to go back to, the island of self. And this is a practice, not a theory. Loneliness is the ill being of our time. We feel very lonely, even if we are surrounded by many people. We are lonely together. And there is a vacuum inside of us. You don't feel comfortable with that kind of vacuum, so we try to fill it up by connecting with other people. We believe that when we can connect with other people, and then the feeling of loneliness will disappear. And technology supplies us with a lot of devices in order to connect, stay connected. We always stay connected, but we feel lonely, continue to feel lonely. We check email several times a day. We send email several times a day. We post messages every time a day. We want to share, we want to receive. And we get busy during the whole day in order to connect. But that does not help with loneliness, with reducing the amount of loneliness in us. This is what happens in the present moment in our modern civilization. Our relationship is not good. We are not in good relationship with our partner, with our brother, with our sister, with our parents, with our society. We feel very lonely. And we have used technologies in order to dissipate, to try to dissipate that feeling of loneliness, but we do know we have not succeeded. In the tradition of Bangladesh, every time we sit down on our cushion, That is to connect with ourselves. Because in our daily life we are disconnected with ourselves. We walk and we don't know that we are walking. We are there, but we do not know that we are there. We are alive, but we do not know that we are alive. We are losing ourselves. We are not ourselves. And that is happening almost all day long. So the act of sitting down is an act of revolution. You sit down and you cut off, you stop that state of being, losing yourself, not being yourself. And when you sit down, you connect to yourself, and you don't need an iPhone or a computer to do that. You just need to sit down mindfully and breathe in mindfully. And in a few seconds, you connect with yourself. You know what is going on. What is going on in your body. What is going on in your feelings, in your emotions. What is going on in your perceptions, and so on. You are already home, and to take care of home. You have left home for a long time, and home has become a mess. So going home means to sit down and be with yourself and connect with yourself and accept the situation as it is. It is a mess, yes, but I accept it. Because I have left home for a long time, I have allowed things to happen like that at home. So now I'm home, I will rearrange everything. And with my in-breath, my out-breath, my mindful breathing, I begin to smile at everything. And I will tidy up my home. I allow my body to release the tension. I allow my body to release the tension while breathing in and breathing out. And the Buddha told me how to do that, how to breathe in and how to release the tension in my body. Home for yourself. The Buddha said, be an island unto yourself. Atta Dipa Sana, taking care, taking refuge in the island of self. That is the practice recommended by the Buddha.
I want to interact here right now because if you notice, it says this is the practice, and this is the main thing because they have to practice it. In other words, you have to make it a habit. Because if you don't get into these habits, you can easily use like David said, my soul cleave it onto the dust. Like, let me see if I can put it here so you can see the part in the bottom. Here you go. Yeah, you see that? At the bottom, yeah, okay, I can share this part too. So, Psalm 119:25, my soul cleave it unto the dust, quicken thou me according to thy word. Okay, so even David at the time, but I think we are at a better place of enlightenment, than even in the time of David, because now more than ever, in this year now, we know that the words, the alphabet is ruling everything. You understand that the computers are the house of an operating system. And this operating system is made out of commands, which are words, which are made out of an alphabet. And so the more faithful these computers, the hard drive, they hold all the information, so therefore they are the ones that are running, the whole world. They're running the hospital bills, they're running the lights, the traffic lights. All this is done by computers. So when I talk about that the alphabet can control so many things, it's not something far-fetched for people to say, that can never happen. But we're living in an age in which the alphabet's controlling our cloud technology that allows me to send this out into the cloud technology of the internet world so that you guys can be able to share. So when I say all these things, it's not a far-fetched thing. If David would have said that in his time, they wouldn't have believed him at all. You know, but we're on an age at the time when we've seen the magnificence of what the alphabet has accomplished. So you don't want to use it in your hearts. You want to use it in a computer, and then he's going to mesmerize you. He's going to make you be more attached to the dust than anything else, you know, because you did not want it to have in him. So all of that, God is behind the scenes, my friend. So you understand? So, but this is a magnificent time for us to live in, because we understand all that the alphabet is doing, you know. But so that's what happens. So when you have to practice something, it's because you don't see the whole picture yet. But when you can see things like the way I see, nothing in this world beguiles me, or nothing attracts me. It's not like I say, oh man, I wish I could have this. Everything that everybody has, that every company has, you know, I wish that they have even more. And I wish that they had the real thing, you know, like what is happening right now to this guy, what is called Sam Bankman-Fried? I think that's his name, right? And I think if God was going to bring a judgment to the bank industry, that's the perfect name to do it with. Sam, representing Uncle Sam, that's supposed to be the nation that's supposed to be taking care of you, Uncle Sam. So Sam Bankman, I think that's the name of this guy, and fried. So he's gonna make all the people from the bank gonna be fried in this economy. They're getting fried. You know, everything is collapsing. And if there was a name that was going to represent, that was the perfect name. You know, this guy was making billions, and all of a sudden billions disappear. But has Sam, for the Uncle Sam that was supposed to represent this nation, is supposed to be taking care of you, you know, but it's not doing it, you know, and this bank man fried. So all the men from the banks are getting fried. The economy is collapsing. So, you know, whatever. So I just thought it was interesting. That was the perfect name for a guy, for a judgment to come at this time, for this, for the bank collapse and all the crypto collapsing that is going on. But that's interesting that he has a perfect name for that. But, you know, but in any case, you can make it back to this. So this is the whole thing. So once you know something, you are paying attention to words. And you're particularly careful how God is running everything. Because to me, the fact that this guy named Sam Bankman-Fried is no coincidence. This is the time of judgment for all the bank systems. And he's the perfect one to represent that. So so keep that in mind, you know. But this is what I'm saying. This is what this religions lack. They're not able to be in the alphabet of Torah, so their mind has not expanded to the whole world. So in this world, I want everybody I want Sam Bankman-Fried to have the real riches for his soul. The awareness of all that he's participating. You know, like he gets to breathe 22,000 pounds of air from his day of birth. So he has breathed more air than all the money that he's ever had collected, because all the air, you know, that's how we rich. Our currency is the air that we're breathing, 22,000 pounds. Imagine you were 22,000 pounds of air every day. If you're circulating that and you're generating that every day, and that was converted into money, if God said, I'm going to give you in pounds, in England pounds, okay, and the money from England, I'm going to give you all in exchange for all the breads that you have from the day that you were born up until now. I'm going to exchange each bread for an English pound. How rich would you be? You know what I'm saying? You will be a zillionaire, you know, for all the breath you have, because every time that you breathe in and out, you are distributing the energies in this world. So that's the labor that you do for Yud-Heh-Vav. But you say, if God were to do that, you will be so rich. The same. That's why I wish for this Sam Bankman-Fried. So we have my understanding, so people understand what his true riches are. You know, but in any case, I digress. Let me go back to this messages here. So let's see.
So when you walk from the parking lot to your office, why don't you go home with every step? Why do you continue to think, to worry, to suffer? Every step can bring you home. You walk like a Buddha, you walk like a free person. And that is possible. You recover yourself, you connect with yourself with every step. And freedom is possible. And you are recuperating yourself. You are not losing yourself anymore. You connect with your body, you connect with your feeling with every step. And every step brings you freedom. And if you can find a home for yourself, you can help your partner to find his. or hers. Because she is lonely also. He is lonely also. And he is looking for home, for some warmth, some safety. And that is why once you have got a home, you can go to your partner, you can go to the other person. And since you have a home, you are in a position to help him to have a home also. And you are confident because you know how to connect with yourself, how to have a home for yourself. So that confidence in you will inspire him or her to do the same. She can find a home in you, and then she will lean on that in order to build a home in her. But before you can go to him, to her, to help, you have to help yourself. You have to connect with yourself. And then when you have been able to connect with yourself, and then the next step is possible, will be successful to connect with the other person. And without the first step, the second step is not possible. And you don't really need an iPhone or something like that. You need your eyes to look at him with compassion. Even if she is not in the same town, you can connect with him, with her easily. Because you are already yourself, you are already home. And whatever you say, whatever you think, will help her, will help him to recover herself. And then when she is able to go back to herself, and your relationship become a real relationship. Because both of you have home. And that's why when you come together, you find home in each other at the same time as in each of you. And this is a collective home for both of you. There's a home here, there's a home here, and there's a collective home here. And it is the base of everything. If you want to help society, if you want to help community, if you want to help your country, and then you have to base on this. And when you have a true home, you have happiness, you have safety, you have fulfillment, and then you are in condition to go to the other. Whether they are an individual or they are a society, a group of people. So this is the way prescribed by the Buddha. Everything has to begin with yourself. And the teaching, the practice is very clear. Every breath, every step, every sitting, every act, like drinking, cleaning, if done in mindfulness, help you to go home and to enjoy the wonders of life around you and in you. Your body is a wonder. And the hill, the clear streams of water, they are all wonders, and they have the power to heal.
Okay, so this is where you can see how emphasizes that to go home, we need to go to self, to be at home, and to be at home in the sense that you're not lonely there where you are. You know, to that effect, you know, that he's talking about that's good for society, that's good for your fellow men. But the fact is that we are the house in the sense, you know, that we're like this electric turbine that circulates the air for our fellow men, and we are in this one big house of the dome of the air, you know, which we're in this bubble of the air. All of us live inside the bubble of the air. And at no time in history, as far as I know in history, not even 1% of this world has gone out into space and lived there. We just keep thinking of the places where everything's just afar and dust. You know, when we are living in this magnificent, place that creates biopolis and all that, but he talks about the importance of having a home and knowing what your home is. The fact is that everybody's seeking for a home because, like I say, Aleph Bet means a strong home. Okay, so everything throughout history, I was looking for the home. The word Pharaoh means big house. That's the real meaning of the word Pharaoh. It's big house or big home. And so the person that was in charge of the big house or the big home took on the title of Pharaoh. So he became a Pharaoh, but the literal meaning of Pharaoh means big house or big home, because he will be in charge of the big house. And all the countries in the world have always had what is the equivalent of the home of the country. Like we have the White House. That represents the big house where the government is running everything. So every nation have a headquarters, there's the town hall, all of that. It's the big house. It's the representation of the Aleph Bet. So everybody is supposed to have a place. But so no matter how the whole world has this Aleph Bet, it's a very deficient Aleph Bet, because you know how crooked all these politicians are. They're trying to diminish, like the people that say there's too many rules in the Old Testament. 613 mitzvot. You cannot be saved with 613 mitzvot. You cannot be doing all of that. Hogwash. Don't be a hypocrite. Because even just in California, in the laws that are written, there's 17,000 pages of judicial laws that is written, and all these lawyers have to keep track of it to defend you and to do all these things, to do everything. 17,000 pages, and you're complaining for 613 mitzvot? That's too much? To run the world of the afar, to run the world of the dust, because it cannot run itself, it's a mule, it's a manpower of hell lame economy that cannot procreate itself, you're going to have a zillion of rules to keep up all these things, to keep up with building codes, to keep up with everything. There's all kinds of rules, way more than 600,000. And everybody has to know the person to be able to run everything. So to run any society, especially of the dead society, it's way more than 613 mitzvahs. So at the end of the day, the ones from the Torah and from the RUACH are very minimal compared to every country and every nation has more than 613 commandments and rules to run their countries and to run their buildings and to run their business and to run everything. They have far more than that. So I'm not letting you come up with that excuse. That is hard to follow that. How come you're keeping your city going? Okay, how come you're keeping things going as best as they can? Because somebody is following more rules than the Torah. That's why. Okay? So at the end of the day, there's no such thing as there's too many rules. Not very little compared to running a whole city of the dust here in the far in the world of the dust. All right? So I'm going to take that excuse away from you. All right? So at the end of the day, the one that we need to be is in the Aleph Bet of Torah. Because Aleph Bet means the Father. Okay? And then we're in the Word of Torah, the Dabar of Torah. Okay? The Father, the Word of the Torah. And then, what is he talking about? The testimony is the RUACH, the world of respirandia, the world of the Spirit, how the processes are taking place in it. That is the material that we hold on to. We have no choice. It runs through us. Every breath that we take is in us, but we cannot hold. It's the riches that is keeping us alive. It's the energies that are keeping us alive. But the thing about air, we cannot grab it. We cannot hold on to it. So that's why it's easy when you're in the economy of watching the air. You cannot be a greedy grabber of the air. Just breathe it in, gotta breathe it out. You take what it needs and it sends it out. So you're a great philanthropist. You can focus on the word only and just memorize the word. Then the word becomes your biggest treasure. But when you are in the world of the dust, you have to cling onto the things of the dust. You gotta hold on to your car. You gotta hold on to your money. You gotta hold on to everything that you have. And therefore you do not focus in words. So learning laws and learning words are too hard for you because you are too busy grabbing onto the physical things. But that's the beauty of the RUACH. The RUACH is just circulating, and therefore you can focus in the world of the thought to understand the processes of the RUACH, and therefore in there your body is the best philanthropist ever. You understand what I'm saying? So now we're going to hear this from the perspective, of a Christian. Christian sage, somebody that knows things from the Christian perspective, but still he tells you that you're not going to understand this with your mind, and that's where he's wrong. You can understand it with your mind because God has set it up for us to see it in the here and now. It's just that we have been deprived of it because Who loves you, baby? The ones that give you 99%, not the only one that, so understand that, okay? So I give you the coax and the strength. That's what I'm giving you here. So the greatest story ever told, it's nothing compared to the most awareness that you can get of all the processes that you can do in the here and now. Nobody's telling you that but me. Because I have looked anywhere to find somebody that is preaching these things and they're not preaching them. All right? But I'm giving you my treasures, man. I'm sharing them with you. And so let's keep going here. All right.
We are very fortunate to be living in a time where science has literally discovered the truth of oneness. We actually have the models and the science to prove that everything is connected, and any belief in separation is a figment of the imagination only. Quantum physicists have demonstrated that the quantum world underlies all matter in the universe. That in fact, there isn't such a thing as matter, but that vibrating particles and photons arise from a field of infinite potential to entangle and create everything we see. So when we look at the universe around us, all we're ever really seeing is the quantum universe. So in a very real way, science now gives validity to the teaching of the ancients that everything is spirit. On its face, it seems pretty clear and obvious, but to realize it is so seemingly difficult. So, how can we realize it? Take the example of a potter. A potter can fashion many different kinds of pottery and can paint it with many different colors and designs. Yet, no matter how many different forms the pottery may take, all that we're ever really seeing is the clay. Only the clay is really there, and only the clay really exists. The jar or the bowl or whatever we're seeing is a concept in the mind, right? The only thing really present is the substance of clay. Look at the example of gold and jewelry. Gold can be melted and molded into all kinds of different jewelry. Earrings, bracelets, necklaces, rings. But the only substance that's really there in the jewelry, and the only thing that gives the jewelry any value, is the gold. We can take the example of the ocean and its waves. We understand that no wave exists separately from the ocean. Every wave in the ocean is really just a product of the undertow, of the ebbing and flowing of the deep ocean beneath it. So just as the clay makes the pottery, spirit makes all forms of every shape, size, and color. Whatever you see in the universe of form is really just spirit appearing as the object. So it's not as if a mountain has mountain reality and a person has person reality. There's only one reality, back of every form. And Jesus' choice term for the one reality of spirit was the Father. And so Jesus said things like, when you see me, you see the Spirit, and I and the Spirit are one. Just like the gold in the jewelry,
Let me stop here for a second. You see what I'm saying? So he's even misquoting his own Bible there, because when you see me, you see the Father. That's what Jesus said in the book of John. When you see and the Father, who is the Father? The alphabet. So when you understand Hebrew, then you understand how deep that is. So when you see everybody, you're looking at a composition of a code. Yeah, each one of us is made from physically we're made from a DNA code. Okay? The ACTG. Those are the 4 letters for the DNA code. ACTG, which is best to remember as Act of God. That's the best way to remember the letters and the DNA code. Act of God. ACTG. I did not put those letters in it. The scientific world decided to use those letters for the DNA code. But it's out of these 4 letters that we have. So this is what made who we are. So at the end of the day, to just have our physical body, God had to use 4 letters from the alphabet to give us a physical body. So even our physical body in the DNA is not composed with all the 22 letters of the alphabet, but only with 4 of them. Okay, so even our physical body is not made of all the 22 letters. It's just 4 letters of it. Okay, so you understand? So at the end of the day, we are looking, when I'm looking at you physically, I'm looking at 4 letters of the alphabet. I'm looking at 4 letters of the Father. That's in arranged in such a beautiful way that it makes the beautiful person that you are. So that's how you have to look. The Father means the alphabet. Because behind everything made, there's an alphabet that made it. And the alphabet is the house of every word. You understand? So this is how you, but when you know Hebrew, that's when you can relate to that. This guy translated as RUACH. There is a RUACH, but he's putting it in the wrong order because he does not know Hebrew. Okay? For example, when God says in the when Jesus said in the book of Matthew, all power is given unto me. Therefore, go into all the world, baptizing them. That means submerging them, put them in under the waters. You know, to baptize means to put under solutions. Put them in under solutions. What solutions? Of the Father. The solutions of the alphabet. To baptize them in the name. You know, put them in all the solutions that are found in the name of the alphabet, of knowing the alphabet, all the things that you can solve and figure out, and on the name of the Son. And what is the Son in Hebrew? Ben. The word Beth and Nun. And Beth is the blueprints or the book, and Nun is continuity. So the book of continuity, or the blueprints of continuity, is the Son. So make them aware. And Jesus also in the book of John calls himself the Dabar, which is calls himself Logos in Greek, which means word. In the beginning was the word, the Dabar. So the Dabar is the continuation of the alphabet. The alphabet gives birth to words, and that becomes the son of the alphabet. The words becomes the sons of the alphabet. So here is to, so if the word completeness, because Jesus said all power is given to me. It means with Jesus, it means the completeness of mankind. If he was really living up to the name, people would have understood that. But see, it was not given in Hebrew. People cannot study those things in Hebrew and get to the root of it. So the completeness, which means Jesus, said all power, means all Elohim, because the word power means Elohim, is given to me in heaven and earth. And that's true. The powers and the energies of God work in heaven and earth, will work on the seas. All these powers of the energies are working all over the place. It says, baptizing them, submerging them, putting them inside all the solutions of the alphabet, all the solutions of the blueprints of continuity, which means Son, and of the only economy of the RUACH, the Holy Spirit. Holy means the unique RUACH. Is the only one running the economy of the RUACH. Okay? Make them aware of all of that, and then they will be surrounded in all the knowledge of God in the here and now. But you don't get to that because all that the Christian does with all the different language, it only tells you the right words, but it doesn't get you to the root of it, so you can connect it in the here and now, because it's only work as a great billboard. You know, and the billboard are like little flyers that you got to pass around. When you go now open up a feature and open up a show, there's thousands of flyers that go around to announce, you know, what's going to be happening at the theater. So that's why religions like Christianity is 2.5 billion. Those are the flyers. These are the billboards that are announcing the reality that is found in the Torah and playing in the here and now. All of it playing now in the here and now. So it's trying to tell you, but it's only a billboard. So do not expect for a billboard to deliver. A billboard can only tell you some news of what is happening in the Torah for reals in the here and now. So that you got to go, not to a theater, but you got to go to the Torah and see how that is playing in the here and now. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what we discovered. See, the guy is like, even misquoting his own Bible. So it's adding more confusion there. All right, this is something that I will not do. Even as now, I don't misquote anybody's Bible. But here we go.
It is the spirit within the form that gives it value. And so Jesus said things like, "Why do you call me good? No one is good but spirit alone."
You see that? Misquoting again. Why call me good? Nobody is good but God. You know? So he's saying, because functionality. The word good is tav, numerical value 17, which means functionality. what is the one that makes us function? Every breath that we take brings life, and therefore every breath is the energy, and energy means Elohim. So only God is good. So all of that is combined. It is one and the other. The breath and the Elohim are one in nature, in the sense that the air produces the energies, you know. But the thing is, do not misquote your own Bible if you haven't studied the Torah. That's the way I look at it, you know. So if he's even misquoting the whole thing, so God is good, that means the functionalities is being brought to us by the energies that we get from the breath. All right, so let's keep going.
No jewelry is valuable apart from the gold it's made of. No matter is real apart from the spirit it is made of. The gold is the jewelry, and the jewelry is the gold. The matter is spirit, and the spirit is matter. And so Jesus also said, I am in the Spirit, and the Spirit is in me. All actions in the universe are the activity of spirit, just as all waves in the ocean are the activity of the ocean. And we know that waves obey physical laws like gravity, kinetic energy, and electromagnetism. And these
Okay, you understand there? He also misquoted that. I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. Okay? But that's true in the sense that, you know, you got to understand that the place, when I describe the best place, you can, wherever you can be yourself, you can find the embrace and the love and the kisses and, you know, and all the breathtaking inspiration of those that are taking most care of you. And then you're never going to feel lonely when you have that situation. But when you identify that only with the flesh, you have moments of loneliness because you don't see the functionality. Who is the one that is doing that to your body 24/7? The air. You live in the air, and the air lives in you. So that's true what he said about the spirit, but he's misquoting the verse. So in the physical, the spirit lives in us, you know, comes inside of us. We participate with it. We fuse with it. We send carbon dioxide to the plant with all this fascinating work. And those, so the air is in me, you know, and I'm in the air. I'm in the air. I'm inside the air, and the air goes inside of me. So that's true for the physical. But also in the Mahashava world, in the world of thoughts, all the thoughts are inside of me all the time. The alphabet is in me, and I get to speak it out and send it out, and then the alphabet is outside of me. And I get to hear all the alphabet of the people talking and all the messages that are coming around. So the alphabet is outside of me, and it's inside of me. Okay, so that's the truth. But it's all in the here and now, so that you can connect to it. It's nothing far-fetched. It's not like something so weird. It's happening in the here and now. So you need to explain it that way. And the Torah enables you to do that. That's the whole idea. So here, you know, but I want to keep going. Well, you'll see.
different forces create the ebbing and the flowing of the ocean beneath the waves. So when we think we see a wave, we're really seeing the activity of physical laws. So in the exact same way, all matter in the universe obeys the universal laws of spirit. Laws like karma, vibration, evolution, and polarity. Nothing in the universe acts of its own accord, because everything is obeying only these universal laws of spirit. And so, Jesus said, "Of myself I can do nothing. I can only do what I see the Spirit doing."
The Father.
The Buddhist term for spirit is isness. Isness is the quality of existence itself within every form. So in a flower, for example, it's only the spirit appearing as the isness of a flower, or the isness of a planet, or the isness of a galaxy. The only truth to any form or object we see is spirit, being the infinity of form, and the isness of everything. And this isness, this spirit, is love, because it is one. There's not two different spirits in the universe who can have a conflict with one another. And so evil things do not happen because spirit is evil. but because we are unaware of spirit. The love that grows green grass, the love that blows through the trees, shines in the sun, moves in the waters, and lives in every heart. The mind's belief in separation is the cause of evil, not the reality of spirit.
Okay, so that's the thing. He just described love, but this is love, but it doesn't describe it as an action. So when God is breathing life into us, He's doing a lavishment. Is giving out. As He comes, the air comes in out of us, a lavishment of vital enrichment. Vitally, because it pertains. We need it for life. So it's vital. It's indispensable. So as lavishment, every breath that comes in, God is lavishing of vital enrichment or empowering. Because with the air that we get to stay alive, we get to be empowered. So then you put the word love, when you get to the letters, you give a heart, you get definition of something that is happening. What is the function that is taking place? Because when you leave it with love, people just identify with love as a feeling. It's not just a feeling, it's an act. Every breath that I take is doing a functionality. It's lavishing, opulent, vital enrichment or empowerment for my body. That's what it's doing in the here and now, and that's undeniable. That's a factual thing. It's not fictional. But if you do not give it a functionality, if not, the good tidings of good or functionality, people are going to be left in the dark still. And what's the point of saying something if your mind cannot grasp it? Might as well if you were still in the dark, and you're going to be still in the dark after your speech anyhow. So don't speak if you don't know how to have people grasp it in the here and now. Okay, so here we go.
Spirit is only love. But the mind can only see materially. It does not see spiritually. So when the materialistic mind looks out at the universe, it sees everything as separate and finite and isolated and ultimately threatening. And that is the cause of all suffering, of all sickness, of all war and poverty on this planet. The belief in separation. And so you and I can begin to heal the world literally just by realizing in each moment that there is only one thing present here and now. Right where you are is the fullness of life, the oneness of the eternal Spirit. Everything in the universe that we can see, taste, touch, hear, or smell is only Spirit. All forms we think we see are actually concepts of the mind, and yet our concepts don't change the reality. Spirit is the omnipresent and universal substance of everything. Every animal, every plant, every person, every taste, every scent, every sensation, every sound, every activity, every place, every event is nothing but spirit. And so if everything is spirit, including you and your body, there's no actual division between you and the flower. So when you smell the fragrance of a flower, you smell your own fragrance. When you taste the sweetness of a strawberry, you taste your own sweetness. And when you see another person, you see only yourself. So when you get this, and you will get it eventually, it means that there are no external things, no external events, no outer appearances, nothing happening outside of you, but everything happening inside of you. The infinity of spirit, here and now. And if you get too busy thinking about this and trying to understand it with your mind, you're just going to be spinning your tires in the mud.
See, that's what I was talking about. Now he says, if you try to understand it with your mind, it's useless. So then, what's the point of giving his video? The whole idea, says the Bible, says, thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, he whose mind stayed on thee. You are unable to use your mind to stay on Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. You know, great peace have they which love Torah, and nothing shall offend them. And therefore, you need to get to the core of it to understand how you're relating it here and now. Because then you do all this stuff of saying, you know, you are the flower that you're touching. You are the sweetness that you're tasting. All this stuff. No, in the Torah, everything, you know, all the organic world has its own particular way, shape, or form, and every little function that they have to do. But where is the one particular oneness that we have? And that is the labor of loving. All plants, all animals, all insects, all worms, all fishes, just by respiration, just by using their nose, they keep the business of the RUACH, of energizing all the planet, of energizing all the four corners of the world. We all participate in that. And that, by doing that, is energies that we're sharing with one another. The energy of the potential of the voltages that's produced by the voltaic, by the combination of the chemistry interaction of all the stuff that we eat, and we're producing all this, and we're keeping this going. Okay, this is a power plant, and we exist for that. And so all people that let everything that have breath praise the Lord. That's what we all have, is that we breathe, and therefore we produce energies. We participate in the giving of energies, you know, to keep a whole world alive and to keep it going. And therefore loving becomes lavishing of vast, okay, to make sure I understood that correctly here, I don't want to misquote. Lavishing is to just give out ongoing, vital, indispensable, nurturing goods, because that's the best goods we can do. All these energies that we share in the air, and that's why a whole world is working for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. And that's the one thing that the organic world has in common, is that everybody is working for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, energizing this powerhouse of the RUACH. Okay, that's where we have our oneness, because all of us work in it, whether we are aware of it or not. That's our oneness. We were created for that. Even the animals that have no idea what they're doing, that's exactly what they're doing. But we were made to be Homo sapiens. That means sapient, that means wise ones, to understand these processes. But all these narratives have stolen it from us. So that's why whatever the greatest love story we're told, only deprive us from 99.9365% of what we need to know in the RUACH. And only the Torah opens that understanding to you. So then you are complete when you know all these things. That's the idea of being saved. Salvation just means to have completeness in all your processes that you're doing in the here and now. All right, so this is the thing. So at the end, he says that he brings more confusion. So that cannot be the case. Don't do a tape or don't do a video if you're not going to answer something that people can connect in the here and now. Okay, but that's the whole thing. At least this serves as a billboard. It's saying nice words that kind of resonate, but doesn't connect for the here and now. So your mind cannot connect with it for the here and now, cannot connect with Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, as the Bible assures that you are able to do. But let's keep it going. It's at the end now.
Because the mind cannot see spiritually. It can only see materially. The mind is matter consciousness, separation, and the spirit is unity consciousness, oneness.
Okay. That is half true. The spirit is oneness and unity. Because the air, that's the nature, what's in the nature of the air. The behavior of the nature of the air is just always be connected with everything. The air is always connecting us to everything, and it's taking the energies and all this stuff. It's the one that connects us with everybody, it's the air. But the one that keeps us disconnected is not the mind. What keeps us disconnected is the afar. When God said, "Thus you are, and unto dust shalt thou return," that means you're going to go and pay attention to the circulation of the dust in the here and now. And that's where we experience separateness, because it's the nature of the dust, it's the nature of the afar to separate, to divide, to break apart, to crumble, to deteriorate. That's in the nature of the dust. And if we're going to make the greatest industry in this world, all the things that we can make out of the dust and powders, we are always going to experience separateness and divisiveness and, not closeness, because everything cannot be for everybody at once. Everybody can have for a little while and so forth. And that's how you experience the illusion of scarcity, the illusion of being separated. Because at the end of the day, all these things that are made of the dust in the manpower, health, and economy, all of them are dead. The car is dead, the TV is dead, they cannot procreate themselves. So they're not doing one iota of good to keep you alive in the here and now. What keeps you alive is the air that you're breathing, the trees that are working in the organic world, the animals that are breathing and circulating these energies. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what happens. So when your eyes are drawn away because you got to keep the manuals of everything made out of the dust, that's how you experience the sense of scarcity, the sense of being separated. That's where it comes from, because the mind has been subjected to the manuals of this product made out of the dust. But when your mind is subjected to the Torah, which the main material that it holds on to, and it cannot hold on to, but it can only circulate, it is the air, then, my friends, then you understand the whole state of things, you see? So this is what he's saying. So that's why he got it wrong. But I don't blame him. He hasn't studied Torah. I think this is a guy that's very brilliant, because he's got very nice words that he says, but unfortunately, he's not in the Torah. You know, and therefore, he has not received this understanding. I don't credit this understanding that I have, to my great knowledge. I think this probably has a more brilliant head than I do. But these people have been deprived from Torah and for the language of functionality to translate it, they are not going to be able to decipher it, no matter how dedicated or how good they are. Okay? So that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to put them down. I admire their tenacity and their bravery for trying to convey their understanding to the world. But then again, do not give up. Just go to Torah, and it's going to make perfect sense to you. That's what I'm saying. I appreciate all of you guys that do videos anyhow. I'm not really putting you down. I'm just trying to say the reason why you're not able to convey the whole idea is because you like going to Torah, my friend. I encourage you to go there. So here we go. Finish now.
So this is something you meditate upon. It's something you fall in love with. You see it when you close your eyes to the world of form. You hear it when you become silent. You feel it when you become still inside. And gradually, it begins to permeate your awareness, so that where other people see bracelets and necklaces, you are aware of gold. This is the best kept secret in the universe, quietly waiting to be discovered. That all is one. All is the omnipresent and eternal Spirit. And in the one Spirit, we live and move and have our being.
All right, so there we go. So he says, all we have to do, because the mind doesn't understand, we have to just meditate. What sounds like, sounds almost like what the Buddhist was saying, just to meditate. But what does the Bible say? This book of the Torah shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein 24/7, day and night. I dream about the Torah. I breathe in the Torah. The Torah is my life, is my everything, is the thing governing my every thought. And thus, because of that, I'm able to see through everything, and I'm able to connect now the religions that lack the connectivity, because they are not meditating into your whole mind. Commit thy way unto the Lord, and the thoughts will be established. Then you will have thoughts that are secure in the economy of the RUACH. The economy, the business has been running all of creation 24/7 from the day one until now, and it has never stopped. It never needs any improvement, like the iPhones or anything like that. These are technology that never needs any improvement. So you can rest secure that this business of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh is going to last forever. This process do not slumber. God does not drink. God does not need to rest. He's awake all the time, keeping everything going. And that's what we rejoice, my friends, and we have that, okay? So that's the whole thing. So let me see how we're doing here. So remember that the Aleph is the house of everything that's been made by words. Okay, so that's why we go. So you get to whole awareness, And therefore you get to know who's loving you here, the one that's giving you everything here. You know, not a tunnel vision, not a myopic view, but the whole spectrum of how everything is put together. You know, everything is weaved in place. So there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot of knowledge to unpack that I have just begun to scratch the surface. So I'm going to continue on this page for maybe even until the end of the month of, December, because there's a lot to unpack here, I have to say, because this is how I'm going to be doing. I'm going to show you how the world tries to teach you the truth, but they can only become a billboard announcing the good news that the Torah will explain to you how it's happening in the here and now. And that's how I intend to do these messages from now on. All right, so let me take you guys to see how you guys are doing. All right, let's see here. So, who is still in the game? Who has lasted until the bitter end? El que esté aquí presente diga, aquí estoy. Quiero ver quiénes quedaron por último. Who is here? Say, I am here, I am here. Let's say who's here at the end. Aquí estoy. Oh, I am here. Preséntese. What I do? What do you do? All right, all right. Okay, 1 minute. I see Andy showed up here. Rosa, all right. Rosa's here too. All right. And I see here Brianna. Oh, Brianna's still here. Okay, all right, all right. Rosa, all right. Okay. Rosa and Andy. All right, Brianna. La señora Patricia está con nosotros. Brian's still here. Good. Patricia, okay, good. All right, all right. Okay, my dear friends. I'll tell you what. There's only 5 of you, right? That's beautiful. All right. Okay, let me ask some questions here. All right. This is 5, but whenever it's more than 3, I ask questions, okay? But I'm going to make it very easy, okay? Easy questions. All right. So, we were talking about a home is a place, or it will be a very strong home, or a safe home, or a big home. But a home is a place where you can be you can be yourself, you can have all the love in the world, and you can never be lonely. So that would be qualified to be a home. And so when I say big home or a strong home, what are those letters in the Hebrew? Okay, what are those letters in the Hebrew? A strong home. In the Hebrew, what are those letters? A strong home or a strong tower? What are those letters in the Hebrew? Anybody wants to answer that? In the Hebrew, only 2 letters. Well, what are the letters in the Hebrew that stands for a strong house or a strong home? What are the 2 letters in the Hebrew for that? You can just put the initials in English too. It's 2 letters. What are these? Let me see. 2 letters. Hey, Brianna! You got it! Okay, 2. Okay. All right, okay. Let's see who did it. Okay, a lot of people say it at once. Let me make sure I'm hearing it here. Okay. Let me go to the very beginning here. Okay. Let's see. Let's go. Let's see. Top 17. Okay. Brian said Aleph Beth. All right. And Brian said Ab, and Brianna spelled it out. All right. Okay. So not bad. Okay. Because it seemed like both came out at the same time. And one spelled it out, and the other one said the letters. So fine. So I'm going to make it 50 for Brian and 50 for Brianna, okay? Because you spell it out, and Brian just said the letters, which is fine. So each one of you gets $50, all right? It seemed to me they just appeared at the same time, almost at the same time here. So congratulations, Brian, you got 50, and Brianna, you got 50. All right. Now, don't get in now. I'm going to ask another question, but you guys already got paid, so don't participate now. Just let everybody else try. Okay. Okay, si la letra A, B es en hebreo, significa, es la letra para casa fuerte o fuerte casa. Disculpe que no lo puedo hacer en español, pero I'm going to make this one in Spanish first. Okay. And then I'm going to say it in English, okay? So I give Patty a chance to think about it. Let me see. But I think the rest of you speak Spanish anyhow. Andres y Rosa. Well, so there you go. Okay. La palabra ave en hebreo o Aleph Bet en hebreo, ¿qué es lo que significa en inglés o en español? ¿Qué es lo que la palabra Aleph Bet o ave en hebreo, qué es lo que significa en inglés o en español? The word ab or Aleph Bet, what does it mean in English or in Spanish? What's the meaning of that in English and Spanish? Okay. Lo que significa esa palabra es lo que significa Aleph Bet o Ab. En hebreo, ¿qué significan esas palabras? ¿Qué es la palabra en español o en inglés que significa eso? Ah, yeah, let me see. Okay. All right, let me see. Hold on a second. Parece que somebody says here. Let me see. Everybody moves so fast here. Father and mother. Okay, she said father and mother. Andy said Ab. Okay, cannot be absent, Andy, because I have what I said already. But Rosa got it. Father and mother. Okay, you said both of them just in case. Okay, father and mother. Okay, at least, okay, I agree to you, Rosa. Rosa got $50 there. Okay, because at least got it, half of it is correct. Father. So la palabra Aleph Bet o alfabeto o Aleph Bet significa padre en hebreo, padre. Y, o father en inglés. Así que Rosa lo dijo correcto. Y también Patty lo dijo correcto, porque parece que dijo Dios papá. And dijo papá, which is fine. And then padre y madre, Patty también dijo correcto, pero la primera en decirlo antes fue entonces. So this is what I'm going to do. So Brian has $50. Brian tiene 50. Brianna tiene 50. Brianna has 50. Rosa has $50. And the rest of you are participating. I'm going to give, for participating and working hard, a señora Patty le voy a dar 25 y a Andy, I'm going to give you 25, okay? So, Andy gets 25 y a señora Patty gets 25, okay, por participar. All right, así que están todos ganadores. Primeros 3 que contestaron fueron de $50 y los otros 2 son de 25 por participar duro y por estar presente. All right, so there we have it. So we gave a total of $200 in prizes today. You know, we had a good time learning the Torah, you know, learning something good for our souls and something that we can use in the here and now. So congratulations to all of you winners. Felicitaciones a todos los ganadores. Que Dios los bendiga. Let me see what I can sing here for you. All right, let me see. Ta-da-ta-da. Let me see here. Brian, what the? Brianna Martinez. All right. All right. You made it. Brian, want you back? All right. All right. You're someplace else. Yeah. You're not here. Yes, right. All right. Well, stick around. All right. So I'm glad you made it. Welcome back, Brian. I know you've been going through a lot of things, but good to have you back, my brother. Good to see you. Good to see Brianna here. All right. Hang in there. I'm going to start sharing this with my timeline as well. Give me a second here. All right. Let's see. All right. Let me do this. Share my feed. All right. Let me put it in here. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. Let me get back here. We'll start with a commercial. Very good. Just hang in there. Let me start a commercial here. All right. See.
Have you ever
Use Cerebro? No. It takes a degree of control, and for someone like me, it's
dangerous?
Alex! What? Destroy it! Destroy everything! Destroy Cerebro! Wreak havoc. You can fire your arrows from the Tower of Babel! But you can never strike gold!
All right. All right. We're talking today about, put on the cerebro. That means put on the brain. Let this, thou will keep him in perfect peace, he whose mind is stayed on thee. We're going to be concentrating on that. So let me open up this thing here so I can share this with you a little better. All right, let me put this picture here. Gonna share this picture in a little while and put it up. All right, very good. Let me put this down. Couple of pictures I'm sharing today, so I want to make sure everything's in place. All right, so here we are. All right, so like I said, welcome Brian, or welcome Brianna. Glad you guys made it. All right, and there's this song. So today we're gonna focus upon, try to find out, because the best stories in the world are love stories that can, have all kind of traumas in it, like Titanic, kind of wins the heart of people. Like the story of Christianity, they call that the greatest love story ever told. That's one way that that religion got to be introduced as the greatest love story ever told. But that will be the greatest love story. Christianity will be the greatest love story ever told if all we are is just clay. If all we are is entities that are made out of, out of the dust, because God formed us out of the dust. God made us out of the dust of the ground. He shaped us, He formed us, but we were not moving at all. We were just a pile of dust at the moment. He just had a formation. But He shaped us out of the dust, and we were not moving until when? Until He breathed on us, until He put His RUACH, His Spirit and His wind in us. Then, that was the energy that animated the body, and then the body came to life. And then the body, while it's here and has the RUACH in it, has the Spirit, then it's able to be activated. Oh, Rosa, it's good to see you too. Okay, so that's how it works. So that's how eventually everything, got taken care of. So that's what you have to understand. So if man was just this creature that's made out of the dust, and it was unanimated until God breathed on it, and then He made him a neshama. That means a breath of life. Just because He also a breath of life. God is a breath of life. And so we also get to participate in that economy of the RUACH, of the Spirit. And so He made us to be partakers of that economy. But we did not want to listen to God, so we lost consciousness. We lost awareness. We lost the science of what it means to live for the economy of the RUACH, for the economy of the Spirit. And in so doing, we lost a great deal of ourselves. You understand? So Christianity will be the greatest love story ever told if all mankind is just a pile of dust. And He's seeking to secure that this pile of dust remains forever and for all eternity. That's why the idea of the resurrection of the body and everything has great appeal. But like I explained before, there are 5 things that we get to process while we're in this body that we have. There are 5 things that are taking place, okay? The first thing, which is the most processes that are happening above all things, above everything, is happening in our head between our 2 temples, the right temple and the left temple. Between there, that's where the greatest processes are taking place. And what is that? The processing of the alphabet or the alphabet in all of your thoughts and all of your words that are being circulated and are being pondered upon, are being meditated upon, on all the concepts and ideas, on all the things that you have to be thinking to understand the world around you and to connect with it. All the processes, most processes are happening are thoughts. And so that's the number one process that is happening inside of us, okay, in our brain. And even though there's 80% water and there's all the gases in there, and the neurons, what I call the body of light, the transfiguration, real transfiguration body of light in the here and now that communicates thoughts and words and ideas and concepts, and that is constantly lighting up inside of Mahashava world, the world of thought. That is the number one process. And in this world, this interesting thing is you're known by the most processes that you do. Like in the world of this world of the dust, this world of the necropolis, as I explained before, what you are an expertise on, what your expertise is about, that's why you're known by the processes that you do the most. But if that was the concept, then if you were to be known by the processes that you do the most, all of us will be categorized as Thotharians, because that's what we do. We think all the time, non-stop. We're processing the alphabet. So we are alphabetarians, because we're processing the alphabet more than anything else. So on the basis of what we get to process the most, the alphabet is what we process the most, because for everything we have to be using an alphabet to think, to understand, to conceptualize, to communicate, to get a framework of what's going on. In all of our activities, the alphabet is non-stop. So the processing of the alphabet or the alphabet in us is the number one. So we are alphabetarians. We are processing the alphabet 24/7. And then below that, the next thing below that, now we get into the physical body. And now in this physical body, what is physically that we get to process more than anything else, because we're going now from the thought world into this physical world. In this physical world, what we process the most is air. Okay, 22,000 pounds of air we process every day. All right, in all the breathing, we do it so conditioned, do it without thinking, but nonetheless, that's what God made us. Because in the process of, on the processes of respiration, fusion, activation, that's the name of Yud-Heh-Vav, the meaning of each one of his letters. That's how we get to participate in the world of the RUACH, or the world of the wind of the spirit, and that's how we share his energies. Because this is a powerhouse of breath energy that is voltaic in nature, and it produces voltaic energy. That means through chemical interactions that are taking place within us, through the gases that are fusing within us, and also through the waters that we drink, the electrolytes that we get from the waters, and also from the solid foods that we get to eat, okay? So these are all things that are happening within us. We're processing the Aleph Bet. So number one, we are Aleph Betharian. But nobody seems to be happy to just remain in the thought world and identify themselves as Thotharians. Because that's what we are. We are a thought in the mind of God. You understand? And so we are a thought. But we're not happy to be a thought because our thoughts are consistently fluctuating. Because we put our thoughts upon economies, upon systems that die, and other economies are upgraded, other technologies are more advanced. So then the alphabet that we were utilizing at a certain time is obsolete, cannot be used anymore. So we have to adopt another alphabet with the new technology. But that's why we are in this world, and we do not accept that we are Thotharians, even though that's what we do the most. Okay, because their thoughts are always constantly fluctuating. But if you realize that the number one economy you and I were created for is the economy that has lasted from day one until now, which is the RUACH, but nobody's aware that that economy has withstood the test of time. It's never going to disappear. So if nobody's aware of that, then therefore your thoughts are never solid. But if you are established in the RUACH of the skies, in the Torah of the skies, which is for the RUACH, then, my friends, your thoughts never going to have to change. But that technology never needs to improve. The technology of the wind, in which all the organic world lives, all flesh, everything lives in it, it never needs any improvement. It's never going to be like Apple iPhone 12, now going to Apple iPhone 14. It's never going to be like that. It's always going to be the same one, because God made it pristine and pure from the very beginning. We have tried to make it impure in our ways that we go about taking care of this world, but that's the number one economy that is never changing. You understand? So when you are established in the world of the RUACH, then your thought world is fixed. It's not always changing. That technology is never changing. That's why, therefore, you can establish yourself as Thotharian, because you're never going to be disappointed with your thoughts. Your thoughts are toward the economy that is in the here and now to last, and therefore your thoughts remain fixed in the same alphabet of the RUACH, because that's not changing anytime soon. That's the real life for which we're made. We were made in the breath, for the breath of God, to be the breath of life, and that's what we do. So now, after thoughts, after Aleph Bet, we process, like I say, air. So we are Aleph Betharian, aerial also, because we process 22,000 pounds of air. And then below that, what we process after that is the liquids that we drink, from the juices, from the water that we drink, all the electrolytes that we get. And that's part of the process, because we are a power plant. We are here to produce energy in this world. We're not here idle, not doing anything. So God is utilizing all that we are in his powerhouse of the RUACH, and we are his little power plants in it. Everything that has flesh is a power plant. Every tree is a power plant. Everything that breathes gases and breathes air is providing all these powers, okay? So then after that, so here are 5 processes. Aleph Bet for the Mahashaba world, for the thought world, the air, so we are aerial being, and then we are process more water than solid foods. And then the last thing we process here and what we eat is the solid foods. And in all these things, in the thought world, we share concepts and people get it. We unite with people with our thoughts as we communicate with them, because our thoughts, like I say, the thoughts are also solid when they're written, and the thoughts are liquid when they're spoken, and the thoughts are gas when they're just in our heads and we're figuring things with it. So the thought is found in three stages. In the solid when it's written in a book, in the liquid when it's spoken, by somebody, because you're providing solutions in this world, and in the gas formation when it's all in our heads and we're trying to understand things. So that's the stage of the Mahashaba world, and that's the most real world that we know, and that's what we abide all the time. We never abandon our head. We're always figuring everything out, making sense of the world inside of the Mahashaba world. Why? Because that's where you and I were made. In the Reshit, Like it says in the Bible, in the Rashid, in the head of a woman, which represents the wisdom of God, in the head of a woman, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, that's how it's translated in English. But in the head of a woman, create the powers and faculties and skills to energize the heavens and the earth. So that's how everything happens. Everything happens in the Mahashava, in the world of the thought and the mindset of wisdom. So we are always ourselves inside of our heads. We never leave our heads. We're just making sense of everything inside of our heads, and we keep thinking that there's something of us outside of us, but never outside of us. As a man thinketh within himself, so is he. Well, we keep projecting ourselves into many things, so we can send our feelings into things that are outside of us, but we never get to live our world of the head, because everything is made in wisdom. Everything is made in the head of a woman, which represents the wisdom of God. That's where everything comes from. So you may want to think that you're something else outside of your head, but you're only a thought that is circulating inside your head, making sense of everything in this world. As a man thinketh within himself, so is he. I think, therefore I am. Okay, all these things is the reality of what we are. But we tend to forget that because I say we adopt economies that take us away from that. And so we are Thotharians, are libertarians. We are aerial because we process 22,000 pounds of air every day. When we're liquids, we drink about 9 to 10 pounds of liquids every day. And then when it comes to Adamarians, so for liquids, I say we are Aquarians, from water, aqua. We are Aquarians. Okay, so this is the 5 S's I spoke last week, when I share with you the 4 assets to glory. So we become sentients in these different things that we get to process. But the whole idea is, so these are 4 things that as we process, we're sharing it with each other, and we're helping. We process the air and we're sharing it with our species, with other species also. The liquids that we drink, we get to either sweat them out, we can use them through our tears, they can come out to our sweat glands, and we can pee it out. But all the stuff that comes out of us can drop back to the ground. Even the pee that comes out, is a chemical thing that goes back to the ground, and the ground knows how to use it for chemical interactions as well. And also from the solid foods, people eat from 4 pounds to 5 pounds of solid foods a day, in a nice industrialized nation. If you eat about that, all these things also gets to come out. You get to defecate. You get to poo all of that stuff. And that also, all the stuff that the animals defecate is used as fertilizer. The plant, the ground gets to use it as fertilizer for the ground. So everything that comes into us, in a way, when it comes out of us, has a way to go and do good to this world, when it goes outside of us. But the last thing that we get to process, okay, so understand, so this is the Aleph Bet in the head, the air that comes through our nostrils and goes into our whole body, then the aqua, the aquarium, the water, then the Adama. Adama is ground, but the tree is a solid ground that has come out of the ground. The tree is an extension of the ground to feed you. Okay, that's what you got to think of the ground. So all the solid foods that we were supposed to eat is the extensions of the ground, the herbs, the fruits, the seeds, all that stuff. That was supposed to be our meat, according to the Bible. So the extension of the ground. And these are the things that once we defecate them, we can produce fertilizer for the ground. But the last thing that our body gets to process, which is the last thing that we needed to focus upon, is what? The afar, the dust, the dead cells. Because we drop dead cells every day as we construct new cells. Cells are the living cities of our bodies. As we construct new cells, dead cells die and they drop us as dust. So God did not want us to be concerned with dust. That was automatically was going to fall into this ground. Okay, and God knows how to use the dust that falls off of us with the organic world that is there, the plants, and it goes out. It's an alchemy process, a process of chemistry that you and I don't understand. But the plants are the greatest alchemists. They know how to take the dust that it is, they know how to mix it with the waters, and once it's penetrated with the seed and the air that's coming in, they know how to transform that dust, that dead thing that came out of us, and they are the experts in creating biogenesis. The plants, all the plants in the world, they are the expert on creating biogenesis, the beginning of life. In other words, they know how to take the dust, the thing that fall off our ground, fall off of our skin, all the dead cells that fall off our skin. Only the plants are the greatest scientists that have that knowledge to take the ground and to take the dust, and to take the things that we have that are falling out of our skin, and they can make biogenesis. That means the beginning of life. They can take dust and create things that are biopolises, living cells again. They have the ability to do that. Those are the greatest scientists, the greatest knowledgeable ones for doing that. They are the greatest alchemists, the greatest chemists to be able to do that. You understand? So those are the trees that have, all trees have that capacity. But then all the scientists of this world want to claim that they have discovered biogenesis. I'll send you to James Stewart. He's a great scientist. You can go, and he has disproved that all the scientists that want to have you believe that they have discovered the process of making life out of the dust, out of the things, they have not yet, they have figured out yet, because the only scientists that do that are the trees. Those are the ones that have mastered the process of biogenesis. They can take the dead cells that are the dust that falls off of us, and they can take the afar, and they can bring the afar into biogenesis. They can bring life out of it as they mix it with all the things. So this is an amazing world of the RUACH. So everything that this world of the so-called scientists want to do is already made and done by all the plants. So all this work is unnecessary, you understand? So at the end of the day, we need to come back and recognize that God has put everything in the right order. Everything is working according to his plan. So of this part that we were not supposed to worry about, of the dust that falls off of us, because only the plants are the greatest scientists, the greatest knowledgeable ones, the ones that have the DAS, or the knowledge to be able to do biopolisis, to be able to do biogenesis, the beginning of life with the, those are the ones that got assigned to do that part, you know, and they're the ones planted to the ground so they can turn the ground into biogenesis, you know. So this is a whole process, amazing process. So we were not supposed to bother with that. But it is to this part that God says, you will identify, thus you are, and unto dust shalt thou return. So you're going to identify with that, and you're going to give your credence, you know, to whatever you can make out of the dust, whatever thing you can accomplish out of the dust. And of about 100 and something years ago, you know, they came out with the so-called theory of the Big Bang. It's not that long. It's just a few, less than 200 years old, the Big Bang theory. That they made out of the grain of dust became God, because they say that everything came from the explosion from a grain of dust. So they finally came to this era now. We're so far away from God. Afar means dust. So we have gotten so far away from God, that we were made a technology, you know. I think we made a concept and a theory, which means theos is God or his story. So we made a God story, you know, that the grain of dust is where everything comes from. All of us came from a grain of dust. So what did they do? They made of the grain of dust a God. Grain of dust. G-O-D. A grain of dust became their God. And so that's what it is right now. So there was a scientist that said about 140 years ago, this scientist, I think it's Spinoza, Baruch Spinoza, or Benedictine Spinoza, Benedictus Spinoza. He was a Jewish guy, by the way, who became a Lutheran for a while, and then he went back to being Jewish, but then he forsook all of that, and not because they kicked him out of the synagogue because of his ideas, but he, so that between the Nietzsche also, you know, that's another one, but all these people that began to change the idea of, you know, that they thought that God is dead and all of that. Nietzsche said that we have killed him when our hands are full of blood. So, but I'm telling you right now that I'm bringing you to the awareness of what really matters, how things really work. Because we have given great importance to the knowledge of everything that has been accomplished in the afar. And so when God said, thus thou art, and to dust shalt thou return, that means you're going to identify with dust and everything you can make with the dust. So that's where man has lived. So if man was only dust, you know, understand what I'm saying? Then that Christianity will be the greatest love story ever told, because he has promised that we as people of the clay made out of the dust, we're going to get resurrections if that's the most important part of us. But it's not addressing all the other processes that we do. We are an entity that is involved in 5 main processes. We process the alphabet, you know, the alphabet. That's the number 1 process that we do in all our thinking. Then we process the air. So Christ did not address about the air, anything about the air, you know. He talked about the word spirit. They use the word spirit a lot, but he not addressed the economy of the RUACH, how it is set up in the here and now, how we are participating in it in the here and now, how we share life and life energies with all our species around us in the here and now. None of that is explained. Well, the word spirit is used a lot, which means wind, which means spirit, pneumos in Greek. So the Christianity uses the word spirit a lot, or being filled with the Spirit, or getting the power of the Holy Spirit, all this stuff, but doesn't explain what is the RUACH and how it operates in the here and now. None of that is given. That explanation is not found there. So the main emphasis was that you are going to get a resurrected body for this, and everything the idea of you going to heaven, everybody has created this idea of heaven, and heaven is a place where all the places are beautiful homes. Nothing gets to die. Nothing gets to rust. So you have a nice house that cleans itself. Everything. So the thing is, the only idea is that you work hard for in this world, you're gonna have it for free over there. You behave if you accept your Savior that did everything for you. So all the concept of a nice place, nice mansion in the skies, all these things that you're gonna have over there, still from the idea of the afar, because all the things are made in the image of what we have here. We have big mansions in Beverly Hills, in Bel Air, in Palm Beach. We have great buildings in Dubai. All these things, we think we're going to have all that prepared for us in heaven. We're forcing the God of heaven to be working with the dust, whatever things, because we made him out of here, and we're going to perpetuate the things that are from the dust technology. We have forgotten the amazing RUACH technology that is ruling the whole organic world, and in which we are participating, because Christianity does not explain all the processes that we are. So I explained that at the end of the day, in the physical realm, if you are eating organic foods, which is the Adamah, the ground that is alive and is feeding you, the solid foods, if you're eating organic foods, 4 or 5 pounds of organic food, and you were drinking the juices and liquid the pure waters, you can get the electrolytes that are in there, and then you're just breathing the air. Now, the air and the water and the solid foods, I explained to you, it's like 0.0635% of what you are processing in the here and now. If you were eating the real, organic food, not the processed foods, because of the organic food, the industrialized nations make sure that we get access to only 200 of them when God made 300,000 available. We only focus on 200 of them. So we are already impoverished in that area. So most people, what they eat is just processed foods. It has nothing to do with this 200 organic. So organic food. So people are bad to begin with their diet because we're into processed foods. And then they drink juices full of sugars and full of all kinds of carbonated drinks that are not good for your health. So everything that you eat is just accelerate your demise, accelerate your death. You die out of this world, And so that's the whole thing. So that's the whole idea that we're going to have to just do away with and realize that we are back, that we're going to be back in understanding all of our processes. So in God is to be saved with God, to be saved is to be complete. Salvation means to have completeness, to know all that you are in the here and now. So if you do not know all that you are and all that you're doing in the here and now, you are lost. And the places where you get lost, because in the Torah is all about knowledge. It says, my people perish, or my people are destroyed. Why? Because they are so horrible sinners, because they, are doomed to be the worst scum of the earth. They're wretched sinners. No, my people perish, or they are destroyed because of lack of knowledge, lack of DAS. They don't have the right science. Their science that they have is very limited. They have made ignorance their knowledge, and in so doing, they have destroyed themselves. Because just to have knowledge of everything that's made out of the grain of dust, and that's all our science is based upon. Studying the age of the dust. They want to go and dust all the architecture stuff, all the anthropologists, all the people that are looking at the ruins, and they want to know the date of these ruins and the date of that civilization, the date of that bone that they found in that cave. Everything is about looking at the dust and trying to date the dust. Everything is revolved around the dust, the things that are dead, and are doing not one iota of good to keep us alive in the here and now. Okay, they focus upon the 8 wonders of the world, things that are dead. Graves and tombs like the pyramids, the Taj Mahal. These are graves, and they want you to be admired, the dead things. The whole thing is based upon that. But that's all stuff that fell off our skin. All the things that are made out of the dust is stuff that fell off our skin. So the whole world of science is dedicated to you to pay attention out of the material that you produce that just falls off your skin as dead skin. And that's what they want you to be fascinated with. Because God, as he said, you're not going to focus upon me. You're going to focus upon my economy of the RUACH, how I run it in the here and now, this powerhouse of creation that runs the whole organic world. You're going to focus upon a grain of dust and all the stuff and all the marvelous architecture that you can make with it, because they're great houses, they're great buildings, they're great skyscrapers. All these things are great and magnificent, but none of them can replicate themselves, propagate themselves. They have to burden mankind. So they are necropolises. They are dead cities. That's all that God sees. They might be marvelous looking at, but nothing but dead cities, because they cannot procreate themselves. They only burden mankind. So that's the whole thing that you got to realize. Therefore, that's the focus upon this world. So for lack of knowledge, for the lack of science. All right, Joseph, you made it as well. All right. No, but you made it, my friend. That's the main idea. Okay, for the lack of science, that's what is. So the whole idea in Torah, in the God of Creator, the God of the Chokmah Binidah, because Chokmah Binidah means wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And the God of the Chokmah Binidah, everything about knowing everything that you can possibly know about all that you are doing in this here and now. And so when a religion just focuses upon your afar, the fact that you were made out of the dust, and trying to get all the best benefits out of the dust that you couldn't get here, you're going to get it when you get to heaven. It's still looking at things from the point of view of the dust. You have not ascended. You have not arisen in your knowledge. You have remained, as I say, you have remained very small indeed, okay? You have not risen to all your knowledge of all the processes. So in this world you are known by the processes that you do the most, and the whole world goes by that formula. They want to know what you do. So what do you do for a living? And then so you're an architect. What do you do for a living? Oh, so you're a real estate. You're a realtor. So according to what you answer as to your process, that's how they name you. They name you by the process that you know the most. And why is that? Because that's the most empirical way to know that that's what you do, because you are engaged in that. So by showing the activities that you do 24/7 and the fact that they can attest that you do that, that's a factual way to see that that's who you are. So that's the best way to tell the truth about who you are, by the process that you do the most. So if that's true in this world of the dust, in this world of necropolises, that's also true. God goes by that too. That's why he calls himself Yud-He-Vav-He. Okay, and I told you that before. That's the processes of respiration, fusion, activations. Okay, because that's the process that keeps the whole organic world alive 24/7. All the creatures that take a breath are praising and exalting that name, because the processes that he does the most to keep all things alive and to keep a power plant of the RUACH in existence. So God calls himself by the processes that he does the most to keep his organic world alive. So that's what Yud-He-Vav-He means. The processes, or the processor of respiration, fusion, activations, or enlivenings, okay? Bringing things to life. So that's what the meaning of each one of his letters. And if you put Elohim, when you say the Lord thy God, that means God means Elohim. So then you're saying the processes of respiration, fusions, enlivening powers. That's the whole name. With Yud-He-Vav-He Elohim, that's what it means. The processes of respiration, fusion, enlivening powers. Okay, so that's what it is, because with those fusions, that's how powers and energies are generated and everything is kept alive. So that's why God named himself. So God is not at odds with this world. This world goes by the processes that you do the most to give you a title or whatever. You are an expert in this world. And so God goes by that as well. And he named himself that way, all right? But then again, you become ignorant. It's all the whole science that you go by, the science of the afar, of the dust. You become ignorant of your other processes. If it's true that you are what you process the most, then let's begin with what your body is processing the most, okay? So what your body is processing the most above all things is the other path inside your thought world, where you always remain there in your thought world. And that's why you are not a Betharian to begin with. But people are are not happy to be another Betharians because their thought is shifty. The thought is not fixed on an economy that does not die. And the only economy that has been from day one up until now is the economy of the Ruach, of the air, of the spirit, of the wind. That's keeping that's the powerhouse of God to keep all his organic world alive. That's the number of, if you're focused on that economy, then you know that economy has never perished. It's been there. You're part of it. You're a participant of it. All animals are. And therefore, you can stay as a Lotharian happy that the business for which God created you is still around. You still count on it. It's never going to be out of business. It's always going to be bringing good things to life. It's the real General Electric. General Electric stole that logo, we bring good things to life. No, that's the Ruach bringing things to life and keeping them alive, never taking a break. But all the power plants in the world, at one point or another, they get to have a blackout. All the companies, all the power plants in all the industrialized nations of the world, at one time or another, they have experienced a blackout. That means all the houses were without power for a while, people were in the dark for a while, but you're not going to see a blackout in the powerhouse of the Ruach, not for a single day. The Lord God, the Lord thy God, Yud-Heh-Vav Elohim, does not slumber. He doesn't take a break. Okay, that's the only power plant, that's the only powerhouse that cannot rest. He cannot afford to rest because everything will drop dead. All right, so that's the only economy that when you're running in that economy, when you're aware that that's what you were made for, hey, you are at ease. You understand? You are in an organic world of creation, then you can ease. You are happy to remain in your thought world, and do what David says. One thing have I desired of the Lord, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, beholding, and inquiring his temple, beholding the beauty of the Lord in his temple. There you remain in between your two temples, and you become the third temple that is attentive to everything that God is doing within you. Okay, and then you sit still, and then you know that I am Elohim, that I am powers. You are aware of all your energies. You're aware of everything and all the powers that are transpiring inside of you. That is to be complete, my friend. That is to be saved. Understand? So that's what a Mashiach needs to do. He needs to bring salvation. He needs to bring completeness. And so since Yeshua of the Christianity failed to bring your completeness, he failed to bring your awareness of all the processes that you're doing, he does not qualify to be a savior. Because a savior means it's a completer. It's one that completes you, that shows you all the processes that you're involved in, and he tells you what is the most important process that you were created for, and that's how you are doing it in the here and now. So he make you a CEO, like explained in my last lesson, that you are the creators, energizing, opulent, or omnipotent, because the breath, the Ruach, is what is our number one source of power. So he makes you the CEOs, the creators, energizing, opulent, means that you're rich. You are, if you are not in the Ruach, you are doing all this, but you are senile. You are like, you are a simpleton because you don't know all your processes. So you are breathing, you are processing the liquids, you're processing all the foods you eat. You are a voltaic energy source. You're producing energies, you're bringing it, and in doing so, you are a creators, energizing, opulent, simpleton. Simpleton because you do not know everything that involves in all the processes that you're doing. But the Bible says the entrance of thy word. And word means the administration, the administration of the kingdom, or the business, of God, or the business of powers. So the word dabar, dalet, beth, resh, okay, that means the administration of the business of the ruach, of the ruler, the one riding the economy, because resh is the head on top of things. Okay, so dabar, so you have an understanding, that your dabar is established in God, and therefore you remain an alphabetarian there. So let me just let me see how we're doing here. By the way, you want to take a minute to check on you guys. Let me go to this part here. Here we are. All right. So I see that Joseph made it, and all right. All right. Okay. All right. And I see who Rosa made it also. And we have Brian. I know that she made it. And I know Brian made it back with us. So it's good to have all of you guys back here again today. That's wonderful. All right. But we are talking about to receive CBDC. That means Hagma Binada, or wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, creativeness. That's powers. Is to receive CBDC powers to see the framework of our existence put on the cerebro for the powers, Torah, and the powders, Torahs, perfect union. So the whole idea of this message is to show you that though it may seem that there's some sort of separateness in all of these, that things are, that there's an end to everything. Like I say, everything is in perfect working. God knows how to take care of everything. God runs this business of the RUACH. And so in running the RUACH, in every business, you understand that in something, if every business that is a big corporation, like a car manufacturing company, everything like that, and besides having the place, where they manufacture everything, they also have a place if something has to be recalled because it's misfunctioning or malfunctioning. Some vehicles, are danger out in the road. They send out a recall. They bring the product back. They can either fix it or they can either do away with it if the malfunction is really bad. But they have a place where they can dispose of the things that are not working correctly. Okay, they can dismantle certain things and they can put it to work better. So all these things. So they have to have a place where they manufacture things to bring the products into existence in a workable condition, and a place where they can dismantle them and do something to repair it. So they have to have those two places, okay? And so it is with the RUACH, okay? Also with the RUACH, with the world that God created in the RUACH, if you're going to be dysfunctional for the RUACH, if you don't understand the economy of what you get to process the most in your physical body, which is the air, and you never have an understanding for that, then you only assign to the dust. You only know all the technologies that are made of everything made out of the dust. That place that is made out of the dust is a necropolis, and it drains your energy. So it's a graveyard, because that's what a graveyard does. It drains your life. It drains your energies. And so you're working to make your own companies and everything, but you're going to be working there 24/7 all the days of your life, because this thing cannot procreate itself. So you yourself are a sepulcher of the Aleph-Bet of Torah, because you're not alive to it. And therefore, in the industry of the work of your hands becomes your own grave that drains the energy out of you. Because you drain the energy out of the Aleph-Bet by not being in the Torah of the RUACH. So you understand? So, and that is perfect. So you become part of the dust too, and therefore you manage, and then the trees can use your dead dust eventually, when they get a chance to grow a company near you, and they are the ones that create biopolises. They'll create the biogenesis. They create the beginning of life with the dead dust, because they know how to do. They are the scientists that have been assigned by God to do that process. They're the real ones that are doing the biogenesis. So these are the things that are happening, Oh, I see Andy made it too. Man, good to have you, Andy. All right. So we have a group going here. So these are the things that are happening, understanding the here and now. Okay? So the whole idea is put on. So we got to put on the cerebral for understanding that. And therefore there's a perfect union, because God had made the whole thing there again. So the whole process is there. So God's kingdom remains always running forever. That's why it says, in Isaiah 40, verse 8, that man is like grass, and all the goodliness of man is as the flower of grass. He compares the grass, like the sod, S-O-D, that's where the people buy these things that put like a carpet made out of grass, So that's what we have. It's just nothing but this layout of sod, and then the best thing that we can produce is just like a flower that comes out of the grass. But then the grass withered and the flower faded away. But the word of our God, the word of our powers, the power that come from the RUACH, the administration of the business, of the power of the RUACH, that administration remains forever. That's the manual that's never changing. And that's what God is saying. But God blows on it. The Spirit goes all over, it gives life, and then eventually, if you're not in the RUACH, all that oxygen that is coming into you, there's just oxidation. It's just rusting you away. All you're doing is rusting away because you're not eating organic food, you're not eating organic juices, all of that. You just, all the thing is just to accelerate your demise, processed foods, everything. So that's what happened, and therefore you become dust again, that the plants can take you as dust, and they can make biogenesis out of your dust. So nothing is lost. So you understand? God has a perfect way of running everything, and everything is in perfect harmony. All right? But God knows how to do everything. He's a perfect and responsible God. So when a person comes along and he tells you all the processes that you are, like I explained in the last video, I cannot explain it, but you got to go to the last video last Wednesday, 5 asses to glory, which explains all the processes that we do. The afar is the last thing that we do. The dust that falls off our skin is nothing but our dead cells. And that we have focused upon. So all the other religions that just make you think of you as being made out of the dust, and one of the best heaven for you is going to a place where all the mansions in the skies, everything is there provided for you, but you have never been aware. So all these religions that just focus upon your physical and just part of the dust, not necessarily all the process that you do in your body, they have robbed you of your awareness. They have only made you aware of 0.0635% of who you are. But in the name of a love story, the greatest love story ever told, they make you fall in love with a tool of ignorance that steals your knowledge away. It's with a tool of ignorance that knowledge is stolen, when the knowledge is not given from Torah. Just deprive people from the Hagma of Torah, and then ignorance takes over. And so in this ignorance, because it only focuses upon a little part of who you are the only 0.0635% of who you are is being addressed. But then again, when you just focus upon the dead processed food, you're not even addressing that. You're 1 point is really the percentage. You're really dead already, because you don't need processed food. You don't need organic food. You don't need organic juices. None of that. You're completely only in processed stuff. You're going to die pretty soon. Okay? So, but that's what all these religions address. A very little percentage of you. So if they're not addressing all the processes that you're going through, they have stolen the completeness of all that you are. Because in Torah, you are CEOs, like I explained last week. You are the creators, energizing, opulent scientists, because you really know all your processes. And that's what God wants to give you, the tree of knowledge, to understand all of your process. Not to just understand what is the economy of the afar, because that's what God consigned men to do. You want to take of the knowledge of tree, the knowledge of good and evil, the knowledge of science of good and evil, then I'm going to make you study everything about the dust and all you can do with the dust, and relegate that knowledge just to that. And that's what he's done successfully, to the point that as of less than 200 years ago, he came up with the theory that we all came from a grain of dust exploding. Grain of dust, G-O-D, is God to this world. They have come to the highest degree of exalting the dust and making it a God. But you see, this is the beauty of this whole thing, because this is the whole thing. So even though this is called a curse, but if you go to see the Bible, God cursed the serpent, okay? And he cursed this world, for man's sake. But not for a second you can say that he cursed man. He just told him the dust you are. But he says he cursed the serpent, and he cursed the plants and the world that he had created. For man, he said that the plant's going to have thorns. They're not going to grow as fast as they should grow. So he kind of put a curse on the thing so that God and men will have a hard time living for the dust. So he made it hard for them to live for the dust. But nonetheless, he said, but this is the interesting thing, that man who's made in the image of God, when God commands something for him to do, dust thou art, and to dust shalt thou return, he makes it so that he creates out of the dust beautiful things. Because he creates these beautiful buildings, beautiful art, all these beautiful things, that he creates out of it, because there's something in him, because he's got the breath, he's got the ruach, he has the essence of God in him that is forcing him and compels him to make something godly, something beautiful, something that harmonizes. All these things are created Because at the end of the day, deep calleth unto deep. You cannot abandon what you are in the essence of your being. All the goodliness, all the godliness that God is, all the power that is. So you are manifesting powers left and right. You are becoming the power source of the world of the necropolis. That's why I call it the manpower of Hell-M economy. Man, in all his capacities, lending all of his power, his intellect, to make something beautiful out of this world, because this world could not be left abandoned, because he was delegated to make something out of the dust, and so he has gotten to the point that he has not even made it a God. That's how far the love of God extends. All we have is just we are an extension of the powers of God. So God made it so to say that if he casts you something, you're going to love that's how obedient you are to the alphabet of the word of God. You understand? So at the end of the day, what may seem to you to be a curse is not really a curse. It's just telling you that you cannot escape the word of your maker. You cannot escape the commandments of what he has assigned you to. If he assigned you to ignorance, there you're going to fight to make a God out of it. Yeah, you're going to fight to make something grandiose and magnificent, even to create a theory that you and I came from a God, from a grain of dust, because that's what God relegated you to. All right? But there's no need to, but at the end of the day, God is in control. This is the beauty. To me, it's all these things. To me, it creates an awe. To me, I'm just in awe of how God controls everything. You understand? There's nothing like him controlling everything. Okay? All right. So, good. Goodness gracious, we're doing pretty good here, you guys. So, we're hanging around. Very good, very good. And so, this is the whole idea. So, they understand that that's why I use here the cerebro. This is the hat from the, from the X-Man, from Professor X Xavier. Okay? The Professor X Xavier, but let me see. I wrote something about that. So I was gonna share it here. It says, let me see if I wrote it here. Okay. I wrote this. In Torah, or with Torah, with the Torah that God gave us in the hero, with Torah, I can take you from enjoying the fictional Professor X Xavier, from the X-Men. So with Torah, I can take you from enjoying the fictional Professor X Xavier to becoming an enthusiastic, exceptional, proficient El, that's E-L, I mean God, because Elohim means God, but E-L means God, just singular. But becoming an exceptional and professional, to becoming an enthusiastic, exceptional, proficient Savior. Because God says in Obadiah 1:21, I will bring to the mount of Edom, I will bring saviors to the mount of Edom, and they will judge, and the whole world will praise God. So the thing is, you become because the name X Savior is actually from the word Savior, I don't use that, but X Savior is a way of saying Savior. But it's the fictional. So I want to take you from enjoying the fictional Professor X Xavier to becoming an enthusiastic, exceptional, proficient. That means you're good and professional. Savior. And Savior means power completer. Savior means a power completer. You're going to be able to tell the whole world through my 5 Asses to Glory and all the lessons that I'm giving you here with the Ian Matthew Dash, the science for the here and now, to understand all your processes. You're going to be able to tell all the world all the processes that they are involved in. And there you're going to be a power completer. You're going to tell them all the powers that they are generating, all the powers that they're participating in, on all the things. And that's what I aim to do, by giving you the Torah that makes you see all the processes that you're involved in the here and now. So that's why I put this, and I've been sharing this the last 3 days. You've been noticing I've been upping and upgrading this thing that I've been sharing with you guys. But let me just play the commercial one more time, and then we'll get into explaining this a little further. All right, let me play the commercial here. All right, let's see. Here we go.
You, Cerebro? No. It takes a degree of control, and for someone like me, it's
dangerous.
Alex! What? Destroy it! Destroy everything! Destroy Cerebro! Wreak havoc. You can fire your arrows from the Tower of Babel! But you can never strike gold!
All right. Okay, something I thought of sharing with this because we're putting on this, there's a verse I remember when I was in Christianity that I had learned. Remember they said, for those of you that went through that process of Christianity, let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. Remember? Let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. That's something that Paul, I believe, said. Okay? But the fact is, the word Christ means anointed. Okay? Because Christ just means Mashiach. It's another way of saying Mashiach. And Jesus just means salvation. All right? The anointed salvation, is the one that I bring you through Torah. Because the anointing completeness is the one that God has chosen, in which He opens your understanding to all the processes that you are a participant of. And that all the things that you're engaged in here and now. You understand? So this is the let this mind be in you, which is also in the anointed completeness. That's what you need to understand. The anointed completeness of the Torah. That's the mindset that you need to put on. So Christianity is good for saying a lot of things that are good to be put in a billboard, but it cannot deliver. It's not the bulwark, it's the billboard, just announcing things that should be true, but it doesn't know how to explain it, how to do it. Christianity has that ability to just be a billboard announcing great things, but it doesn't show you how it connects in this world. So, but in Torah you will understand that. In Torah I can even make sense of all that is missing in Christianity. Because Christianity at best is just a billboard. But the billboard, you cannot expect the billboard to do anything. A billboard is just made out of the dead wood, and the post that goes up, and it's just announcing things. And so Christianity is the greatest billboard that God created to announce the mindset of the Mashiach, because He kept alive the idea of the Mashiach. Everybody calls himself Mashiach. Because by calling yourself a Christian, you're calling yourself a little Messiah. Okay? Because you have the word Christ means Messiah. So the whole world, Christianity, this 2.14 or 2.5 billion, 2.5 billion Christians. So that's 2.5 little Mashiachs, that bear the title. So it's 2.5 billboards that are bearing the title of little Messiahs. But they cannot deliver that. None of the 2.5 billion Christians, and I came from there, from that background, are able to bring you to your completeness. Because salvation means completeness, knowing all the processes, having the knowledge, finally using the tree of knowledge and evil to understand all that you are in the Aleph world, all that you are in the Ariel world, all that you are in the Aquarian world, all that you are in the Adamarian world, and all that you are in the world that you only know about on the Afar, on the Afarian world. So that's what you get to understand. You get to have the completeness, the whole spectrum of everything. That's what you get, my friends, in Torah. So that even though it was a great verse, and I had learned it, let this mind be in you, which was also, in Christ Jesus, now I understand that. Now that I'm in Torah, let the mind, let the cerebral be in you, which is in the anointed completeness, or the anointed completer, which is the one that God has anointed and has chosen to make us complete or make us aware of our completeness, is the Torah, the Hebrew Torah. Okay? And so the Hebrew people, the Jewish people, have had the truth all along. Even though in some of their traditions they might have lost sight of it, but the truth has been with them all along. Okay? I just happen to, go back to the source, just like a salmon that swims back to the source, and I'm there in the swamp from which, in the riverbed from which I originated, and my soul came from, and I ain't living there. I came there to repose there and to rest in there and to abide there. All right, so we that are in the powers, that's what we brag about all day long. The people that are in this world of the dust, they brag about their powders, everything that they have gotten out of the dust, all the houses, all the technology, everything that came from the Silicon Valley. Silicon means just sand. Everything that came from all the products, all of that, that's what they brag about. So all day long, they are bragging and they're boasting about powders, all the products that came from powders. That like the electricity that comes from coal, that's pulverized, the electricity that comes from lithium, all the things that are pulverized. All these are the brag. But these are the things that this world brags. But we who are in the Ruach, we brag about powers. Because it says in Psalm 44, verse 8, in God we boast all the day long. And who is God? Elohim. In powers, in energies, we brag and we boast all the day long and praise his name. Praise the processes. Praise Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh all the time, uninterruptedly. Because that's the name that does not slumber. That's the power plant that never has a blackout. You understand? So we can brag about this industry, my friends. We can take great boast and great power and great pride in it and know ourselves to be the real saviors because we have Torah that has completed us and we can complete the rest of humanity with it. You understand? And so we can take all these billboards and convert them into real bulwarks once we give them the right understanding of Torah. So nothing is wasted. The billboard will be converted to a bulwark. You'll see. Because this is happening. Nothing can stop it, my friends. This is going on. This is happening, and it's power for the here and now. So let me sing this song. I haven't sang for a while. I have love when I am around you, as you sweetly speak to me. I have love 'cause I have found you, and in you So you see that? I am in love. Love. You know, I am into lavishing, overwhelming, vast enrichment. You know, lavishment of vast enrichment. That's what I'm into. Lavishment of vast empowerment. Lavishing of vast energies. Lavishing of all of that has to do with power. And then I'm always thinking of God because God is just a breath away from me. In the process of respirations, I am enjoying the functionality of pronouncing His name because His name, Yehovah, means the processor or the processes of respiration, fusions, activations. So every time that I'm breathing, I am saying His name. So I don't have to go far away to think of Him. I just breathe and I'm pronouncing His name in His functionality. You understand? So when you're in love that much, you never, you are always on my mind. You know, now I can think of no one else. And as I just brag about you, I forget about myself. That's the whole idea of understanding all your inheritance. Understand that you have it in you have it. Okay? And so that's what we brag. The world brags about potters, we brag about powers. We brag about Elohim. That's what we have going on for ourselves. And so that's the whole idea here now. Let me go to just finish my lesson for today. We're going back to this one here. Okay, let me see here. Why is it not responding? Let me put here. Not taking me to the last screen for some reason. You see here. All right. All right, here we go. All right. All right, so let me put this out the picture on the front. Okay, so you better take some notes because I didn't have a chance to write the definitions here, but I want to tell you the differences between what I call Powers Torah and the Powders Torahs. Okay, and I put this in little letters because this is what we do here in the world of the afar. All the different manuals that we have to make, you know, to be able to take care of all the businesses and services that we make out of the services of the dust in the afar. Okay, but the Torah is telling us about the business of the RUACH, of the wind. Okay, and so we are in the RUACH, in the Torah of the Hebrew Torah, but in all the manuals of this world, we are in the ruins. Okay, because we make things that cannot procreate themselves. And therefore, that's a world of the RUACH that has been ruined. Because everything in the world of the RUACH is biopolises, living cells that can procreate themselves, like each one of our cells. But everything in the world of the ruins cannot procreate themselves. They need us to make them. And so therefore, they're necropolises. They're not living cities, they're dead cities. All right, so that's the whole thing. So I look at the Powers Torah is for the RUACH, okay? And the Torah, the Powders Torah is for the ruins. Okay, but at the end of the day, they're in perfect harmony because one leads you to end up becoming dust right away, and then you are food for the trees to convert you into life again, you know, into a biogenesis and make you be so even at the end, when you completely turn into dust, the plants know what to do with you and to generate life out of you. So all of that keeps on happening. This is an amazing world that God created. And all the scientists that are needed for the particular task are there. The best scientists are the trees that know how to do all the alchemy, all the chemistry from the soil and everything that is found in the soil. So we understand these things are wonderful, my friends, okay? So let's see here. But let me tell you what Torah stands for Powerhouse Torah here, this one. Powerhouse Torah, okay? You see here? So yeah, you see Powerhouse Torah. This Torah stands for, you better take some notes. That means thought operated. That's operated by the thought, the mindset of God. It's thought operated RUACH. You know, the thought operated RUACH. And RUACH stands for something I explained to you before, but I'm not going to get into that today. But the Powerhouse Torah is for the RUACH. So the R for the powers is for the RUACH. So it's a thought operated RUACH. Okay, and just to remind, the RUACH, it just means the respiration universe auspiciously creating Homo sapiens. So that's not going to be part of the test. The thing is, Torah here for Powerhouse Torah means the thought operated RUACH augmenting humanity. That means making you be more than just human. Because being a human means being of the dust, being of the earth, being an earthling. And being an earthling is just 0.0635% of who you are if you were eating only organic foods. But since you eat less than that, you're even less than that. You're of the dust completely, you know, so you're not really of the ground that can feed you life. So you are completely of the afar. So that's the whole idea. So this Torah, Powerhouse Torah stands for thought operated RUACH augmenting, making humanity, augmenting humanity. And the powders for the afar, for the dust. You know, this is the Powerhouse Torah. This starts for terra. Terra is a Latin word for earth. Okay? Because we became dust. We became the ground. When God said, dust you are, and the dust shall thou return, we identify with the dust. That's what we done. And in identifying with the dust, we have created ruins. So we are a terra. We became the dust, you know, and so we are the dust that the serpent eats. Because the serpent says you're gonna eat dust all the days of your life. That means the serpent is gonna use us. It's gonna live off our energy. We are the dust. We're the ones that supply energy to the mindset of the serpent to create all these necropolises that we do in the powder realm of the dust. So Powerhouse Torahs, and this has an S at the end, but this stands for terra. The T is, so we went from being thought in the mind of God to identifying with terra. We identify with everything in this world. And we love terra so much that we want to make sure that resurrection is all for terra. You know, we realize that the main point, purpose of the resurrection is to take the alphabet that we buried in the Torahs of the powders and take the alphabet that we invested and we put it in there and bring it back to life in the Torah of the Ruach. That's the main purpose of the resurrection. That God wants to bring the alphabet that we took and we buried it in the Pesel and the low, shallow narratives that don't explain how that we are. He wants us to take that we invested in there as graveyards and take it back to the Torah of the Ruach. So therefore that alphabet will be alive once again, because it went to die in the narrations of Christianity, in the narrations of all the other things that do not tell us the completeness of all that we are. So at the end of the day, the main point of the resurrection is to take all the alphabet that we have buried in all the narratives from mainstream media and everything that we believe in, all the constitutions of this world, we bury the alphabet. Okay, because the alphabet did not created anything that is a biopolis in these Pesels, only necropolises. We have to take it back to Torah, and that's how we bring it to life, like he explained in Hosea chapter 14. I explained all of that last week. So this is the whole idea. So we're going to take the powers of Torah, is the terra operational, because we identify, when we call ourselves humans, we're saying we are of the earth. I am earthling. I am terra. Terra is just Latin word for tierra. In Spanish, tierra means earth. Okay, so you can understand yourself as human. That's how you believe yourself to be a human being. You're being terra. So terra operational ruins, because that's what we create. We create ruins. They are not able to procreate themselves, so they are the ruach as a ruins. We only create a picture of everything that is found in the RUACH, but the ones that we create are ruined because they cannot procreate themselves. In other words, they function in the dust, but the way you function with God is if you can procreate yourself. Then that's when you function with God. But if you function with electric, artificial lights and stuff like that from this world, but you are unable to procreate yourself, you're still useless to God. In that sense, you are not you are not part of the RUACH. You are already been set up to be a necropolis, a burial ground. So the Torah means, so the Terra operational ruins, and there is alphabetizing human sepulchres, because the world uses the alphabet and they alphabetize everything to keep order and to keep track of everything. Okay, so that's what you do in the world of dust. Everything, the alphabet is used to keep order and to keep track of everything. And so when you are in this world of the dust, everybody name an invention after themselves, or even a drug that they make, or an illness that they name it after themselves. Everything is kept track, so you become the human sepulchres. And even the sepulchres, even the tombs are named. This person such and such died, lived from this time and died here. So even the graves are named. Everything is named. So that's what they keep order and they keep track of everything, because in the world of the dust, you have to keep track of everything because the things are not there to tell you who they are. So you keep track of all the ages of the dust. That's what happened in entropy. Entropy creates record keeping. Okay? So that's what you do in entropy. Entropy, record keeping. That's what you do when everything's die. You have to keep track of everything. So that's why all these things are kept. But when everything is alive, like in the RUACH, everything is alive. It's only the powers. These are powers that are going around to resurrect, to renew, to refresh, to restore, to reinvigorate, to revitalize. That's what all these powers are doing. And they're doing it 24/7, and you are empowering, and so they don't die on you. It's not like these powers are just circulating and circulating, and that they never die, so you don't have to keep track of anything. There's only one RUACH, there's only one Torah that is needed, the Torah that God wrote to explain to us the economy that we set us for. So therefore, no record keeping is done in the Elohim, in God's Bible. In God's RUACH, you are there to energize, to keep Elohim. So I was calling ERK because in entropy you do the entropy record keeping. Okay, but with Elohim you do the Elohim resurrections keeping, resuscitations keeping, because you are actively participant. So the Elohim is the powers, the energies, the resurrection keeping. You keep on resurrecting everything. You keep resurrecting other bodies or species. You share the oxygen. You keep on renewing and refreshing and restoring, because that's what every breath fresh of air does. That's all you keep it. So all the things, you don't have to write it down. You just keep the activity going. You understand? So in the Torah of the Elohim, you're an Elohim resurrection keeper. You keep on the resurrection that's being provided by the powers. You keep it going. But in entropy, when things die, because it's necropolis, you are an entropy record keeper. You keep track. You keep on writing when everything dies. So that's what creates the business of writing everything down, because all things are dead. That's why you create entropy record keepers. But with Elohim, is Elohim resuscitation keepers. You keep the resurrection going. You keep the renewal going. You keep the renovation going. You keep the revitalization going. You keep all these things going, because those are all the part of what you do. The word of God is written in the heavens, and you become one that is just orally speaking, and in your body you're saying it. Everything that has to do with the processes you're claiming on the name of Yud-Heh-Vav with all the processes that you do to produce voltaic electricity, voltaic energies. So that's the amazing thing. So here is the Torahs, or the powders, is the Terra's operational ruins, alphabetizing human sepulchres. Okay, that's what you do here. Human sepulchres. Okay, and so the ruins, some of you remember from last week, the ruins are the rusting universe. Okay, rusting universe incarcerating nurtureless souls. Souls that are not nurturing the alphabet because they're not being raised in the Torah of the powers. So therefore they're not living there to keep alive, the Torah of the powers. They're completely ignorant of it. So these are nurtureless souls because they forgot the situation for which they were created, and they are neshima, their breath of life, but they forgot. They are senile. They have powers. They are the creators, energizing, opulent, senile, or simpletons, because they do not know the whole process. They lack knowledge. Therefore, their completeness, they're not completely aware of all they are, so they're not completely saved, because salvation means completeness. That's what it means, to be complete and to be whole. To be aware of all your parts and of all your processes, and nothing is lacking. And then you are led up, my friend. You are in the cerebral then. Then you know everything from the inside out, and you're not taken by any pesel that tries to give you something less and try to keep you, in a jail of ignorance that prevents you from knowing all the fullness and prevents you from knowing your completeness. So this is the whole thing. So let me repeat that again. Put on the cerebral for the powers. That starts for Elohim. Elohim is powers. Thought-operated RUACH, augmenting humanity. And the powders, that's the dust or the afar. Terra, operational ruins, alphabetizing human sepulchres. Because that's why they do it. So it's the Torah operational, rusting universe, incarcerating, because you are left incarcerated in that percent. You believe everything about that religion, and that's all you live. You fell in the pit in which your enemies have dug, just like they did. Because anything in the Bible is a pit or a grave is something that keeps you restricted. You're not free to flow around, It's all in the nature of things, my friend. So you understand, when you were air, it's in the nature of air to just experience union and oneness. When you are air, when you identify yourself with air has no shape or form. Air is only flying around, moving around, embracing everything, hugging everything, going inside everything, getting the shape of everything that it goes inside of. So it's one with everything, inside and out. That's the sensation, because that's in the nature of air. Air only has union and oneness. That's all it has. It's in the very nature of air. But when you are told that you're going to identify with the afar, with the dust, what's in the nature of the dust? The dust in and of itself, by nature, the dust is always afar, and that's the aleph, pei, resh, which also the pei can also be pronounced as a p. So it could be apar, which is very close to the word apart. In the afar, we're always apart. The dust is always separate. In the dust, by nature, you're going to feel the illusion, because that's when you're a soul, you are united with everything. Because the 22,000 pounds of air that are coming through you, 22 pounds, right away go to feed everything else. That's you. That's who you are. Just the breath of life. That's you going places. Every day, 22,000 thousands of you are going places, giving life to all creatures of the world, uniting with everything. That's where you have oneness in the nature of air. But in the nature of the afar, which means dust, you are far away from God. That's where you get to experience separateness, and you get to experience divisiveness, because that is the nature of the dust. It's separated, it's divided, it's away from each other. And so as people being in this world that work in the world of the dust, in necropolis, that's why you think that we are separated. Because in your little awareness, you only focuses upon the grain of dust, and the nature of dust is to be separated and to be divided. It cannot be one. Only the air has that in its nature. So we were made as neshima. We were made as the breath of life. We were made to experience only oneness, because that's all that air is capable of experiencing. Oneness, intimacy, all of that is happening in the air 24/7. But when you identify with the dust, you lose sight of that. And because you only focus upon the things out of the dust, and there's so many things made out of the dust to keep you busy. Necropolis after dead cities after dead cities keep you busy just looking at the dust. That you get to experience this illusion of separateness, that we're separated from each other, but we're never separated. Okay? Because at the end of the world, we have thoughtarians. And as we communicate thoughts, that's the one thing that unites us more with each other than anything else, the thoughts that we share. And because you are able to make ideas in your head of what I'm trying to say, that's the most prevalent union that is happening 24/7. But we lose sight of that too, because we're so caught up in the afar. So in the nature of the dust, we experience separateness, and we experience divisiveness, and no intimacy whatsoever. We are alone. We experience loneliness. All these things is because we are ingrained in the grain of dust, in the God of this world that we were assigned to uphold and exalt. Okay? But in the air, that's when we have the experience of oneness. When you identify with air, you realize that air has no shape or form because it's there to embrace everything in and out, to have intimacy with everything in and out, to know everything from A to Z. And that's how you become air, my friend. Okay? You also with water. The waters of the hydrogen sea. Those the creatures in there, that water behaves just like air. It embraces. It goes in through the bodies of the creatures of the sea. All of that stuff. We are in the oxygen sea. But you understand that is the knowledge of the processes. The knowledge of Jehovah is all around us. The processes, okay, like it says, the knowledge will be known all over the place. People will understand the meaning of his name. And that's what is happening with the COVID-19 man. Okay, I'm making this plain and simple for you to understand. And so that's why I went to this long train to understand that we have love all over the place, but we understand everything. We can love everything. Not only the things that we love in this world, but we can ascend from being, just feeling for the dust, but to feeling for everything else that we're processing in this world. And I'm going to put this in here so we can remember this part too. Okay, if I can put it here. All right, and let me go to this portion here. So, what you happen right now in the afar, okay, from last week, I'm borrowing from last week, 5 Access to Glory. So right now people are afar, they are afar sentient sapient. They know everything that has been made from the dust. They know the age of ruins. They know the age of pyramids. They know the age of all dead civilizations. They know all the great wonders of this dead world. They are sentient. They feel for it. They have a heart that feels for everything that's made out of dust. All the 8 wonders of the world. They know all the necropolises, all the good places to visit, and all the necropolis, all the dead cities that Takara procreated himself. So they're very wise. Sapient means a wise one. So they're very wise, and they have feelings for all the products made out of dust. And so the gods that they want them to take them to a place where all the things that are made out of dust will be there, easily facilitated, all big mansions with a big pool in the backyard. All these things are there. So everything for that, you create even a heaven after your own image of the afar. So that's what this whole world is. But in being there, you're far away from reaching up here, my friend. You've forgotten that you're an alphabetarian sentient. You don't identify with the alphabet and look for what is best for the alphabet to be represented with. So you are ignorant of all the Adamah, the ground that is feeding you, of the organic world that is feeding you. You're ignorant of the aquarium, of the electrolytes that are feeding you. You haven't had any knowledge of that, so you're incomplete in these areas. So if you're only a far sentient sapient, you are a simpleton. You're a creator's energizing, opulent, because you do a lot of that with your breathing, but you're a simpleton. You don't know all your processes. You're not their completeness is not in you. You're not completely saved, because in Torah, to not know your completeness is to be lost. You are lost in the afar. Okay? So it's time to take you out and make you aware of everything. So you will know the afar. You're not going to lose the afar, but you're going to become aware of all the organic world, all the organic liquids. You're going to become aware of all the processes of what happens in the RUACH. You're going to know that all of that is part of what you do, and what you partake of. And then in the Aleph bed, my friend, you're going to stick with Torah. Because in the Aleph bed of Torah, you don't do any record keeping. It's not the entropy. In the afar is when you do all the record keeping. Okay? The entropy record keeping. That's what you do there. That's all you have to keep track of everything. But with Elohim, in the aerial and Alibetarian, there's only the Elohim resurrections keeping, resuscitations keeping, renewal keeping, renovation keeping, all of that by just existing and just breathing in and out. You're doing all that keeping. Don't have to write anything. Just breathe in and out, and you're keeping all the things resurrected. Breathe in and out, you're renovating all flesh and all insects. Breathe in and out, you're revitalizing all things. Breathe in and out, you're writing things with your nose. Woo! God's way of writing is way better than anything else. But if you're dead to that, you are in the afar, you got to do entropy record keeping. You got to keep track of everything when they die and when they were created, all this stuff, because you got to do all of that. All right, but you have everything that needs to be written in your DNA. All right, in the world of the RUACH, or the world of the alphabet, all these things is magnificent. You see, that's why when you have your completeness, you can rejoice. So that's the whole idea, to take you to there. All right, so now let me put this back. Let me take this down here. All right, so this is where we are, and let me see. So we have 1 hour and 30 minutes. Okay, good. So understand here, put on the cerebral, that means put on the brain, for the Powers Torah. Okay, Power Torah is for the RUACH. That means the thought-operated RUACH augmenting humanity. This is going to be in the test. The thought-operated RUACH augmenting humanity. And then in the ruins is for the powders. The powders is from afar. It's for the word afar. It means dust. Okay, and this is the Terra. So we went from thought to Terra. Terra is T-E-R-R-A. We went from identifying ourselves with the thought of God, and now we identify ourselves with the afar, with the Terra. When we call ourselves humans, we say we are of the Terra, we are of the dirt, we are of the earth. Terra operational, because we who call ourselves human beings are the ones that operate all the ruins. So it's Terra operational ruins. We have the manpower of the ruins. Terra operational ruins, alphabetizing human sepulchres. And then what we do is we keep track, we keep record, we're entropy. Everything is born and dies, and we have to keep track of everything. When it was born, when it dies, and when we have to study the ruins. So it's all the use of alphabetizing human sepulchres, because that's what we do. We only create graves that drain our energy. So that's what it is. So Powers Torah is the Terra operational ruins, alphabetizing human sepulchres. Sepulchres is like graves. Okay? And so that's the whole idea here, my friends. All right? So let me see how we're doing here. All right. Okay. Now let me put this up here so I can put you guys in the front. Okay. Now let me see here. Hold on a second. Okay, I think I can do this. Yeah, we go. So, my friends, who has lasted until the bitter end? Let's see who we have in here. Let's come on in. Let's see. Say, here I am. I am but a ton of simple lust in the afar. Like an afar. Oh, I like that one. Like an aphorism. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. Hey, Brianna made it until the end. You stuck around, Brianna. Very, very well. Very good. Very good. Okay, Brianna is here. All right. So, who else is reporting? All right. Brian, I'm here. Brian, good to have you back, my friend. My brother Brian made it back today. So, that's good to have him back. So, we have Brian, we have Andy Crispin, Rosa Crispin reporting. And I believe we have Joseph too. Don't be shy, Joseph. I believe you're here, but now let me see. So 1, 2, 3. All right. Good. All right. Let me ask some questions now. Then. All right. Not here. Okay. Okay. You're here. You're here in spirit, and you're always in my mind, Joseph. So you're here. No wonder. All right. So okay. But here goes the questions now. All right. For $50. Okay. $50. And by the way, I promise, because Brianna was here last week, but she, for some reason, did not show up. And I gave everybody $80 because I went according to what we had. But she didn't show up, so I promised her that I was going to give $40 for being there last week, but there was some confusion, technical. So she already has $40 on her credit going on today because she showed up last week. But I didn't see her because it only showed the three of you guys, so I shared everything among everybody. But she's got $40 on her credit going on, but she's able to participate here now. Okay, but now the rest of you for $50. Now the question now is, when I speak of the Powers Torah, I'm talking about the Torah of the Hebrew Torah for the air, okay, the powers Torah. Can somebody write down what the Torah for the powers Torah means, according to what I've been saying, because this is what I say was going to be on the test. So who wrote that down? The Torah for the powers of Elohim. What did I wrote in? What did I was explaining? I know to see who wrote it down. So whoever wrote it down is gonna make some money right now. My keyboard is stuck. Okay, let's see somebody here. All right. Hey, Brian, man, he takes good notes. Brian said, thought operated RUACH augmenting humanity. You got it, my brother. Good to have you back in business. All right, that's what it means. The Torah, exactly, the Torah of that means that one, okay? The thought operated, okay? And I explained that one because in the Torah, we were in the thought of God, but from that, we went to becoming human beings. Human being is we are of the earth, we are of the terra, of the dirt of the earth. Okay, so that's when we become powders, we identify with the earth. We call ourselves human beings, that means we are the terra. All right. So, okay, so that's good, Brian. You got that. So you're out for now, Brian. You got $50 already. All right. All right. Now for the next one, okay, for the word, okay. All right, that's what I was saying. This is coming in the test. When I say that, I'm going to put it in the test. Okay, the next one is when I say that we went from powers, because powers is the meaning of Elohim, and then God condemns us to identify with powders, okay? And powders is what refers to dust, okay? So dust, what's the word for dust in Hebrew? The word for dust in Hebrew. The rest of you, the word for dust in Hebrew. Anybody knows? The word for dust or powders in Hebrew. All right, let's see. All right. Yeah, Brian's out here. Okay. Anybody? The word for dust in Hebrew, which also translates to as powders or dust. All right. Can you please rephrase the question? Thank you, Joseph. In Hebrew, the word that's translated dust or powders, okay, I give you a clue. It starts, it has three Hebrew letters. One of them starts with the aleph. One of them is the aleph. Okay? Hey. Let me see. Hey, Brian, I know you know. Take it easy. Can you take good notes? No. Okay. Okay. I think ruins. Well, yeah. Well. I think somebody got it. Let me see. I know. Then ruins. Then ruins. Brianna say ruins, but somebody said afar. Let me see what far. I see Brianna said afar. Okay, that's the right one. So let me see who said afar first. I know. Okay, Crispin. Let's make sure. I'm sorry. You phrased the word. Okay, Crispin. No say. Okay. You say. Then you say Aleph Bet Kuf. No, that's not right, Crispin. No, so he said it in Hebrew. That's interesting. Okay, so ruins. So, hey, Brianna, you got it. Okay, Brianna did get it. She's the first one that said it. Afar. Afar, that's correct. That's the word dust. Afar. Okay, Brianna. So Brianna got $50, which means plus 40 from last week. She's going to be getting 90 this week. This week. Now everybody's getting paid on Friday this time, because sometimes I had a little money left, so I was paying early on Thursday. But this time I don't have enough money because I have to spend a lot of money on different things this week. So I'm waiting for my paycheck on Friday. So when I get my paycheck on Friday, you guys are gonna get paid on Friday this time. So far, Brian has $50, and Brianna has 50 plus 40 from last week. She's got 90 going for herself. So Brianna and Brian, you're out now. Now the rest of you, for the rest of you, on the second Torah, because I already Brian answered for the Torah of the powers, okay? The Torah of the powers stands for thought-operated RUACH, augmenting humanity. Now, for the Torah of the powders, of the dust, okay, what does that Torah stand for the rest of you that remain there? And the Torah of the dust, of the powders, what does that Torah stand for? And the one that can tell me more of those is the one that's going to win the most. You can remember the most letters of the Torah there, if you can understand that. Because I already said Terah is the first one, so I'll give you the first one. Terah, and then what's the rest of it? Okay? I know that one. All right, let's see if you can say it, okay? Soils, no. The word soil is not in it. So it's a T-O-R-A-H-S. T-O-R-A-H-S. Okay, that is the last Torah for this world of the dust. Well, okay, all right. Don't just be, telling us. Just let me cheap. Talk is cheap. Let me see it. All right. Okay, Rosa. Okay. Oh, Rosa's internet got slow. I'm sorry to hear that, Rosa. Yeah, but Rosa got 3. All right. Let me see. Okay. Oh man, I'm skipping here. Okay, Terra operations ruined. All right. Yeah, Rosa so far got 3. Very good, Rosa. Okay, you got the most so far. All right. Rosa got 3. Very good, Rosa. All right. Okay, so you got 3. Okay, so you got the first 3 Terra operational ruins, and then AHS. Okay, that's the last 3 ones. Okay, so far, Rosa has the most so far. That's been shared with. Okay, all right. Rosa got 3. Monitor. I worked. I like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, Brianna, you're gonna lose money now because you're supposed to be out. You're gonna lose $40. You're supposed to have been out. Brianna, you're supposed to be out. I don't know what you're doing here now. You're supposed to be out. Okay. Now, to those that are participating, Rosa, you can use some of that, what Brianna did, because she knows better not to participate when she's out. I don't know what she's getting here. You can use some of that stuff. She used something interesting in there. So if Rosa wants to use some of what Brianna said, if you see it, she did say a word that goes in there. So let me see. But so far, all right. Okay, Rosa, you have participated as much as you can there. I understand. And I understand that Joseph is being very kind here. I appreciate your kindness, Joseph. All right, so, okay, let me see here. Terra operation of the ruins. Let me see what this is. Alphabetizing. All right. Okay, Andy so far. So it's got the most, Andy, of the people that are left to participate. And then H and S, but let me see. All right. Okay. So, all right. So that's enough time to answer. So I'm going to give it to the one that did the most, which is, in this case, Andy. All right. Now, Brianna, I'm not going to take any money away from you, okay? I know you can get excited with all of this. Okay, so I'm not going to take any money away from you. But remember, next time you do this, I'm going to take some money away from you. But you're going to get 90 this time. So Andy gets at $50, okay? So the people, from the people that have participated, we have Brian, $50, and Brianna, who gets too excited sometimes, still gonna get 90. I'm not gonna penalize you for this. You're gonna exercise more control the next time you win. But in any case, you know, we're having a good time with this. And Andy is gonna get $50. So that's what we have today, all right? So thank you for participating, my dear fellow Davarians. That was a good time we had learning, you know, the completeness, okay? So put on the cerebro, you know, and learn all that you need to learn about what completes you in this world. And don't let anybody, you know, make you feel so inadequate and so out of place, because you and I myself, we were wonderfully made. We were magnificently made, you understand? And that's what matters. All right, so let me just close here with a commercial. So congratulations to the winners. May Yud Bobby bless each one of you, you know, as you continue to enjoy this week. And if these things help you, make you understand things, share it with your friends. You know, that's the whole idea. Sharing the thoughts that makes us complete. At the end of the day, it's good to get away from the jail of ignorance. All right? Okay. I know you knew everything, Joseph. God bless your heart for your kindness. All right, so let me just do a little commercial here. All right.
Where we go, where we go, don't you know? In total land, this is all I see. Where we go, when we go, come and see. Where we go, when we go, don't you know? In Toyland, this is all I see. Where we go, when we go, come and see. Where we go, when we go, don't you know? In Toyland, this is all I see. Where we go, when we go, come and see. Where we go, when we go, don't you know? In Toyland, this is all I see. Where we go, when we go, come and see. Where we go, when we go, don't you know? In Toyland, this is all I see. Where we go, when we go, come and see. Where we
Wow. While the commercial was playing, I was looking at Rosa. Rosa, really, you try very hard. You say a lot of stuff that I said in here. So, all right, Rosa, that's very good. So for trying hard, because I know you really want to learn these things, Rosa, I want to give you $40, okay, for putting all this effort in it. Okay. And appreciate your kindness, Joseph, because I know you knew a lot of stuff and you just let people answer. Appreciate your kindness. But Rosa, I saw that you did a lot of work. I saw all the stuff that you were trying to while the commercial was playing. So I appreciate you participating hard and putting stuff that I said too there. So for a great effort, I'll give you 40, okay? So Rosa gonna get 40 for all this. So all those people that try to answer the questions there, so we'll make it fair and square. Okay. So may God bless each and every one of you. All right. Let me finish here. Another nice commercial. Rosa Crispin, welcome. I'm glad to have you. All right, let me see. I'm going to share this with my group. And also share it in my timeline. Let me see here. All right. Hello. All right. Let's see. Send to the group. Right, let me see here. Share there. And I share it in my timeline. All right. Let me start right now here. Pow goes the Powerhouse, and the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been in the power of the Father, in the Powerhouse, 'cause that's what Word Electric, Davarian, he's the only bed we're connected. Word Electric, Davarian, in the Powerhouse we're connected. Choosing the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn. 'Cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly. 'Cause in the truth, there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the Powerhouse, with you waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up, 'cause that's what Word Electric, Davarian, in the other bed we're connected. Word Electric, Davarian, to no one else I'm genuflecting. Word Electric, Davarian, to the Powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, 'cause you were fighting there. The Powerhouse not scared, you won't be silenced. Nobody can touch what you were fighting there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies. The righteous now they cries, 'cause the COVID-19 is gonna hook you up to the Powerhouse. Live the Power Show. Ride this mule around. All right, my fellow Davarians, welcome today. I see Rosa is here. I see somebody else is watching, but don't be too shy. Come on in. Let's make some money today. Let's learn and earn. Let's watch and win. Let's learn and earn. Prove me wrong and win 1,000. Okay, everything that I say is for the here and now. It's applicable for the here and now, because my whole idea of making this started right when COVID started. That's why I call myself the COVID-19 Men Group, because I was there right from the very start when we were sent home. I started there because I had already chosen to be in my house. Okay, yeah, I realize that your internet gets bad. Yeah, so all right, Andy, you cannot see it, but you're welcome if you're there behind the scenes. All right, hope you get to manifest yourself. But as you recall, I was doing this from the very start when COVID, when everybody was sent home, during the week of, it was St. Patrick's Day when I found the news. That was March 17 of 2020. I was hearing that everybody had been told that they were going to be confined to their homes. Quarantine has begun. And I realized that, not everybody was going to stay home willingly, but because of the pandemic and all the fear mongering that was going on, they had no choice but to follow the instructions of the so-called loving, quote-unquote, government that was looking what is best for them. So I thought to myself, well, of my own free will, I've been working in my house since 2008. But that's because I wanted to. I wanted to work at home so I could save money, gas, I could save money in a lot of things. Car repairs, and I could be more of a giving person. I would like to be a giver. So the least I spend for myself and the more I can give for others, that's always have been something that has driven me. But at the time I realized, the quarantine has begun, everybody's going home, but by force, not of their own free will, but because they have no other choice, So I say, if those people think that the government has the right to do that, they are wrong. The government has no right to tell you where to go or what to do with your life. So right away I started this group, and I stuck with it ever since, through thick and thin. I gotten sick. I even got the COVID. I believe it's some sort of Omicron. I even got that in January of this year. So I went through the whole thing, but I have been stuck, and I've been hanging here, and every week as best as I could. Even when Facebook banned me and they took me out for about a month, I was doing it through YouTube. I was staying at it. So no matter what, even when I was feeling sick and I was feeling I was down to my last breath, I said to you, Rebave, if I only have one more breath to go with, I'm going to dedicate it to talk about the breath, who the RUACH is, who God is, the Spirit. And I guess He has kept me going. So I'm still here, I'm still going. And right now, so I consider that a success, that we can still be giving up until this point, and we can still be doing this beautiful ministry. So as I come across, and now that I've given birth to the whole idea, so the time has come for me to raise, the child that I gave birth. My soul gave birth to this 40-hour teaching of Ian Matthews Dawes, the science of the RUACH, the science of the living cities, the biopolis that God creates by the RUACH system of the oxygen world, in which we find ourselves in the oxygen sea, breathing and doing these respirations by which we're kept alive 24/7. Andy Crispin, you made it, my friend. Very good. It's good to have you. All right, so Andy made it inside. All right. All right, so we have two going here. So everybody in, don't be shy and join us in. All right, so we're going to keep going. So these are the things that have been happening, and I consider it a success because I wanted to give in a situation. I told God, if I'm ever going to start a ministry on my own, I don't want to start a ministry where I collect money, because I hated the idea of people asking for money when God gave us everything for free. The life that we have, the ability, the breath of all things. If it were not for the breath, we would not be able to do anything whatsoever. So for the breath to begin with, for every breath that we take, we owe it to Yud Hevavi. That's the meaning of his name, the processes of the respiration, fusions, activations. And so we live by the functionality of his name, and we're kept alive by it. So that was what driving me all along, and that has been my, my number one source of encouragement and inspiration, and I've been doing this all along. So that's why the Ruach, which in Hebrew means the spirit or the wind of the air, I dedicated all of that to understanding that this is the place in which all the living, all the creatures that live off of respirations, let everything that have breath praise the Lord. The ones that do that, those are the ones that are living biopolises, living universes, people that do not burden other people. They can duplicate themselves, like human beings. We can procreate, animals can procreate, insects can procreate, our own living cells in our bodies are able to procreate, trees can procreate, fishes can procreate. They all do their own procreation of their species without bothering anybody else. And that's what God called a living universe, the Ruach. I refer to the Ruach as RUACH, as the respiration, because we breathe, universe. The respiration universe auspiciously, that means successfully, successfully creating, because the word creating in Hebrew is bara, to inflate and to fill you up or to fatten you up. That's also for the word translated created. So the respiration universe auspiciously creating or fattening you up, or fattening up Homo sapiens. That's us that understand the word and are wise enough to understand the communication of words. So that's what the Ruach is. And in there we're kept alive 24/7 by every breath that we take. Okay? And therefore that is the universe that God is concerned with. That Yud is concerned with, because after all, that is the meaning of Yud, means the work or the process, because that's the hand, the Yud, and then the He is the breath or the respirations or the animations, the activations, and the Vav is the hook for connections or fusions or for intimacy, and the He again for animations or activations of breath. So when you put it all together, when you spell the whole letter, God wants to describe himself by the processes that he does the most to keep all of the organic world alive. And that process that he does the most is the respirations. The processes, which means the work of the respirations, which means the He for the breath. Fusion, okay, that's the Vav, connecting or being intimate. Activations, because that's what happens when the breath comes inside of us and all the gases, all this voltaic energy comes out. That means an energy that is formed out of chemical reaction, chemical interactions from the gases, from the food that we eat, from the electrolytes that we drink. All of that produces that we are this voltaic battery that produces everything, all this energy, we send it out through the air. Carbon, we send carbon dioxide to the trees, and we share the percentages of the air that we're breathing, we share with other species. So we are participants in this power plant of energy that is made from the Ruach. And this is the living universe that God is concerned with. All right, but also God not only leads the universe of the Ruach, which means with the living biopolises, each one of our cells a living city. So I call that a biopolisis, a living city. Okay, so each one of our cells is like that. But also God rules those that are not going to be aware and in awe of the Ruach. if you are not fascinated with the power plant of all the living, which means the oxygen sea where the RUACH is taking place, and the hydrogen sea, which is the seas where the creatures of the keep also respirating, through the gills, and also they live off of the process of Yud He Vav He. If you're not fascinated by that, by that economy, if that doesn't fascinate you, and you want to walk away from it, you want to dedicate yourself to do something else, God says, okay, you're not going to live to sing the glories of the air. The air is an all-inclusive resuscitator because it takes all the gases to all the creatures that can breathe and, can fuse those gases and create chemical reactions and keep the power plant, the powerhouse of the RUACH going, because we're little power plants in it ourselves, that participate in all the giving of energies. See, if we're not going to do that, then he's going to make us work in the afar. And afar is a Hebrew word for dust or powder. Dust. Unto dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. That means you're going to be fascinated with the dust. And guess what? The dust is the last thing that falls off of you. Like I made it before, like I've been explaining. And so the whole idea of me preaching this thing today or bringing this message to you is to make you understand how God is in control of the RUACH. That is the living universe that 24/7 is keeping the organic world alive. And because the organic world is alive and human beings are part of that organic world, human beings get to breathe every day, and every second of the day that they're breathing, they can attend to other people's affairs. So as long as they're breathing, you're alive, you have energy, you're able to function at your number one source of energy. Then you're able to keep the plant, your power plant of your body going by doing all the fusions of the chemical interactions that you do with the food that you process and the electrolytes that you drink and all these things that are happening in there. And therefore you are alive to be able to attend to the things that are dead in the inanimate world of the mule, of the manpower of hell lame economy. I call the mule M-U-L-E, the manpower of hell lame economy, because it cannot procreate itself. So all the products of the Silicon Valley need a human being that takes the breath out of the RUACH to be alive and to be able to take care of every product of the mule, because they're dead and they cannot procreate on their own, and they have to burden mankind. So mankind works in the mule, and he's fascinated by the products of the mule that are unable to procreate themselves, and he is left in that. But that's what God called the ruins. So the ruins is what God runs as well. So God says the wicked, that means they're dysfunctional. Those that are not there to nurture the aleph-bet of the Torah that runs the skies and then runs the oxygen and the respirations, because that's what Torah is. It's written. It's written in the heavens. It's settled in heaven. It's the authority of the heaven. It's the chief executive of the heavens. So the whole creation, the whole RUACH, all these chemical reactions are nothing but a transmission of the RUACH in the skies. Okay, you understand? So you're getting to the idea that in the computers we're understanding that zeros and ones are the way that we communicate with digital, with zeros and ones, and that's the digital age that we're in. But all those zeros and ones that are manifested upon the screen, the only way they can run there is because they are driven by electricity, energy, power. The electricity, runs the hard drive and interprets the zeros and ones and brings out whatever, a movie, a picture, and everything, but it's all part of manifested energy. So the manifested energy is there to interpret the zeros and ones and to create all the pictures up on the monitor of what those zeros and ones are interpreting. Well, the Torah is all written. It's written in the energies that are in the air. It's communication of energies. And this makes us be formed. Even the DNA. All of us are nothing but transmitters of energy, and transmitters of a communication. And what is that we're communicating? We are communicating the Torah that is written in the heavens. Okay, and the Torah of the written in the heavens is all about the breathing, about the RUACH, how the RUACH creates all these biopolises, all these living cities, from the nanotechnology of God, which is the cell is the real nanotechnology, so the real minute one. We are only copycats. So the real nanotechnology, that means that it's so minute, that is God's technology. We created, we think that we created something new. God has made all these great biopolis, living cities in the nanotechnology world inside of us. And all those are driven by a DNA. The whole cell is there to transmit the communication of your DNA. So all of us are suitable to transmit words, to transmit a message. And that's the whole thing of the Ruach, is transmitting the Torah in living colors, if you please, in the whole 3D dimension. So everything that you see in here, because you look at me, but at the end of the day, you're looking at me, I'm nothing but a DNA code that says exactly how I should look and how should, my eyes should be, the color of my skin, everything is written there. And so all that is happening with the energies that are taking place is making that code manifest my presence. Okay, but it's all that you see here is nothing but a whole bunch of messages, a message that's being communicated to you and is interpreted in the physical realm, and you get to see the shape of it. But all of that is a communication, my friends. At the end of the day, we're nothing but instruments of transmission of communication. And the best transmitters of communications in the Ruach are the biopolises. Those are the living cells that work by way of respiration, by way of breathing in the oxygen, and that's how the cells get the ADP, the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, communicates, and this whole thing is kept going just so that it will represent a message of who I am according to my DNA. And so it is with each one of you. So at the end of the day, that's what we are. Okay? So when we are not going to be aware of this, when we're not going to pay attention to how magnificent God made us, when we're not going to listen to that, then we become dysfunctional to the Torah of the skies, to the Torah of the air, to the Torah of the Ruach, because we are not there appreciating and praising God and being grateful that He made us in such a fascinating way that nobody can ever do anything like that. That is number one business that's been running everything from day one up until now. From the beginning of creation, the respirations have been taking place, and all creatures have lived because of it. Understand? So this is the magnificent business that has withstood the test of time, is never going to be out of business, and that's what the whole Ruach is about. The whole Ruach is the respirations universe auspiciously creating or conserving Homo sapiens or humanity. Okay, and I say it that way because the animals do not understand the language we do. So that's we Homo sapiens, we beings that have knowledge and understanding and wisdom. That the whole idea of sapient means a wise one, a person that knows things. But in any case, so then when you're not going to pay attention, because everything you have to do in the Ruach, everything is there for you. Your whole cells have been prepared, everything. All you have to do is go ahead and procreate and make more power plants. Because that's what each creature in the organic world is, a power plant. It's a power cell that participates in the whole powerhouse of the Ruach. You understand? And it's all for the sake of communicating the Torah in our very essence. We participate in the communicating of the Torah with every breath that we circulate, that every breath that we take, we are communicating the whole Torah. The whole Torah is the body of communication that is written in all of creation. You understand? And that is in the living creation of the Ruach. But guess what happens? So if people are not going to be attentive to the Aleph Bet and to be alive to the Aleph Bet of Torah, okay, then that Aleph Bet is going to be treated as if it died. It's no longer representing the Torah of the Ruach, of the breath. Therefore, God is going to say, you're going to go work on the afar, on the dust, and you will identify with the dust. Okay, so dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. So when God gave man over to dust, he saw that there's not much to behold on the dust. But he was still a soul, because God said you're never going to stop being a soul, because he never took his breath from him. He just made him lose sight of the fact that he is no longer going to be looking at the economy of the Ruach, at the setup of the power plant of the skies that creates the living biopolises. The cells are all the living creatures and are kept alive 24/7. You're not gonna be appreciating that. Therefore, Dios, I'm gonna cast you down to the dust. You like it. So man is driven, so he has in him the innate idea that he has to create something that is wonderful, something that is beautiful, something that is worthy of praise. So he goes to the dust and he shapes sculptures, he shapes cities, he shapes ideas, he shapes things that are found inside of him that he thinks that they're beautiful, and then therefore when they're beautiful and they're out there, then they're worship to be looked upon, they're worship to they're worthy to be admired, and they're worthy to be collected. And that's how the world made the external world a big thing, because they began to use the creative powers. And with each thing that man creates, they make a manual. Every service or product has a manual. So at the end of the day, even in the ruins, okay, in the afar, everybody that lives in the afar, every corporation, every company that has a product or service, are there just to communicate a message. That's all you're doing. You're an instrument of transmitting a communication of a manual, of a Torah. You're never going to escape that. So if you're not listening to the Torah of the sky that was given to us, so that will rise to that awareness and be participants in it, and it will not be burdensome. God just wanted you to have a bunch of kids. The whole thing was made for you. 300,000 edible plants. Okay, all of that for you, health and longevity. Everything is there. We have missed sight of all of that. You understand? So at the end of the day, when you go work for the dust and you create products, you create services, you create a manual that all the people that are going to work under you are going to follow a communication. All you're doing is communicating and transmitting a message of whatever Torah it is, whatever, the Torahs of this world, I call it, the orderly regulations administrating humanity. TORAH, the orderly regulations administrating humanity, because every owner of a company has a little manual. These are orderly regulations administrating humanity, or administrating hirelings, people that they hire. So that's a picture of a little Torah. I'm using the Torah, but when I'm talking about the RUACH, the Torah of the RUACH is a trailblazing, omnipotent regulations, augmenting humanity. Because what they do is, when you understand, because the whole idea of understanding the RUACH, of the air and of the spirit, is for you to understand the fascinating world of the Mahashaba world. Because that's when you live inside of your temples. There are two temples. And you become the third temple when you live within those two temples. The temple here, in between the two temples, okay? The two temples that you have in between the two temples is the awareness of your mindset and of your brain. And there where you get to capture all your ideas, where all the alphabet is always working and processing far more faster than the air that you breathe. The letters that we process are far more than every breath that we take, you understand? That's the one thing that we process the most, the alphabet inside of our head, for every thought and idea that we have to do. Boy, there's all this connectivity going on our neuron cities, the 86 billion neurons that are activated for every thought that you're doing. It's magnificent. So the greatest world there is the Mahashava world, but people wander away from being satisfied just doing the thinking, because their thoughts do not connect to the things that they're engaged with. Okay, so everything becomes a fantasy world, and sooner or later, you cannot be living just of a fantasy. You have to have something that connects with your reality. Otherwise, you don't stay happy with the thoughts that you have. But those that are in the RUACH, that understand the setup of the living city, that understand the biopolis, just like God has given me understanding. Understand that every day you take 22,000 pounds of air and you circulate it among your fellow men and among all your creatures, and with that you maintain a living RUACH, or living powerhouse in the here and now, and therefore you can easily relax and not have to follow all the crazy notions that people tell you have to achieve this and achieve that to become somebody. My friends, in the RUACH, you are a CEO. All of you are a bunch of CEOs in the RUACH. You understand? In the world of the RUACH, in which your body of flesh was made equipped to participate in it, because your body of flesh circulates all these things that I said before. It circulates the solid foods when you eat your fruits and vegetables. It circulates the electrolytes when you drink your juices and your water. It circulates, the oxygen and all the other gases, nitrogen and hydrogen, and all the other gases that circulate in the air. And also at the end of the day, also circulates all the words in your mind, all the alphabet. So you're circulating solid foods, liquids, gases, and most of all, you're circulating words and letters. Okay, but one more thing. that you get to circulate in this world, that's when you shed your skin. The skin that is shed, the dead cells that fall off of you, that is dust. And that's the one thing you can easily contribute to this world without wanting to get it back. Because dust is just, once it falls off your skin, you understand, you don't need to go get it again. So that's the one thing that you never had to worry about. The dust was just going to fall off of you. The fruits and vegetables were there from the 300,000 edible plants, and also the juices and the electrolytes from all those fruits and stuff like that, and also the water, was filled with the right chemicals because everything was balanced. So everything was going to be with the electrolytes in it. Everything was to give you life, you understand? And then the air was pristine and pure oxygen, everything there to keep you alive. And then your thoughts were going to be focused upon the fact that you were part of this magnificent RUACH power plant, okay? And you participate in it, you watch after your kids, and just like God is the professional life breather, he breathes life into you with every breath that you take, you are going to show that in your flesh by being a professional human life breeder, breeder. You give birth to other people, to other species like yourself. So we can become in the flesh, the flesh can become a professional life breeder. They breed their own species, they propagate their species, because God in the air is the professional life breather. He breathes life unto you 24/7. The least you can do is breed some of your species every now and then and create more power plants to participate in it. This is a magnificent economy of the biopolis that God is concerned with. But if your eyes is not open to that, if your understanding is not seeing this in the here and now, then God said, you're going to dedicate yourself to go after their own thing that you can produce without thinking, which is the dust that dies. That's what you're going to make a big deal out of. And isn't that what mankind has done? They have said, they have created a whole theory. Theo means God, and Ori means story. So they have created their own God story of the whole idea that we all began, the whole universe, everything in existence, the theory of the Big Bang theory, that everything began from a grain of dust or grain of sand. If everything begins from a grain of dust, what's a grain of dust? Becomes your God, G-O-D. That's your God, a grain of dust. And why is a grain of dust your God? Because that's what God condemned you to when you become useless to the Aleph-Bet of Torah. The Aleph-Bet of Torah, when you became useless, you didn't want to listen to the whole magnificent RUACH system that he created. He condemned you to the ruins. Okay? And so in the ruins, you're going to make a God. So when God tells you that the dust is what you are, you're going to make a God out of the dust. Okay? So you're going to live so out of the grain of dust, G-O-D, that's what you're even going to say and attribute to that a theory that's how everything began, from a grain of dust. So that's what becomes your God, because everything evolves and is evolving, but your beginning is that, an exploding grain of dust or grain of sand. Okay? So while you're here, hey, Joseph, you made it. Oh, wait. Yeah, you made it. Okay, Joseph Katz made it. All right. So that's what I'm saying. So the thing is, what has happened, my friends, you have been condemned to be part of the ruins. Okay? And the ruins, it stands for the rusting universe. These are the things that die and decay because they cannot procreate themselves. So all the things that are not the dust in the will, yeah. So the ruins is the the rusting universe incarcerating nurtureless souls. So if you're a nurtureless soul, I mean, you do not live for the Aleph-Bet of the Torah, for the Aleph-Bet of the RUACH. If you don't live for the Aleph-Bet of the Torah, for that manual, that describes how God is the one breathing life unto everyone. If you're not aware of that, if you're completely oblivious and completely, a simpleton in that area, you don't know anything like that, said, therefore you have become a nurtureless soul. A nurtureless soul is that you don't live for the alphabet of the Torah. So you don't nurture the Aleph-Bet of Torah. Okay, you don't know the Abba Mitzvah that I was talking about. If you don't live for that, you are nurtureless soul to the Torah. So what happens? You are sent to make a God of a grain of dust, G-O-D. You make a God out of it, and you are preoccupied with all the things that you made out of the dust. All the things that you pulverize. You pulverize the coal to make it your energy. You pulverize the lithium to make it energy. You pulverize the silicon to make LED lights. LED lights come from the sand. You know, all these things. You create lights. You create energies out of the powders. You make a god out of it. You make cities. You make all these things that seem to be alive to you because you have produced electricity. You bring solar energy. You create the panels yourself. But these things, all the work of your hands cannot procreate themselves on their own. Therefore, according to God, they are not alive. They are dead. They are only graveyards. Because they only suck all your energy. They suck all the energy that God gives you in the RUACH. But they don't give you anything back. They're just sucking it out of you. So they're draining your energy. They're sepulchers. You know, they're life drainers. That's all they are. And a grave is a life drainer. It's not a life giver. Only the RUACH is a life giver. But the ruins, everything in the ruins, whether they're electrified or not, is nothing but a fancy grave. Because they're only sucking you. The functionality of the grave is to suck the life dried out of you. So at the end of the day, when you're 80 or 90, you're all shriveled up. They suck the life out of you. Bunch of wrinkles, and you literally look like they have sucked the life out of you when you're full of wrinkles at the end of your life. Because that's what the sepulchers do. They just suck the life. They drain you while you're alive because you got to be busy keeping all these things. You know, they look like a car's electric, everything is running, but to keep it going, they have to be sucking the life out of the poor kids in Africa that they're mining the mines early in life. They're working there for miserly money, you know, just to have all this comfort in these industrialized, quote unquote, civilized countries. So everything is sucking the life out of you. So the ruins is nothing but a sepulcher, okay? And it's sucking the life out of you because this is the functionality of a grave. And that's what Sheol is. All the wicked shall be turned into hell, into Sheol, and all the nations that forget God. So you have a soul that is a nurtureless soul because you do not live for the alphabet of Torah. Guess what? You're going to be cut up. Okay? You're going to be cut up. You're going to be cast down to the ruins. The rusting universe incarcerating. That's why you're in exile. You're in jail. You're incarcerated. So the rusting universe incarcerating nurtureless souls. So that's where you spend your days. You come to this world, you feel like nothing. You say, and you are trained that you're going to achieve something. You got to go work in the world of the dust. You know, occupy your talents and your abilities and all your intellect and your capacity, your creative abilities to make products and services that cannot procreate themselves, and therefore they're going to be draining the life of you because God condemned you to be a sepulcher. Because by you not dedicating the alphabet in you to bring life to the Torah, you have drained the life out of the alphabet that was put in you, and therefore you have become a murderer of the alphabet because you have dug it into a psal or a narrative that is not dedicated to elevating the Torah of the RUACH, and therefore by doing that, you are casted into this place of the ruins, and that's what God runs. So God runs both places. You understand? God runs the RUACH, and he also runs the ruins. Okay? And I'll show you that in a minute. So this is the title of it, The RUACH and the Ruins and the Torah's 5 asses to glory. And these 5 asses is like the hamor or donkeys, okay? I put that clearly there so you don't get the wrong idea. So the 5 asses to glory. Okay, and this is my way of, when I was raised in Christianity, when I went to Campus Crusade for Christ, and that's how I got into Christianity a long time ago in 1979, you know. And the way they came to me, they approached me with a little yellow booklet called The 4 Spiritual Laws. You know, the 4 spiritual laws in which they explain how that you are a sinner, they try to convince you that you've done sins, and then Christ can save you with the sinner's prayers and everything. But there's 4 spiritual laws to get you from being a sinner to be forgiven by praying the sinner's prayer and so, you know, inviting Christ into your heart. The whole process of Christianity was that way. So I was thinking along this lines that I set up the way I'm setting it up in such a way that with everything that I thought so far talk about the RUACH, now I'm explaining how God runs the ruins, that's the Sheol, that's the sepulchre that drains all of our energies because these are products and services that cannot procreate themselves, you know, therefore they are nothing but like animated sepulcher, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, we are used to thinking in our head that something that is a grave has to be something that is just not moving, that is just in the ground and not moving. Okay? But with God, if something is not giving life, and if something drains the life out of somebody for you to keep it going, that thing is functioning like a grave because it's just sucking the life out of something for it to exist. And that's what the work of the grave is, to suck the life out of everything that it gets its hands on. So everything in this world that is taking, that drains your energy because you got to work on it to keep it alive, that's a grave. It's functioning like a grave. You understand? So, and we create these things, in which they don't, as long as, when you cannot procreate yourself, you're already dead to God because you're not part of the RUACH. So let everything that have breath praise the Lord. Everything that have breath, from the the insect and everything that can procreate itself, that can praise God because it's part of the RUACH economy. But if you cannot breathe, you don't have that capacity to be kept alive like that, so that you don't burden anybody, then according to God, you're dead. And so there's different ways in which the grave, you got to be thinking that the grave is something that is not just something that is on the ground, but something like, for example, you know what a good grave, modern grave is? The metaverse. The metaverse is another graveyard. You go there, it's all made up. It's all electronic. It's all digits, zeros and ones. But this is something that the people are thinking about. Even the word meta is close to mut. Mut is dead. In Hebrew, mut is dead. So the meta is close to the word mut, which means you're dead. So it's a graveyard. It's a pit. There's nothing that is, bringing life into this world or anything like that. It's just for you to go entertain yourself there. But all these things, so all these people are thinking of, now when they pass away, they can download their consciousness, into a machine and have a continual experience. They are just embracing graves, embracing Sheol. Because all of these machines that are going to take down their consciousness are not breathing machines. They're dead. They're fancy sepulchers. They're fancy graveyards for our modern age. So this is the thing, is the Aleph Bet, when the Aleph Bet is not connected to the Torah of the RUACH, then it goes down to create a fancy grave for the RUACH. Okay, because then you create everything out of the dust, and you are the one making it work and cleaning the buildings, building and making them, wrapping the products. You are the one that's making everything work in there. So at the end of the day, it looks like it's alive, but you are the only one moving it around, packaging, sending it here, receiving it here, commercializing, and everything is dead. But you're the one doing all the moves for it. So at the end of the day, you become like the way a mirror is. A mirror is made out of sand. The glass is made out of sand, and there's something silverly in the back, like a little metal in the back, and that's what causes the reflection. So you become what the Bible calls a mocker. There's the maker, the one that made the RUACH, and you become a mocker. That means you try to mimic God, but as a mirror. So all the people that fell to do the industry of the dust, of the afar, and of the sand, we work in a mirror. We're trying to imitate, what happens above, but we work backwards. We're nothing, and we're going to become something. When with God, He's everything, and He gives us ability to be something, and to be able to understand and connect with Him, who is our everything. But when you come to the dust, you become with nothing, and you're working backwards. So it's like a mirror. That's backwards. When you look yourself in the mirror looks exactly like you, but it does completely the opposite. Okay? Because when you're in front of a mirror, and you have your right hand, you lift it like that, the image on the other side lifts this hand, which lifts the left hand. It doesn't lift your right hand. So it does completely the opposite. You lift your right hand, and the image in the mirror lifts their left hand. Okay? That's how it does it. So it's just exactly but completely the opposite. It does everything backwards. So that's how we are in this world. We are doing everything backwards. We started from 0, trying to go up to 100. When we were 100, and God was just descending the dew of heaven upon us to refresh us and keep us refreshed. That's what happened in the RUACH. But no, we want to go through a place where we start backwards. Okay, and we are evolving. The whole idea of evolving is that we're going from 0 to 100 real quick. In this case, they're very slow in this world because it's taking millions of years. All this stuff that they talk about. But everything is backwards. It's nothing. We become mockers. So in this industry, we're nothing but a mirror. They're trying to imitate God, but we do everything backwards. Okay? So we try at the end of the day, but we have made a God out of the grain of the dust. The grain of dust is our God in this world of the dust. G-O-D, grain of dust. You made a theory out of the explosion of the dust, and grain of dust has become your God, because God says, dust thou art, and to dust shalt thou return. So all these people have been allowed to make a God out of the dust. Okay? So the grain of dust is your God. Okay? So they live to for the getting of dust. That's what they live for, getting of dust, getting of all the products of the dust, the fancy dust that's all shaped up nicely. So they live for the getting of dust. So they live for God, because that's their God. The getting of dust is their activity, because God is all about everything that you're acting with. So they live for the getting of dust, and also they like the people that do the giving of dust. So they have to work for the giving of dust. They have to do the getting of dust. So that's what the God is in the dust. G-O-D. The grain of dust is the theory. The Big Bang theory comes from a grain of dust, where everything came into being. And then they live for the getting of dust, getting of all the products of the dust, and and then the giving of dust, and giving out of that all these things that they have made from the processed foods, everything that is not natural, everything is just a big fascination for them. And the great wonders of the world are nothing but piles of dust, And so that's the whole world is caught up in that. And that is the ruins. So there's the RUACH, that's the respirations universe auspiciously creating. That means bara, that means inflating, that's fattening, filling up, or conserving humanity. And the ruins, that's the rusting universe, the things that die and they cannot procreate themselves, the rusting universe, incarcerating nurtureless souls. Because everybody that is found in the world of the dust that cannot procreate himself, and they're fascinating working for the mule, they are nothing but in incarceration. What is in incarceration is the Aleph Bet is not able to function as a powerhouse of all creation, because it's caught up. Because there's a lot of work to be done in the dust. Since nothing is alive, you got to work for every company, and you fire for one company, you got to work another manual, another orderly regulations, administrating hirelings. You got to go from Torah, from manual to manual, because there's too many dead products from the dust that you have to be taken care of. That drains your energy. Okay? So the whole idea I was thinking, going back to the 4 spiritual laws now. So I was thinking, I want to think of a way to elevate the awareness, because the whole thing in the Bible is by Chokmah B'Nedah. God to give you Chokmah B'Nedah to be able to elevate the awareness, to find where people are at. And right now, everybody's caught up in the world of the dust. They're doing necropolises left and right. That's all they're engaged with. Even the 8 wonders of the world, they're nothing but necropolises. They're nothing but literally necropolises. The pyramids is a mausoleum. It's a grave. The Taj Mahal, which is considered another great wonder of the world, that's also a grave, literally a grave. And everything else is just piles of dust. And they call those the great wonders of the world. Things that come from the rubble and from the dust. Those are the great wonders of the world, the 8 wonders of the world. When I told you the last time that the 8 wonders of the world to me are the 8 organelles that are found in each cells. Each one of our biopolises. And they are directly contributing to my life 24/7, to taking care of transmitting my DNA left and right. All the other 8 wonders of the world, they do nothing to keep me alive. They're just there to, try to get all the attention from me, but they don't do anything to keep me alive. You understand? But that's how the world is caught up. Because the grain of dust, that's their God. And so they worship what God said they were going to end up worshiping. So they made a God of the condemnation that God gave them. Okay? But the whole idea, my friend, is so the whole idea is to take people from this aware in which they're caught up in the dust. That's the God of, the grain of dust is their God. And take them up and make them aware of all the other processes they're engaged. And make them realize that the other processes that they're engaged is part of all the RUACH. The whole respirations is a big conglomerations of voltaic energies that are taking place, the transmissions of the DNA. But the whole thing is there to communicate the Torah of the skies, the Torah that is written in heaven. Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Thy word is the executive officer of the heavens, running everything in the RUACH. So everything is written in the heavens, okay? Understand that? So this is the whole idea. But the whole idea is to I thought I want to figure a way, and this is what I have. So I have simplified, made it very simple, really. Okay, and so, but first of all, I'm going to play a little commercial here of something. Let me take it here. Ta-da-da-da. Okay, let me put it here. I want to show you a little commercial of something here that talks about, you know, what we are. At the end of the day, we are nothing but, we were made to create and to transmit a communication. Finally, at the end of the day, what we end up doing all the days of our life is transmitting a communication from a manual, because that's how we make a living. We got to learn to do something from a manual, and then we live engage upon the instructions of that manual, you know, to render a product and service, and that's how we earn a living. So that's how we do it in this world, you know, of the ruins. You know, for all the products and services that are made out of the dust and the sand of Silicon Valley, we do that all along. At the end of the day, that's all we do every day. We got to work to follow instructions according to the manual. And that manual is nothing but the orderly regulations administrating hirelings. That's a little version of a Torah. So everybody in the ruins, everybody is, the final destination for everybody is to live, to propagate or promulgate, you know, or to announce or transmit the instructions of a Torah, you know, of the orderly regulations, you know, administrating hirelings or humans. That's what you do here. There's no escaping that, you know. And then when you retire, you have a lot of money, then, you know, you can relax from doing that. But the people that are going to be serving your house, they're going to be sweeping your floor, they're going to be taking care of, are the people that are keeping a manual going in order to be able to render service to you. So at the end of the day, you cannot escape from that. So that's the ultimate existence for everybody. We're living here to communicate the Aleph-Bet of a Torah from any given product. So if you're at the beginning, that's what we were doing. We were going to be in our Mahashaba world satisfied that everything had been made for us. 300,000 edible plants. I don't have to work for that to make one of those. I can just enjoy it. You know, I'll go water something in there, go sit under the shade of a tree, make up songs, write poems, water the plant here a little bit, somebody, you know, and just be pumping left and right all these power plants as we create more kids. You know, it was a wonderful, magnificent existence. The way everything was made for it. Pristine sky, pristine, everything pure waters, you know, everything is there. No, you didn't have to make anything. We have to go pump a water. Everything was there. Everything was set up nicely, you know. And so, I don't want to pay attention to that. But that was the Torah. All we need to do is to understand, be open to the voice of God, and God was going to explain to us all the interactions that are taking place. And that is fascinating. Okay, so that's what I'm going to play, a little thing of what I played last week. But that week you could barely hear it. So now it's very loud, and it's going to be about 3.5 minutes. So listen to it. So this is what we are. At the end of the day, you know, religion has held us back because religion has made us think that the better life for us is when we die and we go to another place. The biggest lie. The best life that you are ever experiencing is here, in the here and now. But if your eyes are not open, you will not see what you are. You know, in Christianity, the sad thing about Christianity is that the thing of Christianity is that it's successful in making sinners out of the whole world. Because that's the number one thing, that they want to make you feel like a sinner. They want to convince you that that's what you are. You're a sinner, you know, as if God created the whole world and every creation just to make sure that you will feel like a dog, you feel like you're nothing, and therefore He can come and rescue you. That's not the reason why God made you in His image. God did not make you in His image for you to experience a creation, for you to live as a creature, you know, that is just a nobody or nothing, you know, that does not deserve anything. That's not the reason why any father will bring children into the world, you know, to make them think like they're the worst scum of the earth. That's not the reason why God created us in His own image of all things, you know. He made us, and when He made us for the RUACH, okay, for the respirations, He made us in such a way that we are magnificent in this body, in the here and now. I told you that with the breath that we take, we don't keep all the oxygen. We're made in such a way that we share with all the species. We put things together. We do magnificent things just in the sharing of all the energies, you know, and in the communication of all the voltaic energies that are formed within us. So we are, just in the flesh, we're so perfectly made, you know, So the flesh in the Ruach has never sinned, in the sense that whenever you take a breath, you distribute all the gases accordingly to the right proportion. You have no choice in the matter. You're perfectly made for the Ruach. You understand? So how can a machine, this body of flesh that is so perfectly made to operate and work in the Ruach, how can I condemn this body and say that it's the worst thing there is? Because it's all been turned upside down. So with God in the Ruach, you are the creators in the Ruach, my friend. In the economy of God in the Ruach, this is what you are. You are the creators energizing, okay, understand? You are the creators energizing what? You are the creators energizing opulent. Another word for being rich, because you have plenty of riches. You have plenty of the energies. You were made to deal with energies. You know, there's, in God we boast all the day long and we praise his name forever. This is Psalm 44 verse 8. In God, in Elohim, in powers, we brag all the day long and we praise your name forever. We praise Elohim, we praise Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. We praise his name forever because we're always breathing. We're praising his name forever. But we are giving energies every time we breathe. So even in our own existence, that verse is taking place. In Elohim, in energies, we boast all the day long. In powers, we boast and brag all the day long. And we praise your name forever. That's what we do with our existence here, you know. So you understand that this is what we were created to do. So the whole idea is to raise you into awareness so that you will be there, you know. So, but if you're not going to be in that situation, therefore you're cast to the ruins, you know, and therefore you're left in the situation that you're in. But the Ruach, my friend, is where the first place, and the Aleph-Bet was being used to make us understand that and following the voice of God. That was God wanted us to think and to understand that. So it is in the here and now, you know, that we have this fantastic experience. You know, so I'm not going to condemn. I'm going to call you this, the creators, energizing, opulent, or you can even call you an omnipotent, because these energies of the air are the number one source of life. And without the number one source of life, we drop dead. So this breath, each breath that we take is omnipotent, because that's the one that enables us to keep alive to do everything else. If we are lacking breath, we drop dead. You lack breath, you drop dead. So every breath that you take is omnipotent. And if you're participating in it, you are also part of the omnipotent powers that are going on. You understand? So you are creating a creators, energizing, omnipotent scientist, because you know what you're doing. Scientist has to come from the word das, from the word knowledge. Science means knowledge. Okay? So when you are with the creator and you understand Torah, that's what all of you are. You are a creators energizing, because your body is able to give all these energies as it circulates the air, and you're opulent. You have plenty of those energies circulating in you. You know, that's the currency that you work with. And then you also a part of space being omnipotent. And you are a scientist, because you know you are working with it. You are not ignorant of what you're doing. All right? So that's what happens when your Mahashabah is open up with the Torah. That's what you are. What I can, with the Torah, I can convert all of you into CEOs, even the sinners of this world. The CEOs, CEOs. Okay, those are the big chief executive officers in this world, and it's less than 1% of the people in the world. Less than 1% of the people in the world. You know, less than 0.0 something percent of the people are CEOs, but most of them are the ones hiring everybody in the world with their corporations. You understand? So, but less than 1%. But in the Ruach, I can convert the whole world into the CEOs. Because in the Ruach, I see exactly what God made you for. And you have no escape, because your body is perfectly fashioned and balanced to do that. So in the Ruach, in your body of flesh, what you are, my friend, I can convert all of you into CEOs. If you are in the Ruach because you understand the Torah from the Ruach's point of view, then you are what I call the creators, energizing, opulent or rich scientist. Okay, that's what you are. All right. But if you are not in the Ruach, you know, if you are not understanding the thing, you're still alive and you're still breathing. So guess what? You're still the creators, because you're distributed in the air. It's still running in you, even though you have no awareness of what he's doing with you and that you are his power. But you have no idea of that. So but you're still the creators, energizing, and you still have plenty of that breath to give out. So you start the thing, but you are the creators, energizing, opulent, simpleton. because you don't know what you're doing. You're simple. You know, you're like a stupid person. You know, you're senile. You have forgotten. You know, you're like a little bit of the ass that we have in the White House right now, a senile ass. So I want to take you from being the Joe Biden kind of ass that is senile and he has forgotten all the powers that you have. So you're still that. So that everybody in this world that is ignorant of what you are in the RUACH, you know, they're still doing those three things. They are the creators, energizing, opulent. They have plenty of those energies, but they are simpleton. They're senile. They have forgotten what they were created for. They have forgotten the economy for which they exist. You know, the economy that transcends all time and space and how we still the time. So they are what I call the CEOs, but this S stands for simpleton or senile because they have forgotten. All right? But the whole idea, if you go back to the RUACH, then you become a completed. Because in the Torah, you become a completed human being because you understand your whole processes. You know, all the processes that are taking place in you. And so that's the whole idea. So I'm going to raise the awareness, but that's what you are. So in Christianity, what they did is when they make everybody a sinner, they made it easy for me or anybody that really understands the Torah to really preach the Torah. Because in the Torah, everybody in the Torah is, you know, they're magnificent. You know, you don't speak evil of God's creation when you understand the work of his hands and you understand how magnificent high craft can put you together. You dare not say anything bad about this creation that God put together. Okay? You're just going to try to scrape all the crap that is not in the right place and establish everybody in the greatness for which God made them. Okay? I dare not speak anything bad about the work of God's hand. This world, this body is magnificently made. You understand? And this everything is wonderful in the here and now for which we live in. I will not trade this for anything. You can give me 1,000 heavens, I ain't going there. I love what I discover here. I love every minute of my existence in the here and now. Because with it, I'm able to see all the processes and see the majestic awareness, the majestic abilities of God in me. You know, the way that he put me together. You and I were put together in such a majestic way that nobody else has ever done that. You understand? And only in the here and now have I discovered this. So I will not trade that for nothing. You know, having him in the here and now and understanding him in the here and now is the most magnificent thing in my world that's going on for me now. Okay, so that's what you need to understand. So it made it easy. Christianity made it easy for me to establish everybody in the greatness that God made him to be. Because that's why the only problem with you is that you lack. The Bible says, my people perish because what? Because they're sinners? Because they're good for nothing? Because, you know, they have committed such sins that they're the scum of the earth. My people perish because of lack of science, lack of knowledge. That's why they perish. So you gotta take them from being simpleton and make them scientists, make them knowledgeable. As simple as that. But that doesn't make them bad. They're still being used by you, Jehovah. As long as you're breathing, you're the creators, energizing, opulent, and even omnipotent. But you don't even know how great your powers are because you're blinded. You understand? You're not the scum of the earth. You're nothing like that. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why Christianity made it so easy for anybody else to understand the Torah to just take away everything else. Because that's what Christianity is successful for making more sinners than any other religion in the world. Because they have to convince you that you're a sinner before they can give you a savior. All right? Because the whole idea of Torah wasn't, the Messiah's job is not for him to be your savior. Your savior, what completes you, is the Torah. What makes you a completed Jew is not Yeshua. What makes you a completed Jew is the Torah. Okay? The Torah is what completes us. The Torah, the Yud of the Ruach, is what completes us because it teaches us all the processes that we're involved in. So I'm going to play this little commercial here, okay, of this. These are two people that speak. What's one black guy and the other guy is of Jewish origin, by the way. It's called James Tour. It's a little guy there. It's Jewish, but sadly to say, he's still in Christianity. But when it comes to, he's a very honest scientist. He's into biogenesis. And the scientists of our day, they hate him. That's the guy in the middle of it. It's going to be start with Baylor, I think, and then it's going to be this guy, 18 seconds, and then 59 seconds of James Tour. And he's the one that has proven that biogenesis is only a theory. Because all these people that will have you believe that they have discovered the way of how life started, a lot of scientists will have people believe that that's a fact. That's not a fact. Biogenesis has not been established by a single scientist, and they hate this guy because he knows his work. So he talks about that everything's still there. We are so far away from it, so he discredits all of them. But he is a Christian, sadly to say. But I have great hope for this guy because his brain is bright. So, we'll see what happens later on. But everybody that speaks truth, even if for their own sake they're still, simpletons, I'm going to use you. If you say something that is truthful, I'm going to quote you here and there, because I think that each person in the world is magnificent. It's a CEO, Everybody in the world is, everybody that takes a breath, everybody that breathes in this world is the creators, energizing, omnipotent, and he has those three things going for themselves. But to be the sapient, the scientist, the knowledgeable one, you have to learn everything from Torah, understand your whole processes, and everything you become knowledgeable in everything that you're doing in the here and now. But if you don't know those things, then you just remain simpleton. That's why the entrance of that word give it light, he give it understanding unto the simpleton, unto the simple. So the whole idea is to bring this entrance of that word, to bring this ore, this light, so that you become a scientist, my friend. I want to make scientists of all people that are simpleton in the world. So that's why the Bible says, my people perish, not because they're sinners, but because they lack knowledge. Okay? It is the scientist. When it's all that is missing is you become senile. That's why my name is Zechariah, to remind you. It's the Lord reminds you. He raised me to be a reminder for this time. To remind what your real status in the RUACH is. You're magnificent in the RUACH. In the RUACH, all of you are CEOs. And even the people that are working in the RUACH still CEOs. And they don't even know it because they're senile. They become Joe Biden. This is the age of the perfect ass, the senile ass. That's why we have Joe Biden there, because they have forgotten the power. They're caught up in this. But let me stop talking and let me play this commercial for you here. Let me see. Okay.
There's a huge story that hasn't been told yet to mankind, and we deserve to get this story out to everybody. A lot of people on this planet are, unfortunately, because they've been victims of the religious system, are waiting to die so that they can live. And that's a big problem that we have.
I've not talked at all about God of the gaps. So when people make that accusation, this is changing the argument. They want to attack me as an individual because they cannot address the science. Address the science. As a scientist, I would never say that we will never understand. I couldn't do that. One day in the distant future, I presume we will understand life's origin. But for now, we are nowhere close. How do I know we're nowhere close? It's because of this. It's because of the moving goalposts. Because every year we find out the cell is more complex than it was the year before. Not because the cell itself got more complex, but we find out about it. We didn't know about chiral-induced spin selectivity. We didn't know about interactomes and the 10 to the 79 billion. And that's just protein-protein interactions. You got protein-DNA interactions. You got protein-RNA interactions. You get DNA-RNA interactions. All of these things going on. Nobody knew about this. So the target is, oh, I got to do that too? So the target's further away. That's how I know we're nowhere close.
Talk about the power of your DNA, how to activate it. It's really, it sounds like a mystical statement. It sounds like, wow, this is going to be some miraculous event. Actually, it's really a very simple thing, but what probably is going to be more amazing to some of you may have already know this, is what DNA is and how it operates. I think that's the big secret here, because once you understand that, then you're going to open yourself up to understanding how to reprogram yourself, and that's the real activation, reprogramming yourself. So one thing I want to talk about is the fact that DNA is a storage medium. In other words, it's a hard drive. You're a walking hard drive, your body. 1 gram of DNA, this is science, peer-reviewed science, by the way, guys. 1 gram of DNA, which is enough to put a little tiny drop on the tip of your finger, can store 700 terabytes of data. I'm not talking about, etherical data or mystical data. I'm talking about real zeros and ones that make your phone work and make your computer work. Zeros and one bits of data, zeros and ones, can be stored on DNA. So these scientists, the main one, George Church and Procreationeering, those two actually together, are partners and scientists, They discovered this and they downloaded one of their books, one of their ebooks onto the DNA, and then they uploaded it from the DNA back to the server again. They was like, whoa, wait a minute. You can encode digital bits of information directly onto DNA and upload it back again. What does that mean? Well, we're walking USB drives, literally. Now here's what's really amazing about that. They then took that same ebook, downloaded it back to the DNA again, and they said, let's see how much we can go. They replicated the book 70 billion times in 1 gram of DNA. 70 billion copies of an ebook in 1 gram. It went up 433 petabytes of data. Think about that. In one tiny drop. Inside of your body right now, you can store 13.5 billion years of data. Ironically, that's how old the universe is. So, you are the universe.
Yeah. Okay, we're in business. All right, we're here. So you see just 1 gram how much information they can store here for the zeros and one economy of the digital economy, the metaverse. So we are such instruments of communication, transmission and communication, okay? And so that's why, we shouldn't be, these people is amazing because, I think the black guy is not into any kind of religion at all. And the other guy in the middle, James Stewart, he says he's a Christian. But in any case, they speak magnificent of how complicated we are, and how much. So when people start studying the DNA, man, you don't even have to be you can be an atheist or whatever, but you will have to magnify the way God made the DNA and all the stuff. So obviously that's what we are. We are transmitting and communicating a message. And so another way that God communicates, like I said, in the monitor of a computer, you see all the zeros and one manifesting, but they manifest themselves there through the energy, through the electricity that's going through the monitor, okay? And then that 0 ones manipulates the pixels, and so the atom and all of that is the pixel of God that manifests and is created and is controlled by frequencies and vibrations and is spelling the whole Torah for the omnipotent regulations, that's the regulations of the Torah that you can live happily inside of your brain, with, because that's the one that is never changing. It's like the RUACH has never taken a break since it started. The respirations economy of the breath, of the respirations, has never for once taken a break or a vacation. He's always keep going. The Lord never slumbers. He never sleeps. Okay? So the functionings of the Lord, because the Lord never slumbers, that means the process of the respirations, fusions, activities, that never stop. Because imagine if that process had to take a break for a minute, because that's how God identifies himself, with the process that he does the most, keeping us alive 24/7. So if the Lord had to slumber, that means God had to take a break from doing the processes. The whole world will drop dead. Okay, so the Lord never slumbers. He never sleeps. That process never ceases. You understand? So when we understand this, then we're walking like a living scientist. So that's the whole idea. So let me introduce you here. Let me take you to my corner here. This. Okay, now we're going to look at this one here. All right. So redeeming the alphabet from the ruins with 5 asses to glory. Okay? And glory here stands for God's land of rejuvenating Yud-Hevavians. All right? Because that's what we become. Because it says in Isaiah 44:5, and they will call themselves by the name of the Lord. Okay? And some will call the name by the surname themselves by the name of Jacob, and so on. It's talking about how people are going to refer to themselves at the end the Messianic age. But already, if you believe in Yehovah because you understand the meaning of his name and you partake in that process, whether you like it or not, you mention his name and his functionality. But when you become a scientist, you realize that that's the number one process you do the most. It's participating in the work that Yehovah does. He breathes in, you breathe out. You're just mimicking. You're a mirror. He breathes in and you breathe out. So you're a mirror of what he's doing, and then therefore you're made in his image. You can also do what he does. You can also participate in the process of giving, the respiration. So that's why to be made in the image is to be able to mirror what God is doing. But this is all in the RUACH, and we are able to do that. So we're redeeming the alphabet from the ruins. That means taking all your alphabet that you have invested and all these people in all this world of the ruins, and the mule, and having you pay attention for once upon the Torah to understand this RUACH, this economy of the skies, this economy. And in there you understand processes that you have been ignorant of, but God is all about the processes that you get to execute in this world. And it says here, let me show you. Let me read this portion here. I want to read it from the Hebrew translation of English and also from the King James translation, so you'll understand it both ways. I want to read verse 14. Here. Yeah, here we go. Verse 14 says, Be gracious unto me, O Lord. Okay, let me just take this off. Be gracious unto me, O Lord. Behold mine affliction at the hands of them that hate me. Thou that lifted me up from the gates of death, that I may tell of all thy praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion, that I may rejoice in thy completeness. Thy salvation means completeness. The nations are sunk down in the pit that they made. They create a narrative and they believe it, and then they're completely blinded and they're taken up in their own philosophies and their own little Torahs in the ruins, and they live by that. So the nations have sunk down in the pit that they have made. In the net which they have hid is their own foot taken. They create their own religions and they themselves believe it blindly. Okay? The Lord had made himself known. He had executed judgment. The wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Hagayon Selah. The wicked shall return to the netherworld, which in the King James you're going to see hell or Sheol. The wicked shall return to the netherworld, even all the nations that forget God. All right. And now let me read it for you from let me take this down here for a second. Okay, and I'm going to read it from from this one here. Oh, no. The wrong one. So sorry. Need this one here. I was opening the wrong browser there. Okay, here we go. This is in the King James now. It says, I'm going to take it out like this. Read it here. Okay. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that lifted me up from the gates of death. Okay. That I may show forth all thy praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The hidden are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. The Lord is known by the judgment which he executed, and the wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Okay, the wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. Okay, so here God says God is known by the judgments. So when the people are caught up, in the work of their own hands, in the whole pastels and narratives that they have written to make the whole nations believe in, and they themselves believe of it unto death. All of that is part of the judgment of God. You take down the alphabet of Torah and you put it in something to build necropolises, to build dead cities, guess what? That's where you're going to die. You're going to live for that, and that thing is going to be your sepulcher. That's going to drain your life. It's going to be your life drainer. And God, that's how he does. You know, you're not going to honor the Aleph Bet for the RUACH, for the living cities of the respirations universe, you know, auspiciously creating humanity. You're going to be cast down, and you're going to do the rusting universe, you know, and in that rusting universe, you're going to make a God out of a grain of dust. You know, a God is going to be your God. And then you're going to live for it, and you're going to exalt everything that can be beneficial for the dust, the things that are made of the dust. And you're going to make a big deal out of that. Okay, so that's what happens. So that's the judgment that God causes to happen. So God is in control of that. Okay, we're monitoring those that love his name and love the RUACH and exalt the Aleph Bet, by keeping it a power plant in the RUACH, and therefore they're happy. There's nothing that make them afraid. You know, great peace have they which love thy Torah, the Torah of the skies, you know, and nothing shall offend them, because the business of the respirations has never been out of a business. The Lord has never slumbered. He has never taken a break from day one. Everything is going to continue to be. So nothing will make you afraid. That's when you become the CEOs. You know, the way that God wants you to be the CEO in the RUACH. Not the CEOs as a simpleton, but the CEOs as a scientist, as a sapien. The creators energizing omnipotent sapien, or the creators energizing omnipotent scientist. You have that. You have knowledge. You have Ian Matthews Daas science for the RUACH. And that's what God wants you to be. But when you are not aware of that, you become still the creators energizing. You're opulent. You have all this energy going on, but you're senile. You're Joe Biden. You're senile. You have forgotten. You're a simpleton. So you need to allow the entrance of that word to give light, you know, and to bring understanding unto the simple. All right. So that's why you need to focus upon, and that's the whole idea of this, of me teaching this according to this way now. Okay, let me take this down so we can talk. We can focus upon that. So the whole idea is that at the end of the day, these are all the processes that are happening inside of you. Okay, there's the Aleph Betarian sentient. You can be an Aleph Betarian sentient sapien. Sentient, and you can put your heart on it, and you can feel. You can be a person that can feel for the Aleph Bet, and therefore you lived to present the Aleph Bet as the greatest powerhouse of all creation. That's when you are sentient. That's when you put your heart on the Aleph Bet, because the Aleph Bet is the powerhouse of all creation, because everything came from an alphabet, the alphabet of Torah. And so therefore, you want what is best for the representation of the Aleph Bet, and therefore you're going to stick in the RUACH, you know, in the RUACH economy, because that's where the Aleph Bet shines like nothing else. Okay, but these are different places. So in this body of flesh, there are 5 processes that are taking place. Okay, 5 processes. The number 1 process is the process of the Aleph Bet. All the letters and the words running inside your head to create ideas, to create speeches, to make written books, and to give directions. All these things, all these processes of the letters are far more than the respirations that you take. Those are the most processes that are happening inside of you. So number 1, you are an Aleph Betarian, because you process more letters of the alphabet than anything else. As long as you understand words, and you were made for Chokmah B'Nedah, to understand wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that's the number 1 processes that are happening inside of you. The thoughts and the letters and the words that are going inside of your mind, and that are being spoken out of you, and that are being written from you. That's the number 1 process. Then the one below that, that is another process that is happening inside of you, are the breathing. Okay? So they become your aerial, because you are involving the air. So after leaving the Aleph Bet that you process the most, then second to that, below that, is the aerial. You process 22,000 pounds of air every day, just by breathing, without even thinking. And that's because in that air, that's where all the voltaic things happen, you know, all the voltaic energy, because there's all these chemical interactions happening, and that produces electricity, just like acid in a battery produces electricity. That's the voltaic interactions, electricity. And that is transmitting a message through energies, you know, that we don't understand, but it's there as the Torah being transmitted. So that's the aerial. And you do 22,000 pounds of air that you process. So you're more spiritual than anything else because that's what you process in the most in the physical. Above it is the alphabet. You cannot process more than the letters of the alphabet. But second to that is the aerial. And then you get to process water more than solid foods. You know, the things that you drink and the juices that you drink, all of that is liquid. So you're aquarium, you're processing water. So in this body, you're processing all these things. You're processing the alphabet in the Mahashava world, in the world of thought. Then you're processing in this body on the respirations. And that's across every cell because every cell receives from the oxygen, receives the ATP, and it's charged again. Okay, so all these things are happening inside of you. So, and then also water. The electrolytes that go into you through the juices and the water that you drink, okay, they're also part of the process. And then the solid foods that you eat from the fruits and vegetables that you eat are also being processed. And all these things are happening so that you can be an entity, a sustainable entity in the economy of the RUACH. That's what you perfectly made. But you understand that of the solid foods, that's why you process the least. Then liquid you process more, and then air you process more, and then the alphabet you get to process, you know, the unending. That's always ending. Even in your dream world, when you're sleeping, you're making images, you're dreaming, and the alphabet is there. It's non-stop. The alphabet is constantly working inside of you, even when you're sleeping. And so, but the last thing you get to process, guess what? Is the dead cells that come off of you, because you know you drop dead cells every day. As you make new ones, you're dropping dead cells, and these dead cells are dust. So you are contributing dust to this world, okay? And that's the last thing that you need, because the dust, once it leaves, that's it. You don't have to worry about it, because the dust is not giving you, it's your contribution to this world. So you should not go and focus your idea that I'm going, I can drop without thinking. You can drop dust every day out of your dead skin that is dropping. You should not say, I'm going to live to build things out of the dust, to build things out of the last thing that I get to process in this body and make a big deal out of it. But that's exactly what has happened, you know. So man has fallen. So out of being sentient, out of being, you know, having a heart that is completely caught up in the best representation, you know, for the alphabet, he's not there. So he's not wise for that. Okay? And one thing I used to tell my high schoolers, I used to tell them, yes, and that was even before I was in Torah. I was still in the Christian Pesel, you know, the narrative of the for this world of the ruin. When I was still there, when I was teaching this private school, I remember I used to tell my high school student, I always wonder why the one thing that feeds us the most and keeps us alive is the air that we breathe. And then after that, we can say the water that we drink also keeps us alive, because you can live without water for so long, but you know, without food for so long, without water. But with air, you cannot live that long. So air is the number one. And then, you know, and so why do we humans, instead of saying, man, I want to be like air because that's the number one hero for keeping life in the world, I'm going to do everything in my power to be like air. Nobody wants to identify with air. And even less than that, we say, I want to be like water that refreshes me from time to time. Nobody wants to be like water. You know, or want to be from like the nourishing that nourishes me 3 times a day. Nobody wants to be nourished. Everybody wants to be like the things that they get out of the world. They want to identify with the cars that they have. They want to identify with the jets that they bought. They want to identify with the airplanes that they have. They want to identify with the big cars that they drive. They want to identify with all the dead things. What happened? That's something that I used to think long time ago. You know, well, now that I'm in Torah, that kind of thinking came a long ways, because now I connected everything. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, that's what happens to us. So instead of being sentient, our heart identifying with the one that does the most with us, we identify with the one that does the least, and become sensitive to dead things, and we become knowledgeable of dead things. We have collections of coins that are dead, and we know. We have collection of baseball cards that are dead. And we know the dates. When this guy did this, we know the dates. We collect all dead things of antiquities. Dead things. We are sentient and sensitive of those things. We have dedicated ourselves to things that do nothing to keep us alive. Okay, when all along, all these things that are giving us life in the here and now, that's the least we identify with. You understand? So this is the whole idea of teaching you the RUACH, my friend. The economy of the RUACH is to raise. Because it says, God says, you will seek for me, and you will find me when you have placed your whole heart. You want to be completely sentient. You feel for me. When you have put your whole heart to feel for me, to understand my name and to feel for my name, to understand the alphabet and to feel for the powerhouse, then you will find me when you just seek for me with all of your heart. The whole idea is for humanity, they have the whole heart caught up in all the products of the afar, of the ruins. And so everybody's caught up in wanting that, in wanting this, and wanting that, and therefore they never get to understand. So God says the whole thing you connect with God is through the heart. The heart has to rise above, and get back to that, and then you'll admire the economy of the RUACH. So this is why I call the 5 S's. You got to go from the far sentient scientists, because you are knowledgeable of everything that's made out of the dust. All the scientists are archaeologists that tells you when this was made. The Sumerians wrote this. All keep track of all the things that are dead. All these things, all focus upon the dead pyramids, all focus on dead things. They know all the dust, like they know the back of the palm of their hand. They know it so well. Okay? So they know the dust. They're scientists for the dust. They know the age of the dust. Everything they know about the dust. And yet the dust does not do a thing to keep them alive. And they go make progress. So they are enamored with everything out of the dust. So that's why their heart is captured and they don't see God. Okay? So they are nothing but the CEOs, but the simpleton kind. All you need to do is get some knowledge, my friend. Become the real scientist that God wants you to be. Okay? And so then the Adama sentient sapient, that's when you eat the solid food. That's the living ground. Because the Adama is just the ground. The ground that comes out of you, out of the tree. The tree is nothing but an extension of the ground that's giving you life, through the fruits. And so some of you are aware of what you eat to become that, but even you don't know. Because if you were aware and you had a feeling and a heart for the fruits, you will also feel for all the 300,000 edible plants that are available, and you will be working to make sure that those things are brought back. So you're not sentient enough for the world of the Adama, for the solid food. And you're not sentient enough for the juices and all the things that you drink, and to keep the waters clean and to keep it all clean. And therefore you're not sentient enough for the air to make sure that all the trees that God made at the beginning are kept alive and are kept going so the air can be kept purified. So all of that you lose sight because you lose sight of the alphabet of Torah. All right, so the whole idea is to take you from here and understand that this is what you are right now. You're nothing but the ass of Joe Biden. You are an afar sentient senile. Because you have forgotten. And I was in the afar, in the dust. Afar means dust, by the way. Afar is dust. Okay, I forgot to mention. Afar is dust. Okay, or what we call, the grain of sand. Afar, sentient. You are familiar with everything made of the dust, and you are scientists in that area. But that does not connect you. That keeps you disconnected from everything else. It's only when you are in the alphabet of Torah that you realize that we are all connected. Every time that we breathe it, we're connecting with the whole world. Because we know all these 22,000 pounds of air, we send them in and out of us, and we send it to propagate life all over the place. So we have this magnificent connection going on in the RUACH. And then when you are in the afar, that's when you get to experience what is called separateness, and divisiveness and separation. That's what you experience in the RUACH, because everything is separated. You don't see it until you have gravity with your hands. You don't feel that it's yours. But in the RUACH, just the fact that you can breathe, it connects you with the whole world. It connects you with the power plant of God. We are all connected. We are one big universe of a power plant in the RUACH. We're all one in the RUACH. But in the afar, we're all divided. We have we get to experience being separated, and being divided, and being set apart. But that's not the experience in the RUACH. The experience is all unity. It's all everybody doing everything, everybody sharing everything of the energies and everything that we produce. That's why we are magnificent in the RUACH. But that's why you need to elevate and become a scientist of the RUACH. You understand? The real CEOs. But like I tell you, in the Torah, I make CEOs of the whole world. Some of them are simpleton, but they need my 5 S's to glory, and they'll get to be the scientists. But this is the whole idea. So this is the thing I've been working on. Okay, so I just give you an idea. So this is the thing I'm tweaking and fine-tuning to present it in different ways. But that's the whole idea. This is going to be like my version of the 4 spiritual laws that I learned in Christianity. But now this is to bring you to the Torah. The Torah is what makes you a completed human being. It's your salvation. Okay, that's why the the one that's going to bring you to completeness is riding on the ass, because he's bringing you salvation. He's bringing you completeness. Okay, and the ass here represents the Hamor. The Hamor chairs the C, the M, the Mem, the Het, the Mem, and the Resh, or the C, M, and the R. Okay, and it represents the symbol of labor, the symbol of industry and labor. For centuries, for millennia, has represented that. But now in our 21st century, I've been riding the donkey in a computer, because the computer has become, especially during the pandemic, it has become the symbol of labor, because everybody that is working is using a computer, and a computer shares with as the C, M, and Resh, part of the initials. But it also has become the instrument of the symbol of industry, because everybody working nowadays, especially in America, on industrialized nations, they all use a computer. And every cell phone is a computer. So everybody that has a computer, so the whole world is caught up in the computer. Okay, and that's the equivalent of the people doing the work from there. People have tried to use the computer as a horse, to create battles and put the whole world against each other. That's the media trying to misappropriate the use of a computer, but the computer is the best instrument of industry, for the symbol of industry right now. And so that's representing the Hamor. So that's why the picture here. And so this is how it's coming to you. And the reason why I said that, why the scripture says that he's riding the donkey, because everything is done through the computer. I've done everything through the computer. And I've been riding the donkey, in a sense, since 1980. Because 1980, that's when I went to Control Data Institute, to learn how to program, to learn COBOL, Fortran, RPG, because I had gone to USC, in 1979, to be a computer science, because that was the subject I was trying to specialize with. But I did a bad job in there, so finally, when I came to my senses, I decided to just go to a tech school for 6 months, and I passed it with flying colors. I started programming with that, but that was in 1980. I went to Control Data Institute, and I started to deal with computers. I got me a computer as soon as I could, and I was been dealing with computers ever since then. And now I'm to the point that I'm doing all my teachings. So 42 years now, 2022, 42 years of dealing with computers, okay? And now I write everything here. I'm in the cloud technology. You see that in the back? And I'm riding the donkey, and I'm expressing to you. That's why I call this whole 5 asses to glory. You understand? 5 ways to become, go from an afar sentient sapient, or an afar sentient scientist, because you know everything about the dust, you know the age of the dust, to increase and become the other 4 automatically when you run RUACH. You become aware of everything else, okay, when you join the RUACH. Because we go from the ruin to the RUACH, using the 5 asses to glory. And glory stands for the God's land, or Elohim's land, energies or powers land. God's land of rejuvenating Yud-Hevavians, because you identify with the process, because you mirror God. He breathes in you, you breathe out. You're mirroring God. So you become a Yud-Hevavian. You become one with his process. Okay, so you become one with his process, and therefore you identify with him, in that you were made in his image, because you're able to imitate him, because he made you capable of doing so. And therefore you go to the God's land of rejuvenating Yud-Hevavian, because every breath that you take is bringing life, rejuvenating the trees, bringing life to your species. Everything is to keep things alive. Okay, so that's the whole idea. I'm taking you from the ruins to the RUACH, with the 5 asses to glory, 5 asses to God's land of rejuvenating Yud-Hevavians. All right, so that's my little presentation, okay, of what I'm doing. Trying to simplify things, you know what I'm saying? But that's the whole idea. So you're my first group listening to this today, okay? And I hope you get to enjoy this. But this is what we enjoy, my friends. This is what we're looking forward to do, okay? Now let me see how we're doing here. Let me put you on the screen. All right. Let me see here. Okay, where are you? Okay, let me put this down. All right, there you are. Okay, let me put this up here. All right, let me see. Okay, all right. Let me put it up here because I don't see you guys. All right, then I'm gonna put this. Here we are. So, my fellow Davarians, let's see who we are here. This who has lasted until the bitter end. I see Joseph is the last one here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my people. Yeah, like ovation. Yeah, see, just of you showed up today. We have 3 people that show up. Everybody wrote the donkey home. Yes. Okay, everybody. This is beautiful. Everybody's riding the donkey. You know what I'm saying? God made it so this is a nation with everybody, is on the donkey. So that's made it so easy, for all these messages to go. And everybody else is really preaching a deplorable message, when you understand what Torah has to offer you. Torah puts you in the highest place, you know what I'm saying? You're elevated to the highest position there is. All right, so I saw Rosa earlier, and I know that Andy was here. So since I only see 3 that showed up today, okay, tell you what, so I appreciate each one of you guys. And today I'm feeling very generous. All right, so for showing up today to learn your lessons, $80 each. $80 each. That's the number of new beginnings, the number above nature. And we're working with dealing with things above nature here now. Because we're going to put people above, I don't call it rotten nature that you have, but, the ignorance that has besieged you and kept you in the dark. That's going to be removed because of the whole idea. I want to take you from being CEOs as a simpleton to being a CEOs as a scientist of the RUACH. Okay? Getting Ian Matthews DAS science for the here and now in the RUACH economy. So each one of you gonna make $80 today for showing up. So today, since we only have 3 people, it will be Rosa, you get $80. Andy, you get $80, and my fellow Davarian here, Joseph Katz, is gonna get $80. We're celebrating the above nature because we're dealing with the RUACH that keeps us alive, keeps us rejuvenating. We're riding, taking 5 asses to glory. Okay, the 5 asses to God's land of rejuvenating Yudhevavians, because that's what you become when you reflect your Maker. All right, so I'm enjoying this, my friends, and I'm glad you were able to show up today. So it was a pleasure having you. All right, and let me just finish with a song here. Might as well, right? Okay, yeah, let me see. All right. Okay, what do we have here? All right, I think I have this one here. powerhouse. And the COVID-19 man has come to deliver you from the empty land, from the ones who have been silenced to the promised land of the other bed, which is the original place for the soul of a man, where he can now get his jubilee and abide safe like he's never been, in the power of the Father, in the powerhouse, 'cause that's what Word Electric, Davarian, is the only bed we're connected. Word Electric, Davarian, in the powerhouse we're connected. Truth in the Torah where it is, that's right. And whether you like it or not, I just don't give a damn, 'cause in this thing, the end is gonna be for sure. It's got a date before the song began to score. This ain't no lie, we about to fly, 'cause in the truth there's nothing that can be denied. Here's the COVID-19 man is hooking you up to the other bed, to the powerhouse, with you waving. The COVID-19 man is gonna hook you up, 'cause that's what Word Electric, Davarian, in the other bed we're connected. Word Electric, Davarian, to no one else I'm genuflecting. Word Electric, Davarian, to the powerhouse I'm connected. And then I want to get your power back, 'cause you will find in there the powerhouse not scared. You won't be silenced, nobody can touch what you will find in there. Gets to cut the masking back of lies, the righteous now they Christ, 'cause the COVID-19 is gonna hook you up to the powerhouse. Leave the power show, ride this mule around. And hello. All right, I see Rosa join in. All right, good to have you, Rosa. Glad you were able to make it. You know, starting a little late, but I'm starting nonetheless. And I did send the invitation. I was just checking right now. So you got it in there. Welcome to have you. It's good to have you. Good that you made it. All right. It's not going to be that long today because I have a lot of work that I've been doing. And so I'm going to try to stick for an hour. I might go a little bit over, but we'll try to stick for that. There's a lot of stuff that I need to catch up. It's a lot of work right now. And so, you know, it's a good thing that there's always good work to do. But I also want to catch up with this work because I got to make time to do these videos and put them up, upload them on YouTube because I don't want to get behind on that. So it's good to have it. Yeah, I know God is blessing me with lots of work. I can't complain about that, you know. All right, so I hope everybody else gets the invitation. I sent about as many as I could today. And so today is a very interesting theme. We're going to look about how come people can stick to a word, you know, and just learn to enjoy a word and never worry about anything else, you know. There's a passage in the Bible because the message today is called, let me just put it down here. So the message for today is calling the Torah Manual of the Administration of the Economy of Energies or Powers that never changes and never ends. So it's trying to tell us where is that Torah Manual of the Administration of the Economy of the Energies or Powers, and that manual that never ends. And you know, these energies or powers never end and never change. Okay, so they're always the same. They're always there. So that's the thing. So that's the whole idea, to get us focused upon that today, to understand how come is that people can't seem to trust the word. The word is always changing, and that's the problem with the world right now. You know, as I see it, is that the word of the science, you know, the scientists are not reliable. You know, everything is based on theories. And you know what the word theory means? Theory, you know, the word theos, I believe in the Greek or Latin, the word theos means God. Theo means God. You know, you're like the movie Black Adam that just came out. The character on that movie, the Black Adam, the character is called Theo. Theo, Tet Adam. You know, and Theo means God. And Adam means man. So the character in that movie is actually the God man, you know. Or you translate it into Hebrew, the word theos, Elohim, then is powers, the power man. It's another way of saying Superman. But in any case, the theo. And so when they use the scientists, use the word theo or theory, they're saying as a God story. Because for a while, they have an idea of how the world starts, so that's a theory. So that's a God story, where you literally translate it. It's a theo story, or a view of God. So it's a God story. So the whole science runs on different views of God that they give you. They call it, and these theories change whenever somebody else comes with another theory. So everybody's going from God to God, from story of God to God, because these are the stories that rule the mindset of the world. So the whole science that we believe in is a science of giving you an introduction to different God theories or theories. That means God stories. And so the people in the world that they say they don't believe in God, but they believe in a theory, guess what? You believe in God. You believe in a God story that is telling you how the world is ruled, how the world is set up. So everything that you believe in that is a certain way that the world is set up, that's a God. That's a theory. It's a God story. So there's no such thing as an atheist, because all the atheists believe in theories of one sort or another. So you talk to all the theists that they believe in a God story that they call science, so therefore they don't think that is God. But all the gods in this world of the afar, of the dust, they all fluctuate. You know, one theory replaces another one. So there's these things in science that that's always in fluctuation, that is always changing. And so therefore, if you are introduced and you live in that environment, then a word can be just trusted just for a season, you know, and then after that, when a better story comes along, then that word from that manual has to be discarded, and then this new story takes over for a while. And then people go with that idea for a while until somebody else comes with another theory that looks better and has more observations. And so that takes over. So the words from the other manual are done away with. And so that's how the world has been set up to follow when it comes to trusting in words or trusting in alphabet. The alphabets are not consistent. So the alphabet changes from booklet to booklet according to the scientist and according to the specialist that is trying to set it up for you to see it. So this is the situation that the world is in right now. So what that does is that it doesn't allow you, to trust the word as something that is reliable and is never going to change. And that's why people in the world, but you suffer when that's the case. Because the whole idea, we were made to trust a word that is reliable, a word that never changes, a word that you can count on, a word of an economy that is never going to be out of business, of an economy that is never going to expire, of a business concept that can never be done away with. So when you find a word like that, and for a fact that is something that is reliable and is never going to change, then the degree of confidence that your soul gets to experience is phenomenally. It's completely out of this world. And that's the whole idea of finding Torah and finding what Torah is about. What is the economy of what Torah is referring to, okay? The economy that God created that never changes, that has always been there from the very beginning. It always carries all of humanity up until now. And even if humanity were to disappear, and all the work of mankind, all the cities, all the 8 wonders, so-called, of the necropolises of the world are done and washed away, that economy will still be running. That's the economy that we want to know. And that's the economy that the Torah is trying to explain to us that he created. When he created everything, he created the heavens and the earth. Notice that it begins with the heavens first, and then it works down to the earth. When man creates something, he starts with the ground, and then he builds it up, and then puts the ceiling at the top. So we start with the ground and go from the ground up, in the constructions of mankind in the afar, in the dust. So in everything that we create in the dust, from statues, from everything, we usually set up the base, we set up everything and we build on it and we build on it until finally, if it's a building, we put the ceiling or the heavens at the top. But that's the last thing. We don't build the ceiling first and then end up with the ground. But in the creation, because in the creation story, the book of Genesis, it starts with the ceiling first. It starts with God created the heavens. That's the ceiling, the top part, and then down, and then the earth. So why is that? because it's telling you the story of how everything happens in the thought world. Think for a moment. Everything that has been made in this world, everything that has been made in this world, in the world of the dust, especially in the world of the afar, which called this dust, buildings that we make that they're not organic, they're inanimate objects, cars that we make, everything that we make, it starts in an area, because in the heavens, you understand, in the physical heavens that we live in the heavens, that's where all the elements that keeps us alive 24/7 are found. What are those elements? The air is found in the heavens. In the skies, loaded with the air, and the air is the number one element that keeps us alive 24/7. And also other elements that are found in the sky is also the clouds that have the water, and water is refreshing. So there's water in there, and also in the heavens itself, in the air itself, has hydrogen. The air has hydrogen, has nitrogen, has helium, has other gases in there, because there are machines right now that can capture the water that is in the air. There are machines like that. There's actual machines. I'm not making that up. You can look it up. That you can just set it up in in your living room, and they can capture, they condense the hydrogen that is in the air, and they capture the droplets, and you can create water out of thin air. Because in the oxygen that we live is also mixed with hydrogen. So water is found all around us, not only in the sea. It's found also in this oxygen air. And there are machines, like I said, that can extract the air out of it. So all these things are happening. So we understand that all these things are happening. So we have this situation. So where is the situation? The heavens represent the area in which all the elements that provide us life and are more essential for us are found. The water, because the water is essential for our birth. We're there in the middle, in the amniotic fluid of the mother, and the gases are there, the oxygen is there. So all that environment. Okay, so at the end of the day, when the Bible talking about in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The whole idea is that the first thing that God creates is the idea. Every creator from every corporation, they want to make something, they come up with the idea in their mind. And where is the brain or your mind found? In a place that is 85% water. The whole brain is 85% water. It's mostly liquids, and there are gases in there. And that's where the most electricity is taking place. Where all your neuron cells, 86 billion of them are working and putting all your thoughts in order. All of those things, all of those cells are submerged in water and gases. Okay? So that's like the heavens. That's the top part of you. Okay? So the top part of you is the heavens. So on the brain, where the heavens are, the top part of you, that's where everything begins. So when you are a creator, everything begins on top. It begins in the heavens, where the waters and the gases and everything, and all the electricity, because remember, in the heavens, that's where all the lightnings, okay, all the lightnings, that's what a neuron cell is. All these lightnings communicating, like optical lightning, and all the things are happening. Everything is happening inside. You understand? That is what's happening inside of the top of you, which is the heavens, is just at the top of you. And in the heavens, in your brain, that mimics what the elements of the heavens are, where it's full of the gases, it's full of the oxygen, it's full of all the things. That's where the ideas are created. And these ideas are fueled with wisdom, Chokmah, Bina, and Das. That means wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And so you saturate, you make a whole manual, and you make it that so that it's full of solutions. And so finally, when everything, the manual that is full of solutions is made, for the product, then you go and start building it from the ground up in this world. But that idea that you have to build from the ground up, it doesn't matter if it's a car, it doesn't matter if it's a building, it starts with somebody's idea in their head, which is the heavens. The top of you represents the heavens, and what's happening in the brains is all the activities of what happening in the heavens, the lightnings and everything. And that's how it is. God is describing the setup of a creator, of the mind of a creator, because the creator is committed to do the functionality of everything he creates. So when you read the word of Genesis, the Torah is describing you that everything begins on the top of the head, on the ceilings of mankind, on the heavens, on top of it. Because all the ideas are thought up on there in the Mahashapa world. You resolve all the ideas, you write them down, it becomes a solid thought when you write it down. You speak of it to give instructions, it becomes solutions that you're speaking. Is the thought in liquid form, so the thought is put in solid form when you write it down. You make a manual. When you speak it and you teach it, the thought is being liquefied because you're giving out the solutions. And then when you keep it in your head and you put, that's the thought in his God's formation. And you understand that that's what we all recite. At the end of the day, a formation of a single thought is a brand new creation. That's why people keep forgetting that. Every thought that you can form, that's a brand new creation that is happening in the Mahashapa world, in the world of thought. People think that that's not a creation, but every thought that you can form in your head is a brand new creation. And we live by those brand new creations that are happening, at 1,000 at a second. Because to put a concept and an idea together, all these ideas, boom, manifest just at once in our head. We don't know how they happen, but they're thought formations happening 24/7, which is more processes that we do are thought formations. I explained to you before that we process the solid foods. That's one way that we process. Everything circulates. The processed foods come in and they are defecated. The liquids come in and they are urinated or perspired. Then the air comes in and that goes in fast, in and out. The air comes in and out. Everything is processing. Everything is circulating. From the solid food circulate, then the water circulates faster, then the air circulates faster. But what is circulating at the most, and what we're processing the most, are thought formations, my friend. Ideas, concepts, ideas, thought formations. Thought formations is what we get to process the most. Okay? So if we were to be known by the processes that we operate on a daily basis, then we are called, we could say I am a human being because I process the solid things of the earth, because human means of the earth, of Adam. Okay? But then you're not really that much because you get to process more water because more water circulates to you and you drink more water than the stuff that you eat. So therefore you are an Aquarian. You are an Aquaman. Okay? So that would be more accurate. But then again, if you look, what you process more than the solid foods and the water, you process the air, and that's 22,000 pounds. So therefore, by way of process, then you will be more like an aerial being, like a celestial creature, because you are spiritual. You're processing air more than anything else. But then again, the thought world comes along, which that's what makes us different from all the animals, because we can analyze, conceptualize, have ideas that drive us to do all the things that we do in this world. That's what electrifies. The thought world is where we get our inspiration. So the thought formations that we get to do are far more, and the thought processes that go inside of us are exceedingly far more than everything that we get to process by way of air, by way of water, and by way of solid thought. At the end of the day, we're more Thotharian than anything else, because we always live in the thought world that is explaining to us what the world in front of us is all about, according to the manuals that we have been brought up to understand. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what the Bible is trying to tell us, that the true reality of everything is found in the thought world. Because in the thought world, which is on top of your head, where the heavens begin on top of where you are, that's where all the ideas are formed. All the ideas are formulated. All the formula for how something ought to work, so how our service is to be rendered, how our product is to be formed and taken care of. All those solutions are put together there in the heavens above your head. That represents, because the heavens which are above represent your head as above you. That's the heavenly part of you, because that's where all the ideas are formed. That's where all the ideas are understood. That's where all the things are taking place. All the lightnings, all the neuron cells are, electrified your whole brain. And the whole orchestration of creation is taking place there, and that's how creation is kept. So the world and the map of reality in the Torah is is your brain, okay? Where everything is happening is your cerebrum capacity, your cerebellum, everything that has to do with that. So the whole Bible is to teach you that God is concerned with you being in His same mindset. That's why it starts with that. At the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, because once the formation of everything with solutions is put together, then you can go ahead and build things from the ground up, okay, and manifest that idea upon the afar, upon the dust. But everything begins in the Mahashapa world. in the world of thought. Therefore, the Bible says, as a man thinketh within himself, so is he. Because man can be anything that he can imagine. You know, everything that you see out in the world, computers, you know, cars, you know, lawnmowers, washing machines, all of that came from the head of a man or a woman. So when I look at everything in this world, I'm not looking at it. I'm just looking at the person that thought of it, because it did not created itself. Everything came from a Mahashaba world, from a world of thought. So the Mahashaba world, or the brain, or the world of thought, that's the reality of everything that has ever come into existence in the here and now upon creation. You know, and that's how the Bible is trying to make us look at things. So that at the end of the day, you will see that it's the best thing for you to do is to connect with the mindset of the maker of everything. And that's the whole idea of giving us a Torah. All right. Brianna made it. I'm glad you made it, Brianna. All right. So we have Brianna here also. Let me see who else is here. I see Rosa and Brianna. Good to have you in. I see somebody else is watching, but is not joining us yet. Don't be shy. Come on in and join us today. We're not biting. We're just giving nice lessons that will make you see the world and make you understand why is it that the world is suffering. Okay, so as I was saying, the problem with the world is that they live holding onto a word that is not reliable for all eternity. It's only reliable for as long as the product, you know, leads the market, or for as long as the government leads the country. You know, when some other government takes over, then that word is done away with. Then other words have to be implemented. So the words that we hold on to, and that's the easiest thing for us to hold on to, is for words, because that's what we carry in the Mahashava world. We carry in the thought world. But if that word that we carry in the thought world is not a word that's going to last forever, then our whole life becomes iffy, because we don't have anything solid ground to stand in. But that's what we can count on the Torah, because the Torah speaks to us of an economy that transcends time and space, that it has to do to reveal to us the economy of the living universe, and I call that the RUACH. The RUACH is a Hebrew word, R-U-A-C-H. It's a Hebrew word for air or spirit or wind. So when the Bible talks the Spirit of God move upon the face of the waters, we're saying the RUACH of God move upon the face of the water. And that's how all of creation begins. Creation of the living universe, everything that is the living universe, of everything that is organic and can procreate itself on its own without bothering any other species, but it can do it on its own. Like even our own single cells in our body, they can procreate themselves, they can divide themselves on their own without bothering another species. Each cell in our bodies can do it. Each cell in the plants can do it. They all have the ability to procreate without burdening anybody else. And that's the living university of the RUACH. So that's why I refer to the RUACH, R-U-A-C-H, as the respirations universe, auspiciously, that means successfully, creating or conserving Homo sapiens. Okay? And Homo sapiens talks to people like, you know, us of humanity that are sapiens, that means they're wise, are understanding. Because only us that have wisdom and understanding can understand these lessons and understand how God made us. So we who are Homo sapiens, so the RUACH especially is the respiration, because that deals with the air, the respiration, the breathing of in and out, the respiration universe. So it's the living universe, because we're kept alive 24/7. So God is concerned with a living universe of life. So the respiration universe successfully creating, because the word creating in Hebrew is the word bara, which also means to fatten or to fill something up. So whenever you're filling something, you know, when you get a balloon and you're filling it up with air, you are bara. You are creating. You are filling it up. That's another word where the word bara also means to fill up or to fatten something that is thin. That's also the word that can be translated created. Okay? So what does air do? The air is constantly filling us up. It's constantly giving us the oxygen that we need. It's constantly bringing life to us. And it's also carrying away from us all the things that we manufacture, or we get to fuse with the air and the carbon, and we create carbon dioxide for the plants and do all these things. So we have this symbiotic relationship. So the air is able to bring in and to take out the things that we create. So we all participate, you know, in this amazing energy, life-giving energy world of the RUACH. And so this whole thing is happening. So at the end of the day, God created the RUACH, the air, the wind, but that's what I call the respirations universe, auspiciously creating, because it's filling us up, it's fattening us up with life, creating, and also it's conserving us and it's keeping us alive. And all of us participate in this, and so this RUACH stands for that. And also, so that is God's main concern. So everything that is in the organic world is surrounded with that. You go look at the cell in itself. It's a cytoplasm. It's the part of you that have water inside the cell, and there's water outside the cell. So each cell is surrounded with an ocean of water outside and water inside. And in that, there's what I call the 8 wonders of the biopolises, the 8 wonders of the living world, the 8 wonders, of the world of the RUACH. The 8 wonders of the world of the RUACH are the 8 organelles that are found in each one of our cells. And these organelles are the ones that work in there, creating the protein, putting the power plant in the cell, doing all the processes to create the ATP, the energy unit to keep electricity and to keep alive the whole body. All of that is happening, and each cell has 8 organelles. It's actually 24 organelles when you count them all, but these are 8 basic organelles that people refer to. But these are the great wonders to me that I admire, and they are part of our living cities of each one of our cells. From the 37.2, some people say that we have 37.2 trillion, others say that we have 50 trillion, others say that we have 70 trillion. But whatever cells that we have, no matter how big or skinny you are, whatever cells you have, each one of them, they have the 8 wonders of your living world. They are the ones that do everything to keep you alive on a 24/7, second by second basis. And those are the wonders that God created that I admire daily. Now, in the world of the necropolises, we come to the world of the dust. You heard of such things as the 8 wonders of the world, like the pyramids, the Taj Mahal. And those 2 things, they are graveyards, mausoleums. They're not even living things. And these graveyards don't do a single thing to keep you alive 24/7. They have nothing to do with you being alive 24/7. But people want to go see the 8 wonders of the world. There's nothing but buildings made out of the dust. They're not doing a single thing to keeping you alive 24/7. But yet, if you go see them, you are considered a person of culture, a person that is refined, a person that has achieved great things in this world. How can you think of yourself as achieving great things in this world for admiring the dead things of this world that have never done a single thing to keep you alive 24/7, and yet you completely ignore the 8 great wonders of your living biopolises that you have in each one of your cells? To me, you are a very stupid person, and you have your priorities upside down. Is that the kind of things that you admire? But that's how the world is deceived. You understand? They're only fascinated with the necropolises, the things that cannot procreate themselves, with the industries like the Silicon Valley industries that have no ability to procreate themselves. None of the iPhone can procreate themselves. None of the phone chips can procreate themselves. They have to burden each one of us that have the air and our beings of the breath world to be able to make those things and to be able to recycle them and to be able to propagate them and to be able to commercialize them. We do everything for them, but these things are dead. Okay? But that's how it happens. In the necropolis, we're fascinated with their things because we ignore the RUACH. The RUACH is all about the universe. You understand? Universe of the living organisms that God creates, and God is engaged in keeping us alive 24/7. So when we grow up in Torah, that's what we go into understand. And that's how you have to read Torah, is to make us see that it's speaking of the mindset of our Creator. The mindset of our Creator has always had to be full of solutions for all His products and services. Because otherwise, the products and services are not going to function, and there goes the reputation of the Creator. So all creators of all corporations, they have committed themselves to take care of the manual. That's why they patented, they put it in our office in which their intellectual property is protected. And so they have all this patent set up for that because they are committing themselves that whatever they created, they're going to be behind it 100% to make sure that it functions. And so the whole world has this idea that the creator has to have all of the solutions. That's why the whole picture of the whole world in the Torah is about everything is filled with solutions. Waters below, waters above, because that is the mindset of a creator. It's giving you the map of a creator. Okay, so the first thing that God is concerned with is the RUACH, this whole wind bubble in which all the creatures, all of us that take breath, live in it, and even in the ocean sea of the Hydra Sea of the ocean of the waters, even there, all the sea creatures are taking and partaking of respiration. So taking in the gases and taking all these things. So respiration at the end of the day is the one ruling. So God created a living world of respiration in which energies are happening 24/7. And this is what I call voltaic energies. You know, voltaic is the way of creating energies by chemical reactions. The best way of giving you an understanding of that is the car battery. You know, the car battery that you have for your car, you know, it has acids inside of it. And these acids are burning. They're creating chemical reactions. And these chemical reactions create an electricity. And this electricity is manifested in the negative and positive poles. And that's what allows the car to start. Okay? So this electricity coming from what is called voltaic energies, because it comes out of chemical reactions of acids and gases and stuff like that. So that's exactly how we are. With the gases, they come in and they mix, you know, the food that we eat, the organic food that we eat, the solids that we eat, and also the electrolytes that we drink from the waters and the juices that, you know, that are proper for us. All these mixing in our body, all these things that are circulating are creating chemical reactions. And so with all these chemical reactions, we produce electricity. That's how we are a power plant. Everything in the organic world is a power plant. From the trees, from an insect, everything produces voltaic energy, because everything processes air from the insect, from the worm. Everything is processing the solids that finds in the ground, the liquids that is found here, the air that is coming in there, and all of that creates chemical reactions, and that's how we create energies. And we send those gases to the different species, and everybody is participating in this conglomeration of energies and this giving in and out. You know, we are great philanthropists of energies. We receive them, we compose them together, we send them out, we mix them up. All these things are happening in the RUACH, inside of the RUACH. Okay? And only when you get into Torah, you understand that you begin to see the complex system that God created, that has been like that from the very beginning. And no matter what species has roamed the earth, or no matter what thing has happened, this RUACH continues to be there forevermore. You know, energizing the organic world. You understand? Those creatures that can procreate themselves on their own. And so this is the majestic understanding of what God created, you know, and this is surpasses all times and everything, because it's always existed. All right, so that's the whole idea to understand. Therefore, for us to be alive, we need to be breathing 24/7 on a second-by-second basis, and that's the industry that God is concerned in running and managing 24/7. But if we do not want to grow in the understanding of the RUACH, because when God put his breath of life in us, when he breathed upon our nostrils, when he gave us the kiss of his essence, because he's a spirit, and he breathed upon us, then we became a living soul. It means we became a breath of life, because now when he breathed on us, we were just this lump of clay. And when God breathed on us, then we were activated. So now this lump of clay that has called flesh can circulate solid foods, it can circulate waters, and it can circulate the air, 22,000 pounds of it. So we are more aerial beings. We're more of a breath of life than anything else. And we continue to be that in the here and now. So that's what is happening, my friends. So you got to understand that this amazing thing is happening. And only when you understand that God made you in his image and made you to be a spiritual being and made you to be a celestial creature, that you understand, you grow up then, and therefore then you begin to pay attention to the Torah and begin to see the processes and how it opens up your understanding that really that everything that God made wasn't for you to be working on it. It's not like he made an apple tree for you to go work on the apple tree and make sure that it made the fruit of the apples. You have nothing to worry about that. It's not like he made the pineapple so that you go work for the pineapple tree and make sure that the pineapples are made. You don't manufacture them, you don't wrap them, you don't package them, you don't do anything. But as soon as, you might just water them a little bit, you might go enjoy a shade under them, you might add a little bit of the things, but as far as manufacturing or bringing power like electricity to the plants in this world, you don't do anything. But the man-made plants, you got to do everything. The man-made plants are dead. You got to provide electricity. You got to provide gas for them. You got to provide waters for them. And then inside of them, you got to go work in there to make all the products and services. You got to wrap them up. You got to commercialize them. The man-made power, the man-made plants are dead, and they have to use and utilize all of your strength. You understand? So the whole thing is reversed. Okay, but in the way that God created everything, it was for you to just focus and walk in fellowship with his understanding and to be trained by him and understand, that at the end of the day, you can only focus on the word and the understanding of what the benefits of different things they're doing. That's all we learn. So we get the science of learning things so that we will know the benefits that we are sharing in everything that God has made. What does the oxygen do, and for what species? What does the hydrogen do, and for which species? What does nitrogen do, and for which species? So you learn everything just to enjoy the benefit, and to be far more in love with your Creator because you see benefits galore all over the place. That's the whole idea of learning the RUACH, the Torah for the RUACH, for the making of the first industry, the first business that keeps all flesh and the whole organic world alive. That business has been faithfully from the very beginning up until now. The people that created NASA, that created the space flights, or created all, they have nothing to do with contributing in the making of the RUACH, in the making of the spirit, and the making of the air and the wind that is keeping us alive 24/7. They had nothing to do with that, and also they had nothing to do in the creation of your Mahashaba world, in the creation of your thought world. You already came packaged with that from the very start. You have Mahashaba world, God given to you. You have the aerial ruach given to you by God, and in the air, my friend, you are sharing energies galore with every breath that you give out. And every breath that you take in, you're also receiving energies galore. So this is just a big cornucopia, if you please, of energies galore that's flowing out of you. As it comes out of you, you can also disperse it out, into the whole world. So this is what is happening, okay? And so you're this power plant of voltaic energies that are made because of all the chemical reactions that are happening inside of you. You're the real Hadron Collider. You're the real one that creates the God particles, because you are the God particles means Elohim, or energies particles, because everything that you breathe is Elohim particles, it's energy particles. All these people try to rob your attention, make you see a Hadron Collider trying to find the God particle, when all along you have the Elohim particles. Every breath of air is an Elohim particle. It's a God particle that you're sending to keep the whole world around you alive. So then people take away their attention for the grandeur and the majesty that resides within you when you are working for Elohim. You understand? That's what makes you stand tall, my friend, when you realize that the Torah never changes. Okay? It has to remain the same yesterday, today, and forever, in the here and now, for the ruling and the carrying of this organism of the organic world. So that's what we come to understand, and that's what we come to indulge ourselves in. All right. I see Andy made it as well. Good to see you, Andy. I'm glad you made it. So hang in there, my friends. We're learning good things today. So that's the whole idea. So the thing is, the whole world as it is with the science that they have right now, and the sad thing is, let me just put this here. Let me understand this here. Okay, let me get to this corner here so we can focus on this. Continue part of what we were talking last week. Okay, so the whole idea is, where can you find a word that is always reliable, that is never going to be changed, or is going to be made subject to theories, just like the science. The scientific world that we live in is also another thing that exists because of God. So what God did, He made man, first of all, out of the ground, He made it out of a lump, like a clay. When He breathed on it, then He became a living soul, and He was able to process 22,000 pounds of air every day, and that's more than He will ever process in the things He eats or the things He drinks. So He became literally a breath of life, because He's circulating all the energies that are found in the RUACH. Understand that the whole world of the RUACH is nothing but the biggest powerhouse. That's the biggest power plant that there exists, and that's why the RUACH exists, and we live inside of it 24/7, and it's with us all the time. Even when the daylight goes away, the sun goes away, and even when we don't see the moon, the air is there right with us in our bedroom, breathing us and giving us life and working with us. So the organic world, all flesh, is working for Yud-Heh-Vaveh. Yud-Heh-Vaveh means just the processes of the respiration, fusions, activations. That's the whole name of Yud-Heh-Vaveh, because that's the process that He gets to do the most, and He takes the credit for keeping everything alive and for creating us 24/7, because He inflates us and He fills it up with life. So that's the name that He gave Himself, by the process by which He keeps all the living things and everything else going and energized. So that's what is happening at the end of the day, okay? So this is the thing that we need to understand. So once we know that, okay, once we know that the RUACH is the biggest power plant or powerhouse there is, and all of us that are made are either to be trees, but everything that is made in the organic world that processes air, that processes everything, those are also power plants. We also partake in the sharing of energies, of these voltaic gases and everything that interact within us and makes us be these batteries, these never-ending batteries. Okay, so when God is telling everything in the organic world, that when the powerhouse of the organic world, when the Spirit of God is telling everything in the organic world, create and multiply yourselves. That means let's keep this power plant in operation, because each one of you are a power plant. I made you in my image to partake of energies. So understand, when God said in the Bible, says, let's make man in our own image, and says, and God said, let's make man, it means an Elohim. You were made in the image of energies. So that means if you were made in the image of energies and powers, how come you feel like you're defeated? How come you're not feeling powerful? How come you feel like the circumstances around you are making you cave in and making you, go down and stress you out? How come you don't feel like you're on top of the world? Okay, because you're not in Torah. You've forgotten all that you are made for, and you've forgotten what your real reality is. But in Torah, my friend, all the priorities are changed. You're no longer dumbfounded or made to be a foolish person that thinks that the great wonders of the world is what make you a refined and cultured person. The 8 dead things in the world that they call wonders of the world is what you got to look for. No, when you have completely forgotten the great 8 wonders of your living cities that are found in each one of your cells, you completely don't even know anything about any one of them. You have never admired them or never pay attention in school when they mention them to you. But when you have your priorities upside down, my friend, that's something to be saddened. But God, like I say, God also, when men decided not to be aware of what He is as a aerial being that processes 22,000 pounds, when He just wants to just listen to Himself, God says, okay, you're going to be dust. That's afar. It's an interesting word, afar, which is, it's kind of interesting because it sounds like God condemned men to be afar from God. He's going to be afar from God. Is afar the word dust, A-P-H-A-R. Afar means the dust. So God condemned, dust thou art, and to dust shalt thou return. So that means you're going to focus upon the dust, and you're going to make a big deal of the things that are made of the dust, and you're going to make everything depend on what the things that come out of the dust. So when He said that to man, because He says, He told him that in the day that you're not going to listen to me, you're going to surely die. That's the word mut, saying dead twice. You're going to be surely dead. By that means, if you're not listening to me, you're not listening to my nature, you're going to be so cut off from air, you're not going to understand what you're doing as you're breathing. I'm still going to use you because you are my property. I made you to be flesh. And so as a flesh, you are producing energies for me, but you're going to be completely in amnesia. You're going to be completely ignorant of all the work that you're doing for me 24/7. I'm still going to use you, because you are my creation. You are my power plant. I use you. You're part of the whole thing, but you're not going to see where you're participating. You're going to be completely oblivious to that because what? I'm going to bury your head in the sand. And you're just going to see of what's happening in the sand. And you're going to be talking about the things that are manifested in the sand. You're going to make a big deal out of the sand. You're going to make the sand be your God. And isn't that the theory? The word theory means God's story. Theo means God, and the story or a God vision. So what's the theory that the whole world upholds right now? The theory of the Big Bang. That out of a grain of a far, out of a grain of sand, an explosion happened, and everything that you see around us came from this grain of sand. So what have they done? They have given the status of godhood, the status of the Almighty to a grain of sand, just like God condemned them. And thus thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. You're just going to become dust and going to make a big deal out of the dust and exalt it like nothing else. And that's exactly what man has done. He has made a theory. He has made a God story out of a grain of sand. He says that all of our existence comes from a grain of sand. But we know in the Bible that everything that exists, everything that is kept alive, comes from what is happening in the first chapter of the book of the Bereshit, or the book of Genesis. Everything is surrounded with air and water, and the Spirit and the RUACH of God moved upon the face of the waters. And everything was formed, and everything that is made remains with the gases and with the waters, because all of our cells that are able to duplicate, they're surrounded with the cytoplasm, which is the waters within, and the oceans outside. They're surrounded with the membrane walls. There's 70% waters. There are gases in there. The ATP is made out of the oxygen that we're breathing. So all the spirit, the oxygen is moving inside. Each one of our cells is a picture of the first chapter of Bereshit. The waters moving, the spirit moving up on the face of the water and mixing and fusing. That's exactly what's happening in each one of our cells. Each one of our single cells tells the story of Genesis chapter 1. Because that's where life exists, and that's where the Biopolis get to subsist and continue to exist. That has never ended. The story of the first chapter of Genesis is told in each one of our cells every time and every second of our day. Because they're the ones that are surrounding telling the story of Genesis. That's how it is. So life is sustained 24/7 by what is narrated in the first chapter of Genesis chapter 1, that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And that's how life is sustained 24/7. We are in this ocean of the oxygen sea, where I tell you the hydrogen is found in the air. We can collect water out of the air. There are machines that can pull water out of the air. We're surrounded with nitrogen. So there's an ocean that surrounds us. There's water that surrounds us. All of us are kept alive by the description of the first chapter. We're not kept alive by the grain of sand. Right? We have to keep the grain of sand alive. Everything that is made of the sand has to depend on us, who are kept alive by the RUACH and the waters. They have to depend on us for them to be animated and to get the electricity from the powers that we collect, from the solar powers that collect electricity, from the coal mines, that we are the ones that collect that stuff for them. So all of that, at the end of the day, the grain of sand is not the real God. But that's the theory that people want to give. They want to hold on to that God story. And so God condemned the man that did not want to listen to him. He told him, you're going to focus upon 0.0635% of who you are, which means human being of the earth, because you're only processing 0.0635%. So you're going to focus on that part, because you're going to focus upon what you eat and what you drink, and you're going to ignore the other processes. You don't have no knowledge of how I use you in my RUACH, how you are my perfect power planet there. You have never made a mistake. As long as you can breathe, you are doing your perfect job. But no, you didn't want to settle for that. You want to go try to do something else and give all your accolades and all your devotion to things that never do anything to keep you alive. But you're going to say, I've seen all the wonders of the earth, the necropolises, and feel proud for something that never does anything to keep you alive. But that's how it is, my friends. Okay? But this is what I call God. So God is not only in charge Okay, get this so you have, God is not only in charge of the RUACH. The RUACH means the spirit, but it's also in charge of the afar, of the business of the afar. Because God says in Psalm chapter 9, verses 13 to 18, is that the verses where it's saying that God is known by the judgments that he performs. So then he says, the wicked, shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. So there he says that the wicked shall be turned into Sheol. They shall be converted into graveyards, or that's the word that they used to translate as consuming, as hell in English. But hell is a place where the flames are, and they're consuming you. They're consuming your strength. They're consuming your abilities. They're consuming everything about you. They're eating you away. And it's a place where it only eats away all your strength, eats away all that you are, and doesn't give you any life in return. Okay? And so the world of the afar, the world of man-made plants, where you go make iPhones, where you go make computers, where you go make washing machines, where you go make all these things. What all manufacturing of all these dead things that cannot procreate themselves, what they all do, they just suck all your strength, they suck all your ability, they suck all your intellect, they suck all your wisdom, they suck all your understanding, but never do anything even to nourish you. They don't bring life to your body of flesh. They only suck out your strength, because that's what you were condemned to do. You were condemned an industry that is going to suck the life out of you and not going to give you anything back. And you're going to live to make them look good. Look at this computer. Look at that. You suck the life out of you, and you making it, and you publishing, and you doing anything to sell it, but not for a single moment did it bring 1 ounce of life into your flesh. Understand? It only drain you. But that's the condemnation. God says, and the wicked shall be turned into graves, because what you have done by forgetting the word of the Torah, by forgetting the word of your Maker, you have destroyed the capacity of the word, that is the powerhouse of all creation, to be able to show itself in its full potential within you. You have burned down that capacity because you have not raised the alphabet in you in the Torah of the RUACH, and therefore you do not see the full capacity of the alphabet of being the powerhouse of all creation. So once you burn that capacity, then you proceed to burn that capacity out of your own flesh by building things out of the dust that can never do anything to bring you life. But yet you are happy to live for your hell. How stupid can you be? Hallelujah to the God of heaven who knows how to control everything. Those that think they're smart, the wicked perish by the work of their own hands. The prosperity of the wicked shall slay them. That's what it says. And when you get to see Torah, my friend, you see it clearly. The whole world is going about their business, working in their own Sheol, their own hells that they create for themselves. They're happy and they pray to God that God will give them a job in that little hell that is going to drain away all their energies, so that you can keep those things that are going to drain you, can keep them alive. Woo! I tell you, my friend, when you have understanding, it's the worst, it's the best, it's the worst thing for this world, because, then they get to see that they were stupid all the time. But those that are the righteous, man, you understand how God is majestic, how God has power over all. Because he says that those that are dysfunctional, the wicked are those that are dysfunctional for the Aleph-Bet of Torah. They're not able to hold the Aleph-Bet of the powerhouse of all creation, because their guidelines, their booklets, their picels, the narratives do not train them to do so, because they're only God's stories. And in so doing, they debilitate the Aleph-Bet that is in them from ever being capable of standing as the powerhouse of all creation, and they're not able to see themselves in that view. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what is happening nowadays, okay? So while God created not only the Ruach, but what God created for the afar, is created what I call the ruins. When something dies, like at the pyramids or everything, these are ruins. And people admire ruins. Ruins are the great wonders of the world. Okay? But they only exist because God condemned them to make ruins. The ruins in the sense that they are the ruins of the Aleph-Bet. Because the Aleph-Bet of Torah creates living cities. Out of the oxygen, out of the air, creates living cities. But the Aleph-Bet that is not of Torah creates ruins. Ruins in the sense that it ruins the reputation of the Aleph-Bet, or the capacity of Aleph-Bet to be sensing you as the powerhouse of all creation. It ruins that capacity because the narratives do not allow you to see that. So it ruins that from you, but also it ruins everything else because everything else needs to be taken care of 24/7 because they are not biopolises that can take care of themselves. Okay, so this is what is happening over there. So in any case, but he made the ruins, and the ruins, I thought of RUINS, ruins. Thus, the rusting, okay? Because it's rusting, everything gets to rust. The rusting universe, okay, let me see if I remember the whole thing. The rusting universe, now what did I put here? Infallibly, okay. See, the rusting universe incarcerating, because you're in jail. When you're in this world, you're in a jail of time and space. You're not in the mindset, Hogma Benedal, your maker, then you're in a jail of time and space, and you're serving time and space in this world. Because God did not create time and space. God created the powers, that were going to take care of the heavens and the earth, and therefore, when powers and faculties and abilities and expertise are created, you're going to be living in Hokmah Benedah. That means you're going to be living in wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Always. You're going to be in the mindset of your maker 24/7. That's what God created us for. Not to be incarcerated in time and space, working on things that cannot procreate themselves, and therefore they're dead. But He made us to put us in an environment where everything is living and everything can procreate themselves, so that we can live in constant fellowship, of faculties, understanding, powers, expertise, knowledge, all these ideas, so we understand the benefits behind everything and all the energies that are running through us and are manifesting in us. We can see the manifestation of voltaic energies. We see all that is happening, and we're happy to talk about it. So we're basically going to be talking up a storm about this magnificent world of the energies that are being provided by the RUACH. But no. We wanted to go, and God said, okay, you're going to work harder then. I'm going to make you show a lot of the powers, because you're going to put all your energy. Because you're not only going to be working for me, because as a flesh that just breathes in and out, you're working for me. I'm using all your respirations to do all the chemical mixings and everything that I need to do to keep the world alive. But you're also going to be working for other bosses that are going to drain the life out of you, because they're going to have you use your intellect, your abilities, and everything for you to make their products and services, and those products and services are not going to do a single thing to keep you healthy. They're just going to drain the life out of you. And at the end, most people complain, man, my boss treats me like dirt. He doesn't appreciate all the work and all the long hours that I do. That's the curse of the dirt, the curse of the dust. You feel like dirt. The whole idea was that it says, God who is done by the process that He performs, says, the wicked shall be turned into graves, and all the nations that forget God. So everybody that is not in the Torah of the RUACH, guess what they're doing? They're working in cities, they're working in man-made plants that just drain the life of them, that they give all their efforts, nobody appreciates them, but at the end of the day, they feel like dirt. It's part of the curse, okay? But you have given all of your energy to it, so you are glorified, you have it, and that you are the source of energy in the mule, and the manpower of Hell-Lim economy, M-U-L-E. You are the Elohim in there, but you're so blind that you don't even see that. Because you're so ignorant of that. So therefore you cannot rejoice in the capacity of being an Elohim, even though that's what you are in this world of the mule. You are the powers that be. You are the one that makes all the companies work and all the services to be made and produced and rendered. So you are the manpower of hell for the Elohim economy. For the mule economy, you are the main power. You understand? So all of this is happening. So God gets the glory all the time. But that's how He does away. So the ruins, okay? So God manages that because He gave a blessing, not a blessing, in a way He gave a curse to incarcerate those people that will not see that they were made to be for the RUACH. And they want to ignore the RUACH economy, then they're casted down to the ruins. So they are the rusting universe incarcerating, nurtureless souls. Nurtureless souls, I mean those people that have a soul, you have a breath, but you're not able to nourish the Aleph Beth of Torah because you're not in the Aleph Beth of Torah. Therefore, you never get to know the experience of living in a powerhouse of creation, of understanding that all that is needed is just the Aleph Beth of Torah to understand the whole living city that He has created and how we are all participating in it. And so that at the end of the day, we just be, saying like it says in Psalm 44, verse 8, in God we boast all the day long, and we praise Thy name forever. Okay? In God, it means in Elohim, we brag all the day long, and we praise His name forever. That was saying in Elohim, in powers, in energies. We speak of, and we spend our hours, we spend all of our time explaining and enjoying the magnificent economy of the living cities. Man, there ain't no end to all the voltaic things that are happening there, and all the things that we get to do there, and we get to propagate, and we get to create more power plants. So that's what we do. We are in Elohims, in energies, in powers that are benefiting all of the organic world. That's what we brag and we boast all the day long. Powers, Elohim, and we praise Thy name and praise you above His name, the process of respiration. We praise all of that forever, constantly. That's what we were made for. But what I do, people in the afar, there's in powders, they boast all the, and instead of powers, they boast in powders. They boast all the day long. That means everything that is made out of the dust. They boast about their car, which came out of the dust. They boast about their houses that are made out of the dust. They boast about all the things, the buildings that they work that are made of the dust. They boast about all the dead wonders of the world that are made of the dust. They boast about the watch that they wear. They boast about the iPhone that's made out of the sand of the Silicon Valley. They boast about everything that is made of the dust. They boast about the coal power, the electricity that comes from the coal that's being pulverized that came out of the dust. They boast from all the powders. In powders, we boast all the day long, and we praise their brand names forever. That's how the world lives. They do a very, a bad reflection of God. We are from the oxygen, from the earth, from the all-inclusive resuscitator. And we have energies to boast about that are happening 24/7. And once we are enlightened, my friends, once we are in the Torah of the RUACH, that's what we're bragging on day long. Because that's the business of the RUACH. That's the only business that has withstood the test of time. As Bandera from the very beginning continues up to this hour, and it will remain here forever. So when we look at the Aleph Beth of Torah, that's what we're learning. We're learning an economy that we cannot hold on to the energies, because the energies are made out of what? Are made out of the gas. The energies comes in the form of gas, okay? So you cannot hold on to the gas. It comes in the form of air, from the air. You cannot grab the air. It comes in the form of water. That's where the energies come. There are waters that we share, that circulate. So we are only these vortices. We are this machine that is it's a vortex machine that creates all these things in circulation. It circulates even the food that you cannot get the food and just put it away just to see it. No, you cannot store. It has to circulate. You devour it and it circulates and it creates voltaic energies because they're chemical reactions. You also drink the water. You cannot. So that everything in the living world cannot be held on to. The water cannot be held on to. The solid food cannot be held on to. The air cannot be held on to. You cannot hold on to your thoughts. You can only share them. So everything, in the organic world cannot be held on to. So the only thing that you have to hold on to is the word of the Torah that is explaining to you all the processes that you're doing and all the magnificence of God of keeping everything moving and keeping everything alive 24/7. In that environment, my friend, we can hold on to the word that lasts forever and never changes. You understand? That's what the whole thing is all about. But when you are in the afar, you hold on to things because then you can grab onto a car for as long as you want to. It doesn't get to, and even when it dies, it takes for a long time to go back into the ground. And you even want to keep it as an antique, as a classic of this. So you hold on to all these things that are made out of the dirt. And then you forget the benefits of how to put it together. You don't know how to put it together. You just want to look at them. So you get accustomed to holding on to things. That's how externalities in the world of afar take over the word of their manuals. That's why most people in the world of the afar, in the world of the dust, everybody gets a manual for their car or get a manual for the TV. Everybody gets a manual for the things they buy, but nobody reads the manual. Nobody's interested in keeping it going. They just hold onto the thing that is made out of the dust. Because nobody knows how to keep the word is not. But with the world of the Ruach, everything in the living city is something that you cannot hold on to. You have to consume, you got to eat the food, you got to drink the water, you got to breathe the air, you got to process the thoughts, and you cannot grab them to them and hold them tight. So you're just there just being a vortex in which all these things are circulating, and then all you have to is just the word that you hold on to, and therefore you can brag freely about that word. That is not the setup in the dust, and that's why the people in the world of the dust, the reason why they suffer is because they want to hold on to a word that is always true, that is always reliable, that represents an economy that is recession proof, that is not damaged by any externalities, and therefore when they're not able to find it, you fluctuate. Your feeling, your mind state is always up and down. You cannot have rest. You know, the wicked are like the troubled sea whose waters cannot rest. You know, there is no peace, saith my God, unto the wicked. So the functional people, they grab them to words that are only good for a season until the next technology comes and takes over. Then those words are out of the window. They're out into the trash can. And then you have to adopt other words. And so that's why the dysfunctional people cannot have constant tranquility, because they depend upon the new wave technology and new things that are come on, the new influencers, the new things to keep up with the Johnsons. They depend on all these things. So the word that they are holding on to is never a solid rock or a solid foundation that is going to be there forever. But yet the Torah of the Ruach, my friends, that's the only one that is the word itself that you can trust, because that economy of the Ruach, of the auspicious, the respirations universe, auspiciously creating and conserving humanity or Homo sapiens, has never changed. It has always remained the same and will remain like that forevermore. Okay, so let me read to you a little bit of this because I don't want to really take that much today. I'm going to start the questions pretty soon. But let me read this part here. Right? Isaiah chapter 40. Okay, I'm going to read this because it's interesting. It says, comfort ye, to bring comfort. Okay, God is saying here, comfort ye, my people, saith your God. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her, that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she had received of the Lord. Who is the Lord? The processes of respiration, fusions, activations. Okay? Because that has to do with everything that we do when we're breathing. So that means the understanding of who he is has been made clear to them. You have received of the processor of respiration, fusions, activations, hand, double for all her sins. So you were caught up in the dust. You were doing all kinds of crazy things in the dust, completely unaware of what you live for, who keeps you alive. But now that your eyes are open, now that you know my name, you're going to see wonderful things. So the voice of him that cried in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord. Okay, prepare ye, the path of Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, the processor of the respiration, fusions, activations. Make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Our God means Elohim, our powers and energies. We are about to display and show them up. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. In other words, people are going to put their priorities in order. Those that are exalting the 8 wonders of the necropolis, as if they are the greatest mountains to behold, they're going to be flattened like a valley, and therefore the biopolis of the cell that has been ignored with the great wonders of the 8 organelles, they're going to be exalted. They're going to take the preeminence. They're going to be known and understood, and we're going to just talk about all these wonderful things that God has made in the here and now, and we're going to rejoice and talk about all these things. I think that priorities are going to be put in the right place. That's the whole idea. Okay? And the glory, because that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the glory of the processes of respiration, fusions, activations, and the glory of that, it shall be revealed. That's what I'm doing, my friend. I'm revealing to you how it works, how it operates, how it functions, how the RUACH works. This is all part of what is written here, is being manifested to you today. And this is the glory, the understanding, all of that. And all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken it. And when you see it, it is by looking at it from God's point of view. Not physically, but looking at it from Hokmah Benedah, to having an understanding, to having knowledge, and having the knowledge and intimacy of the processes that are taking place. God is all about the processes. Know the processes, because in the processes, all the energies are doing the magnificent showmanship of showing who I am to keep everything alive. So know the processes. Do not ignore the processes. Be alive for the fluctuation of everything that gives energy. So that the whole process is there. It says, and everybody shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made like, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken it. And the way we can see it together now is because we have the cloud technology. We have the computer, which is the donkey. We can ride the donkey every day. We have the cloud technology dispersing everything for us. So we are in the right time and place, and everybody can see it together. Everybody can see and understand these things of the RUACH and the ruins, okay? And says, okay, let me see. For the mouth of the Lord has spoken it. Let me take it off here. The voice said, cry, and he said, this has to bring comfort to somebody, right? Cry. The voice said, cried, and he said, what shall I cry? And this is the message. All flesh is grass, and all goodliness thereof is as the flower of the field. That means it's comparing all of the flesh in the world, all the flesh of mankind is just like grass to me. And all that mankind can get to do, in the world of the afar, in the world of the ruins, to me, that is only like a flower that appears also for a time. But what happens with the grass and the flower, those grass and flower stays beautiful and stays never changing once it appears. That's not the case, right? So it says, and the grass withered, and the flower faded, because the Spirit of the Lord blowed upon it. Surely the people is grass. The grass withered, the flower faded, but the word of our God shall stand forever. Okay, so this is what we're coming down to. So if you want to look for the alphabet that is not subject to theories, it's not subject to different God stories that supplement and take over somebody else's theory with the passing of time. If you want to get into an alphabet that never changes, that is always reliable, that speaks of an economy that can never be done away with, that is always recession proof, that's going to be sustaining all life and all the organic world, no matter what stupidity man makes, then you have come to the right place. That is the administration. It says so. That's the great comfort. Okay, that you understand. Therefore, we translate ourselves, if you please. We get our bodies of transfiguration, our 86 billion neurons, to think the right way, to get the right thought patterns, and we identify ourselves with the economy of the RUACH. We know we live in the oxygen sea, and in this oxygen sea, marvelous things are happening, and in this sea, we can partake, therefore, to become power plants and procreate and do everything that is necessary to keep this economy going, and we're not at war with it. We're not longer at war, because the moment we focus our attention upon the afar and on the world of the dust, and we exalt the world of the dust, we are at war with the RUACH. We are saying that this world of the dust is more important when it's really insignificant because it has nothing to do with keeping us alive. You understand? So that's what, at the end of the day, that's why the title, my message is the Torah of the manual, that never changes. The Torah of the manual for the administration of the economy of powers of energies. That means the word is the Dabar. And the word Dabar, Dalet Beth Resh, means the administration of the economy. That's what the word Dabar means. So the administration of the economy of God, God means Elohim. So if you want to know the manual for the administration, that means you want to know the Torah for the Word of God. If you want to know the manual for the administration of the economy of powers or energies, that means you're going to keep the Torah of the RUACH, of God, or the Word of God. And so that's why it's easy to do it when you understand what the real biopolis, what the living cities are all about, how they function, and how God not only is in control of that, but he cast you down. He cast the wicked to the ruins. And that's where the people of the world that do not know their whole being as aerial beings, they do not know that they are Mahashavarians, that they are people of the thought world, and that's what they're processing the most. All these people that are lost and are dysfunctional because they don't know that about themselves, they're caught up in the 0.0635% of the Adamar awareness, the only awareness of the human beingness. When you're only aware of the human beingness, you're only aware of 0.063% of what you get to process. Okay, so you're put in a very tight, you're in what is called Mizraim in Egypt, in a very restricted area. You only see things through a very little thin glass. You don't see the whole thing that you are participating in. You're putting in a very myopic situation in which you don't see everything. Okay, so that is, my friends, what is happening, okay? But this is the comfort that we have been translated into a different thing. Therefore, we are not going to cave in. We're not going to be stressed out. Great peace have they which love thy Torah, T-O-R-A-H, thy trailblazing regulations, or trailblazing omnipotent regulations, or omnipotent RUACH. Okay, the trailblazing omnipotent RUACH, augmenting Homo sapiens. It increases our knowledge, it increases our understanding. It makes us see that we are part of energies. So we have this great awareness, so we understand that we can understand everything that brings energy into the world and how they're operating, and we can take our time explaining those things. So that's the beauty of it all. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about somebody here. I'm going to share a little video. Okay, so that's the whole thing. So the word of our God shall stand forever. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a word that is reliable and is not subject to changes. So when you find something like that, my friends, when you find that, then you know the powerhouse of all creation is the Aleph-Bet of Torah. And when you are in the Aleph-Bet of Torah, in the powerhouse of all creation, nothing can scare you. Great peace have they which love thy Torah, and nothing shall offend them. That's the whole idea of me teaching you these things, is to have you bring finally, so that your soul can land in a word that is reliable and is not subject to changes, and nobody's going to do away with it, because it's always been running the whole world, just like it said he was going to run it, and even it's been running the whole world of the ruins. Okay, and they are there just so they can be done away with, and the memory of the wicked shall be done away with. So God is in charge of everything in the here and now. Get that, get that through your head and understand that the Lord of the here and now is a great God indeed, who holds the reins over everything. The righteous are under his power, and so the riotous ones are under his power. None escape his judgments. He knows how to keep people on Sheol. The wicked, the dysfunctional, shall be converted into graveyards, shall be converted into hells. They will create an industries that will consume all their faculties, consume all their energies, and they will have nothing to show at the end. But just be shriveled up and fade out. But those that are trusting the Torah and the Aleph-Bet of Torah are never gonna be disappointed. And that's where old age comes from, because you're constantly disappointed. You're constantly let down by the people in this world that do not have any word on their own to keep. They do not keep their own word because the whole scientists can't keep their word, right? Because when it comes to the end, you are led by a science that does most harm to the alphabet than anything. Because if you're given this to be your guide, let me put it in here. You see, this is something I shared today. It says, you cannot challenge what we say today, the science, right? And then it says, you cannot hold us accountable for what we said yesterday, because the science changed. So the whole world is led by people that believe in theories. That means God stories that change from time to time. So even their gods are not reliable. The God story changes from time to time. Okay? So, but theory means, theo means God, and God's story changes. They don't have. So the whole science that is leading the whole world leads them in a path in which the Aleph-Bet that they hold on to can never be trusted. And when you are subjected to an Aleph-Bet that is never the powerhouse of all creation, you are always going to be under control. The people giving you the story and the narrative is always going to be controlling you. You understand? That's the whole purpose of giving you different stories and different things like that, is to keep you under control. But only when you come to Torah, the Torah of the RUACH, then you understand that we are all partakers. You know, that's when the desires of all nations have come. Because in communism, the whole idea of communism, they present a nice idea that everybody shares the wealth equally. You know, so nobody has more than anybody else. Everybody's sharing the wealth equally. But that never happens in the afar. That never happens in the world of the dust. That's only a theory in the world of the dust. That's only a dream that people have. But that dream is a reality. That's an actual reality in the RUACH. Because in the RUACH, just by breathing, just by laying in a coma and just by breathing, and your body's still breathing, you are fusing your carbon dioxide to send out the energies to the plant. You are fusing everything. You're getting air for yourself. So just by breathing, you're sharing, because the oxygen that you get in there, in the air that you take in, 21% of the air that comes into you is oxygen, but you only take 1/4 of it and you share the rest with your species. So you share all your wealth of energies is shared. Nothing is hoarded. That's the dream of the communist, but that only happens in the RUACH and the world of the capitalists. The world of the capitalists, you work hard with your labor and you get and you have all the gains that you want by the work of your hands, you know, and that is wonderful. And so America and all the people that are capitalist countries, they like that. But that also happens in the world of the RUACH, because you have your Mahashaba world. You know, in the world of thought, you create things, you know, but you create understandings. When you are in the world of the RUACH, you are surrounded with all these things that circulate, the solid food that circulate, the water that circulates, the juices that circulate, you know, the air that circulates, and the thought processes that circulate, and you get to share all the labor. Like, what am I doing? These are my capital gains, all my understanding that I got from the, you know, from this thing that I gave birth to in this idea that I put in 40 hours, that I gave birth to in September 18, the Ian Matthews DAS, the science for the living cities, you know, all of that, that's my capital gain from spending a lot of time in the Torah, and I get to share that with you. So you all partake, you know, you're all as strong as David. You all have the same strength, the same ability as David, just like it says in the Bible. So I can share my whole riches of understanding with you. You know, that's my capital gain. I can give it all away, and you still have it, and you get to have it, and I still get to keep it. That's the best capital system there is. In the RUACH, all the different things that the people want to have in the ruins that never get to happen, because, you know, at the end of the day, you get more riches than others, and people become envious of you. None of that. So you have capital gain from all the stuff that you work, but you're sharing it with everybody because you know you're never going to lose your gains. I share all my wisdom because I'm never going to lose my wisdom by sharing it. I just increase in a better way of explaining it, that's all. So those are the capital gains that matter, you know. So capitalism is at its best in the RUACH. Communism is at its best. All the systems of the world that are promising you an answer, they only work in the RUACH 24/7. You know, in the ruins, in the afar, they're only a theory. And therefore they never work. And so that the whole world is a chaotic state, because the wicked are like the troubled sea, whose waters cannot rest. You know, the waters are the solution. The waters are always changing. People go from theory, and this is the science that guide them. And that's how they are kept under control, my friends. All right, so it's time to wake up. You understand? So the whole idea is to share with you this, so you understand that we have wonderful things to understand at the end of the day, all right? And just going to leave you with a little, let me see if I can share something from, okay. All right. There's something here from a scientist that tells us what happens with people that trust our science today. Science keeps changing. They say that they learn something, but then they keep changing. So therefore, that's why people are kept under control. So every scientist, everybody is nothing but to keep you under control and to diminish the glory of the Aleph-Bet of the powerhouse of creation. Let me just put this in here quickly. Let me have you see this part here. Let me see if I can take it to the top. Okay. Yeah, let me still put it here.
I've not talked at all about God of the gaps. So when people make that accusation, this is changing the argument. They want to attack me as an individual because they cannot address.
Okay, let me put this in here first. Let me put it back. I don't know what happened, give me a second. Okay, here we go. Let me play this. Because this is a scientist, but a scientist that believes in God. But he talks about how people in science, they want to hold on to something, but they cannot because every time they're changing. So I want to play this part for you.
I have not talked at all about God of the gaps. So when people make that accusation, this is changing the argument. They want to attack me as an individual because they cannot address the science. Address the science. As a scientist, I would never say that we will never understand. I couldn't do that. One day in the distant future, I presume we will understand life's origin. But for now, we are nowhere close. How do I know we're nowhere close? It's because of this. It's because of the moving goalposts. Because every year we find out the cell is more complex than it was the year before. Not because the cell itself got more complex, but we find out about it. We didn't know about chiral-induced spin selectivity. We didn't know about interactomes and the 10 to the 79 billion. And that's just protein-protein interactions. You got protein-DNA interactions. You got protein-RNA interactions. You got DNA-RNA interactions. All of these things going on. Nobody knew about this. So the target is, oh, I got to do that too? So the target's further away. That's how I know we're nowhere close. I have not talked at all about God.
All right, so that shows you there. Somebody, a scientist that's telling you that, even though we learn something one year, by next year we're learning more, therefore all the knowledge becomes, and we become far away. He talks about the science of biogenesis, the beginning of life. Scientists think that will have you think that they have figured out. None of them have figured out. And this guy is a scientist that is honest about this, and all this scientists hate him because he exposes them. But let me tell you something also, that we are made to hold on to words and to hold on to knowledge. How do we know that? Because out of 1 gram, 1 gram is like a drop. 1 gram of DNA. You know how much information you can store in 1 gram of DNA? Well, this guy will show you here. Let me play this guy here now.
So today we're going to talk about the power of your DNA, and how to activate it. It sounds like a mystical statement. It sounds like, wow, this is going to be some miraculous event. Actually, it's really a very simple thing, but what probably is going to be more amazing to some of you may have already know this, is what DNA is and how it operates. I think that's the big secret here, because once you understand that, then you're going to open yourself up to understanding how to reprogram yourself, and that's the real activation, reprogramming yourself. So one thing I want to talk about is the fact that DNA is a storage medium. In other words, it's a hard drive. You're a walking hard drive, your body. 1 gram of DNA, this is science, peer-reviewed science.
1 gram.
1 gram of DNA, which is enough to put a little tiny drop on the tip of your finger, can store 700 terabytes.
700 terabytes.
I'm not talking about, etherical data or mystical data. I'm talking about real zeros and ones that make your phone work and make your computer work. Zeros and ones, bits of data, zeros and ones can be stored on DNA. So these scientists, the main one, George Church and Chris Shuri, those two actually,
Church, what a name.
partners and scientists, they discovered this and they downloaded one of their e-books onto the DNA, and then they uploaded it from the DNA back to the server again. They was like, whoa, wait a minute. You can encode digital bits of information directly onto DNA and upload it back again. What does that mean? Well, we're walking USB drives, literally. Now, here's what's really amazing about that. They then took that same ebook, downloaded it back to the DNA again, and said, let's see how much we can go. They replicated the book 70 billion times in 1 gram of DNA. 70 billion copies of an ebook in 1 gram with 433 petabytes of data. Think about that. In one tiny drop inside of your body right now, you can store 13.5 billion years of data. Ironically, that's how old the universe is. So, you are the universe. You literally have all the information stored in your body from the beginning of time until this very moment.
All right. Okay, isn't that amazing? You know, so you understand all the stuff that we have been made very dummies out of this whole thing because people don't understand, you know, and that's the sad thing of this hour, that people have lost sight of this, and so, but in any case, here we are. We made it to the end, and let's see how we're doing because I don't want to go any further now. I did more than an hour, and that's today because I want to do some editing and stuff like that, all the other stuff that I've done. But in any case, I see 3 people. All right, let's show up. Let's say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. We're at the end of the hour. Oh, yeah, I know. It wasn't that loud because, I was trying to. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but at least I hope you read this thing. Okay, Rosa is here. Who else is here? Brianna, are you here? Andy, are you here? Who lasted until the bitter end today? Rosa made it until the end. And who else we have in here? Brianna, are you with us still? And who else? Come on in. Don't be shy. All right. Andy, are you with us? All right. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that was a party a while ago that I did, so I shared because it was his birthday today. That was Marcus, that's my nephew. Yeah, thank you. All right, do we have anybody else? Do we have Andy or Brianna? You still with us? Who else is there? All right, come on, don't be shy. Because I see 3 viewers, so I gotta be somebody else here, right? Let me see. All right. And this is what I use. Okay. So everybody having slow problems with the internet. Okay. I understand. No, I understand you, Rosa and Andy, you have a lot of problems with that. And I think for some reason also Brianna was having also some problems because of her phone and stuff like that. So I know some of you have problems with that. So I understand. All right, let me see how we're doing here. All right. Okay. All right, don't worry about it. What I'm going to do is for the 3 of you that show up today anyhow, because I know I saw, there were 3, the ones that I saw today was Brianna, and I saw Andy, and I saw Rosa. So that's all I saw today. I didn't see anybody else. Let me see if I can see it. I didn't see anybody else. Okay. The Big Bang Theory. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna. I will be putting some of the songs here at the end right now, but okay. But I tell you what, since we only have 3, it's just gonna be a watch and win today. Okay. So it's gonna be Rosa. You got $50, and Andy, you have $50, and Brianna, you also have $50. Okay, everybody gets $50 for showing up today. And learning with me as I share this lesson with you. So congratulations, Rosa, and congratulations, Andy, and congratulations, Brianna. So $50 each today, and I hope you enjoyed it. Now let me put a song here so we can go with the same song I was working on last week. I'm bringing God right back down to the here and now because from this point on, it's nothing but Simchat Torah. That means we're going to have the joy. We're going to delight ourselves in the Torah. We're going to sing of Torah. We're going to learn of Torah. We're going to brag of Torah. Like it says, in God we boast all the day long. In Elohim, in energies, in powers, we boast all the day long. And we praise you above his name forever. That's what it's going to be all about, my friends. Just hang in there. We're about to just enjoy Torah from on all and forever long. That's why we're going to do the song that I did last week. We're going to put it together right now. Hey, you made it, Andy. I'm glad you made it. All right, let me do the Simchat Torah song, because we're bringing, we bring in the exiled ones back home, all the alphabets that have been exiled, the wrong narratives. Everybody has an alphabet. You and I have an alphabet. But what has happened is we have incarcerated the alphabet in all these narratives in the New Testament and all these other things that have not allowed us to see the alphabet that is in us as the powerhouse of all creation. But guess what? I'm using the Torah as my tool of joy to bring you back to the place where the alphabet that is in you, your alphabet, comes to life. It's resurrected, and you get to experience the alphabet inside of you as the powerhouse of all creation. Because that's what you and I, when the Bible says that you were made in the image of Elohim, you should feel powerful. You should feel like you're on top of everything. That outside of you, being in contact with your Maker, there's nothing more important than that. And having that fellowship in the Mahashava world, in the thought world, nothing transcends that. You should feel that way. But if you're not feeling that way, that means you're on the wrong narrative. You're in the wrong, mainstream media. You're in the wrong places that are just swallowing you up and are eating you alive and just destroying all your energy and are not feeding you with understanding. But God said that He will give you teachers that will feed you with knowledge and understanding, and that's what is happening nowadays, my friends. I'm putting you in the alphabet, the powerhouse of all creation, by bringing you back, by taking you out of the graveyard of your narratives and bringing you back into the budding ground, the grove of Torah, the place for you to flourish and to see all that you were made when you are in contact with your Maker, because we are here to see all that God is, all that God does, and all that God has. That means see all that powers is, all that power has, and all that power does. We're able to see all that the alphabet is, all that the alphabet does, and all that the alphabet has. We're here to see all that the Father is, all that the Father does, and all that the Father has. And so we rejoice in that, and we have Simchat Torah to be grateful about that. So let me play that.